Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Photosynthesis Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku was born green. As a changeling, his quirk was active from the moment he entered the world, changing his biology drastically. His light dusting of baby hair was dark green, his eyes were bright emerald, and a few forest green freckles dotted his light green skin. His mother blamed his father's name, Midoriya, for this. Green Valley was such a stupidly prophetic name in her opinion. His father blamed his mother's hair for this. Natural green hair that wasn't from her quirk? An omen for sure. A combination and mutation of both of your quirks, said the doctor, blaming science. We can only know quite what has happened here once he matures, but we will keep him under observation for a few days just in case. The green baby revealed its quirk within hours, refusing to consume any of the milk or formula provided to it. After a battery of tests, it was revealed that the baby was photosynthesizing, absorbing nutrients from the sun through specialized skin cells and a unique lining in his throat and lungs. The doctors concluded this was a mutated combination of his parents' quirks, attracting small objects, in this case particles of light, into his modified throat, the fire-breathing aspect instead drawing on the fire of the sun and metabolizing it for energy. The family was sent home a few days later with instructions to keep their family doctor updated on any new developments in the child's quirk. A baby that required no BRST feeding PRDs was a godsend to Inko, letting her return to work much faster than she would have. Her job as a secretary did not allow enough breaks for regular feeding but had no problem with her merely keeping a baby at her desk. Inko's swift return to work helped her family's finances greatly, and when the opportunity for a promotion to an American branch came around for Hisashi, he was able to confidently turn it down to continue working near his family. Little Izuku was an incredibly energetic child, never seeming to run out of energy during the day. His lack of need for naps made having him at work even easier, and he would pass out almost instantly after sundown without any fuss. The Midoriyas enjoyed some of the most peaceful baby years imaginable, much to the envy of Inko's best friend. Mitsuki's baby was a terror to behold, screaming constantly and thrashing about as though his rage could manifest his will faster. As the two children became toddlers, the women socialized them frequently, more and more as little Katsuki proved to have enough energy to keep up with Izuku most of the time. Katsuki still needed occasional naps though. The boys' childhoods passed swiftly and uneventfully, until preschool when their quirks started to come in. Now, most people thought that Izuku had already gotten his quirk. The boy could eat sunlight after all, it didn't seem reasonable that there would be more to it than that. Just a standard mutation. So, when Katsuki's quirk came in and granted him explosive palms, he lorded it over the green boy. My quirk is so much better than yours, Kaken cackles as his palms crackle, running in circles around Izuku. Can your quirk make you fast like this? Izuku frowned, feeling for the tingling in his chest that had been bothering him for the last few weeks. He takes a deep breath reflexively as Kaken passes him, and suddenly feels strength rushing through his body. For a moment, tiny golden motes of light seem to float in the air and following the inward pull of his breath before vanishing into the boy's throat. Izuku takes a tentative step, then another, then 30 more, running across the park faster than the staccato explosions of the other boy could propel him. Look Kaken, he shouted gleefully, I can go fast like you. I just needed more sunshine. Holy crap. The other boy shouts, that's awesome Aizu. We are going to be the coolest heroes ever. A week later Izuku decided to test his resistance to fire, begging Kaken to hit him with a strong explosion. The explosive boy gives in, blasting him point blank and flinging Izuku across the playpark. Much to their shock, by the time Izuku has hit the ground the burn and scorch marks are gone. Golden motes dance as the plant boy pants heavily, skin already smooth and unblemished. I'm invincible! Izuku screams happily, hit me again Kaken. A few minutes away, in the kitchen of their modest house, Inko Midoriya shivers. For some reason she has a feeling her life is about to get a lot more stressful. The boys enter elementary school as fast friends. Izuku is so high energy none of the other kids want to play with him, unable to keep up with the infinitely energetic teen. It isn't any fun to play tag with someone who can completely revitalize themselves with a few breaths after all. Izuku's only companion is Katsuki, his quirk raising his blood pressure and making him nearly as energetic, body constantly pumping with adrenaline. Explosion does not grant the boy any additional stamina, but what it lacks Katsuki makes up for in pure grit and determination. The boy's parents have resorted to letting them loose for hours at a time in the park beside their house, and recess at elementary school often devolves into the two running near marathon, relative to their age, games of tag around the playground as they scream and throw themselves across play structures. It is during elementary school that the true extent of Izuku's regenerative abilities are revealed. The two boys are playing on a bridge, happily roughhousing and glad to be in a new environment, their mothers following along behind them at a more sedate pace. Izuku hops up onto the wall of the bridge, balancing precariously as he shows off his balance to his mother and pseudo-aunt. "Look, Mom," the small green child calls, "no hands." "Izuku, get down from there this instant." Izuku goes to hop down, and trips on a rock. He teeters for a moment, his mother and Katsuki rushing towards him in an attempt to stop the inevitable, and then he tumbles off the bridge. The green boy falls limply through the air for a few heart-stopping seconds, then catches his head on a sturdy branch, leaving it behind as his body thuds into the floor surprisingly intact. Inko screams in horror, hurrying down the sloped banks towards his body, tears streaming down her face. By the time Inko reaches the bottom, Izuku's head has dissolved into brown and crispy plant matter, and his neck is shimmering with golden light as a replacement grows back. Moments later, he sits up looking no worse. "For where?" "Mom," he says excitedly, "my head popped off. Then it popped back on. That's so cool." Inko just sobs, holding him close and wondering how her life had ended up so strange. When Izuku was 10, his homeroom teacher recommended him to a psychologist. 2 months later he was diagnosed with quirk-induced periodic ADHD, and nobody was surprised. According to the doctor, the energy his quirk constantly fed him was more than he could use, and when he wasn't actively using it, it overcharged his brain and messed with it, producing symptoms similar to hyperactive ADHD. Using the energy helped regulate his symptoms, so it became common to see Izuku working on homework while flat out sprinting on a small treadmill with his enhanced speed. Eventually, his father rigged a small generator to the treadmill, and when Izuku ran, which was often, he helped offset their power bill. His father also started slipping protein and other extra nutrients they couldn't otherwise convince the stubborn child to eat into the mineral shakes the boy had to drink to supplement his photosynthesis, and Izuku rapidly built muscle as he exercised. He was still a child in a child's body, but fitness was never an issue for the green boy, and his body stayed toned in the stringy way a child's does. Thankfully for his parents, sleep remained a non-issue for the boy. His quirk needed bright sunlight to empower him, and during the night it was drastically reduced inefficiently. The doctors described it as essentially running on a battery, like a solar panel. Izuku had to be extra careful at night, since his regeneration was much slower, and he was possibly killable during these hours. The doctors theorized taking too long to regrow a part would cause permanent damage to his body, but nobody wanted to risk doing any tests. In solidarity with his friend, Katsuki went to a child therapist as well. He was informed he had anger management issues, and started a regimen to learn to control his emotions properly, but they often leaked out at school during these years. Katsuki became a bit of a bully, blowing up at people and then subsequently blowing them up. That is, until Izuku defeated him with the power of extreme violence, showing him the error of his ways. Bakugo stalked towards the sniveling child on the ground, palms sparking menacingly. "I'll show you for challenging me extra," the explosive boy promised, taking another step towards him. "Kaken, stop that!" Izuku screamed, jumping in front of them, the following explosion scorching his shoulder instead of the crying boy's face. "Heroes don't hurt people. He deserves it," Bakugo says, childlike cruelty shining through in all its splendor. "He was looked down on me, as if this extra could ever stack up to me." Mom says not to take your feelings out on other people. Izuku protested. Stop letting your inferiority complex guide your actions. Bakugo sprung forwards with a scream, slamming twin exploding palms into Izuku's shoulders and blasting him into the fence. Neither of the young boys had had any combat training at all, so the ensuing fight was less an actual fight and more of a brawl. The two rolled around on the ground, hurling insults and punches as they tore into each other in the most hurtful ways they knew how to. 15 minutes later, Bakugo was on the ground covered in bruises and bite marks, his broken arm cradled against his chest as he sobbed. The boy he had been bullying was long gone, and Izuku stood in front of him panting. The plant boy was without a mark on him, but he had tears streaming down his face from the pain that the vanishing injuries had caused and the hurtful things his friend had said. 20 minutes after that, the boys were sitting in the principal's office while their mothers scolded them before bringing them home for yet more scolding. The two were suspended for 3 days, and Bakugo was placed on disciplinary probation for the rest of the school term. The next week, Bakugo was more restrained. His therapist noticed a marked improvement in his efforts during sessions, and he never bullied another student again. Bakugo's abrasive personality didn't fade, but he limited himself to verbal abuse and to attacking Izuku. The boys never told anyone what they had said to each other during their fight, and beating each other to a pulp became their new favorite game and method of conflict resolution. The boys graduated elementary school a little over a year after that, and all their teachers breathed a sigh of relief. Their final year had been nearly uneventful compared to some of the others, except for what was termed the roof-jumping incident. Bakugo had gotten set off at Midoriya during a fight, and in the timelessly cruel manner children have, told him to go take a swan dive off a roof. Midoriya, being a feral demon child, promptly threw himself out of the 4th-story window in front of a class full of, now traumatized, students and their homeroom teacher. To make matters worse, the boy had walked back into the school afterwards, so students looking out the window did not see him fully recovered, but rather not at all. Homeroom and the following few classes had to be cancelled while the teachers desperately calmed the students down and tracked down where Midoriya had gone. The plant child turned out to be in the teacher's lounge, having his 3rd coffee of the day, liquids being the only substance his altered digestive tract could properly consume, while cackling maniacally. He was given a week of detention and a 710 for form from Bakugo, and his classmates were given a week of free counseling sessions to help them process the event. Midoriya retained his habit of leaping off of tall objects and out of taller objects for the rest of his school career and beyond, much to his mother's distress. "Come on, Kaken, we are going to be late." "Well, maybe if you hadn't gotten us lost, we wouldn't be running late." Katsuki tightened his backpack strap as he chased after the jogging plant in front of him, weaving through the crowd on their way to the cafe. "How am I supposed to know they had turned my normal shortcut into a bowling alley?" Izuku called back over his shoulder, "And I'm not the one who picked a fight with that elderly man." "Well, how was I supposed to know he was ex-JSDF?" The two boys ran into their favorite cafe a few minutes later, panting in the entranceway for a moment. The barista waved at them cheerfully from behind the counter. "Hello, boys. Just in time, our lunch. Special is almost over. Order for 2. "Yes, please." A few minutes later, the two boys are sitting at a small table with steaming cups of green tea in front of them. During the lunch special, the tea at this cafe is made via the owner's Quirk and revitalizes you more than a cup of coffee twice its size would. It had been the boys' tradition to always drink one before any test at school, but they only had a small window of time during their lunch. They hurriedly sipped their drinks, chattering away about the upcoming calculus quiz. "Freeze!" a man cried, the door slamming open as he entered. "This is a robbery." The robber was a towering giant of a man, with hair down to his waist that writhed and wiggled around like it was alive. He had a large knife in his hand and started going from table to table with a sack and a request for valuables. Within a few minutes, he had a bulging sack of various jewelry and cash, and he had made his way to the boys' table. "You know the drill, lads. Give me your wallets, phones, anything of the sort," the man said, brandishing his knife. "But sir," Izuku said innocently, "all I have in my wallet is Ligma." "What's Ligma?" "Ligma ball," the boy cackled. shoving his seat back to avoid the man's furious slash. That was a mistake. I can legally fight back now. The robber grunted angrily, distantly worried by the way the green boy's friend was just sitting in his seat unconcernedly. He advanced on the kid, tripping him quickly and ramming his knife into the child's shoulder. Silly kid, you should know better than to stand up to villains. The robber said, pulling the knife out. I can do this all day. Izuku said, pulling the knife back in with a wince and decking the robber with a right cross while he was still shocked. What ensued would later be described to the police as a surreal, cartoonish experience. The robber aggressive chopped and stabbed at the lightly glowing green boy like he was pruning a hedge, and Izuku relentlessly advanced like a tide of greenery overwhelming an old ruin. When the heroes arrived nearly 15 minutes later, the robber was reduced to sobbing and frantically stabbing at the boy, who had him cornered by the wall while T-posing and was yelping in pain every time the knife slid into his torso. See, the funny thing about getting stabbed a lot is you get used to it, Izuku remarked cheerfully. Why are you already used to being stabbed? The robber sobbed, horrified by the green demon child in front of him. Please, lock me up, heroes. Take me away from this kid. The boys were late to their test, much to Katsuki's chagrin, but at least being stabbed 67 times in the chest is an acceptable excuse for lateness, so they got to make up the test in detention instead of failing it. Inko sighed as she let the local detective in to take her son's statement about an incident of self-defense for the 4th time that month. Izuku had developed a habit of coincidentally being attacked on the scene of a crime, and then fighting back as any reasonable bystander would. It was admirable, and she was glad her son was growing up to be such a compassionate boy, but it sure was going to make her go prematurely gray. He was in his 2nd year of middle school now and had a record for near vigilantism that was longer than some criminals' actual records. Inko couldn't believe she was thinking this, but thank God Katsuki hung out around him so often, so that he could rein Izuku in sometimes. And he still hadn't stopped jumping off buildings, and if she got even one more call about trespassing on rooftops and fatal parkour injuries during her workday, she was going to show the DMN boy a fatal injury. Was it too much to ask to only jump off public buildings? At least the governmental office workers probably deserved the stress of it, DMN bureaucrats. A few minutes later and the detective was on his way out, turning down her offer of tea as usual. He did suggest that she enroll Izuku in some form of martial art or self-defense course, since he couldn't seem to avoid these incidents. That seemed like a good idea, and maybe Katsuki could join him. The boys could work off some of that steam. Yes, now that she thought of it, sessions at the local MMA club 4, maybe 7 or 10 times a week sounded excellent to her. Inko puttered off to call Mitsuki, humming to herself as she did so. The early evening crowd of the illegal fight club roared in excitement as the lithe-masked fighter entered the ring. The Green Goblin refused to fight during the normal nighttime sessions, but he drew in such a massive crowd that the owner of the club had started scheduling dinnertime fights just to showcase the short, curly-haired gremlin. His opponent of the night was a giant of a man, towering over the tiny boy. His hands were the size of spades, and he had a heteromorphic mutation that turned his skin ashen gray. They called him the Undertaker, and he was the reigning club champion. The Green Goblin had never fought him before, because he had previously refused to fight during the earlier hours, but the lure of prize money had finally called him forth. The referee backed out of the cage and shut the door, locking it tight before moving to his platform. He nodded to the Goblin's corner coach, a teen of medium height with spiky blonde hair and a permanent scowl. 30 seconds later, he hollered out a greeting and then started the match. The Green Goblin raced forwards in his signature fashion, clawing up the cage wall and gaining height before launching his entire body at the head of his opponent, limbs stretched out to go in for a vicious grapple. The Undertaker pivoted surprisingly smoothly for a man of his size, and neatly slapped the Goblin out of the air with a bone-crunching blow. The small boy bounced limply across the cage floor, coming to rest at the other corner. The crowd gasped in horror dramatically, and then began the signature chant. Rise, Sun God. Rise, Sun God. Rise, Sun God. They whipped into a frenzy as the boy knit back together before their eyes, green skin writhing and twisting as he rose from the floor in a jerky motion. The Undertaker recoiled, not having believed the rumors about this particular fighter. His shock at the immortal goblin being a literal title did him no favors, as the feral child leapt forwards and lashed out with vicious kicks into the sides of his kneecaps. The giant man slowly creaked to the ground, his knees unable to support his great weight any longer. The two fighters grappled for a moment, the teenager about the same height as the kneeling man. Brutal punches were exchanged, knocking each fighter back and forth as they swayed in a gruesome dance. The goblin would not stop coming though, and his punches seemed to speed up, his signature golden aura growing as he prepared for a finishing blow. A little bit of green. The goblin screamed, slamming an empowered fist into the Undertaker's jaw, knocking him flat on his back unconscious in one hit, his jaw distended and broken. The crowd went wild as the cage was unlocked, a massive stack of 1,000-yen notes handed to the triumphant teen. His coach jostled his shoulder as the two walked out of the club, vanishing quickly without mingling as usual. Izuku waved goodbye to Katsuki as he started to make his way home, midway through their final year of middle school. The other teen was a member of the fashion club at his parents' request, much to his embarrassment and Izuku's glee. So, on Tuesdays like this one, Izuku made his way home alone, spending a rare afternoon in solitude before they would meet up after dinner for their MMA lessons. Izuku had been cycling through martial arts to pick up a rounded set of skills for the past year and a half and had recently begun learning capoeira to add some flexibility to his moveset. Katsuki had consistently stuck to taekwondo and aikido, finding that they complemented his quirk quite well. He ducked into the overpass he normally used as a shortcut on his walk home, stuffing his hands in his pockets and whistling. It was a nice, sunny day, and his energy was running high as it usually did this time of year. Suddenly his arms were clamped to his sides as something gross and slimy enveloped part of his body, probing at his mouth and trying to force its way in. "Hold still, kid," the slime villain shouted as it restrained him. "You're green so you won't be a fantastic disguise, but you'll do for a disposable meat suit." Izuku trashed about, starting to power up his quirk to rip free. He opened his mouth to draw in the extra UV particles he needed. Big mistake. The slime flowed into his mouth quickly, choking him and stifling his airflow at every turn. "Huh!" the villain shouted in confusion. "Where is your stomach? What is going on here?" The hesitation cost the villain greatly, as moments later All Might himself came bursting out of the sewers and smashed him away, collecting the gunk into a large soda bottle at insane speeds. Izuku panted for a moment, gasping to recover his breath, and massaging his throat where dark green bruises were swiftly appearing. "Are you okay, young man?" All Might said, picking up a book that had fallen out of his bag and signing it before handing it back to him. "Yes, I'm fine," Izuku said, throat already on the mend as the spring sun lent him its energy. "I can't believe I'm meeting you, sir. I have so many questions. And I would normally love to answer them, but I am late for an appointment and have to go." All Might shouted, crouching, and then leaping off into the distance. 4 kilometers of pseudo-flight later, Izuku realized that grabbing onto his cargo pants was an incredibly foolish idea. Not because of the danger, he would be fine even if he fell, but mostly because he was embarrassing himself in front of his idol. They landed on a rooftop nearby, and All Might scolded him harshly for his reckless behavior. Before he could leave, Izuku grabbed his shirt and shouted out the question that had been on his mind the entire time. "All Might, can I be a hero without a stomach?" The boy gasped out. All Might froze, then rounded on his fan with a dark look on his face. "Who sent you?" The number 1 hero shouted, grabbing Izuku by his shirt. "Are you a surviving agent of All for One, come to taunt me?" Izuku gasped, breath rattling again. "And no," he croaked. "I just don't have a stomach and wanted to know. It's my quirk, I am a plant." All Might hastily set him down, stammering out an apology as steam gusted around him. With a pop, the imposing hero was gone, and a gaunt skeleton sat in his place. This time it was Izuku's turn to gasp and grab his collar, accusing the man of being an imposter and a fake All Might. The hero frantically explained, apologizing to the young boy for his harsh treatment again as he elaborated on how a villain had mortally wounded him, and how his comment had brought back all the old memories. All Might, Hespitsti? Izuku mumbled to himself in confusion. Wow, never meet your heroes I guess. Where'd he go? The number one hero had leapt off the building while the boy was reeling from the revelation and the confirmation that losing one's stomach would not impede hero work at all. Izuku loitered on the building for a moment before the sound and sight of explosions in the distance drew his attention. Figuring he may as well top off this incredible day with some convenient self-defense, Izuku hopped off the skyscraper into a flawless swan dive, cackling madly as the wind rushed through his curly hair. 12.5 seconds later, Izuku is laying on the pavement, every bone in his body shattered as he groans in pain. 4 seconds after that and he is standing again, the only remnant of his fall a dark splotch along the arm where he hit, and even that is fading rapidly. He giggles, shaking himself off and waving at the horrified bystanders, then sets off in the direction of the explosions. Arriving at the scene to find the slime villain from earlier was a surprise. Seeing Kaken trapped inside it was even more shocking. Kaken? Izuku shouts from behind the barrier, "What are you doing here? Don't you have fashion club?" Katsuki, predictably, does not respond. Izuku figures he was just in a mood this afternoon. The rest of the onlookers figure it was because his mouth was currently being filled by large amounts of odious green slime. Izuku, predictably, takes offense to this. He clambers over the barrier and takes off running towards the slime man, slinging his backpack into their eyes with a vicious war cry. This is not, of course, an attempt to hit the slime man, rather a result of Izuku having particularly poor aim with improvised missiles. All Might arrives suddenly, striding onto the scene with a bold declaration of how inspiring the plant boy is. So bold, in fact, that the heroes present forget they should probably be arresting the green teen for illegal quirk use and vigilantism. The great hero swings a mighty fist and shatters the villain into small pieces again, compacting him into an impossibly small space. In a heartbeat, rain begins to drizzle as he stands triumphantly in front of the rescued boys, holding a full soda bottle. Izuku briefly wonders if All Might was preparing for a new brand deal with Coca-Cola, before returning his attention to the task at hand, chastising his rude friend. "What the F dash?" Kaken says, coughing up a small amount of green slime. "Why the F, are you here Izuku? I heard explosions." Izuku says, "Why didn't you say hi back you a-hole? I was currently drowning dumbass." Izuku takes offense anyway and tackles the blonde. They viciously wrestle, rolling across the singed and battered pavement while hurling an impressive number of obscenities at each other. All Might, in his infinite wisdom and Americanism, decides that this is an excellent display of passion. Combined with the true heroic drive and recklessness determination that the green-haired boy had shown, and the very resilient Quirk, it painted a great picture of a future successor as far as he was concerned. Plus, they could bond over lack of stomachs, vital to any student-mentor relationship. "My boy," the hero called, having followed the fighting children as they rolled out of the alleyway and across several busy streets until they reached a suitably abandoned lot. "Can I talk to you in private for a moment?" All Might, "At that volume you can't talk in private at all," Izuku says, kicking Katsuki in the face as he clambers to his feet. "Besides, anything you tell me I'm telling Kaken. Even if it's a state secret, especially if it's a state secret." All Might considers this for a moment, hearkening back to several wild parties in America where he himself was rather loose with state secrets. Deciding he could live with one extra person being in on his secret, he deflates in front of them. "What the F dash?" Katsuki yells, firing up his quirk to attack the skeletal man. "Kaken, wait!" Izuku cries, grabbing his wrists. "He just doesn't have a stomach." Katsuki freezes, staring at his friend in shock. He puts his hands at his sides as he mulls this over. "Nerd. You know, not having a stomach does not make someone trustworthy, right?" "It doesn't." "What the actual F dash?" "No, it doesn't." "Well then why am I so trustworthy?" "You aren't." "You take that back." Izuku cries, diving onto the blonde again as their fight recommences. "Boys." All Might helpfully reminds them of his presence, breaking up the fight so he can continue his story. "Ahem. As I was saying, I was born without a quirk. My actual quirk can be passed down and has been for generations. And if you'll accept, I want you to be my successor, young Midoriya. Oh. Is this because I can't die? Izuku says pensively, Katsuki nodding along with him sagely. You can't die. Not usually. Oh. That sure is helpful. Yeah, let's go with that. All Might says uncertainly, I had a whole spiel about your heroic qualities impressing me prepared, but it's honestly pretty generic. Immortality is a great reason though, I'm going to steal that one. So, what happens when the nerd inherits your power? Katsuki says, is he going to get super buff like you? Or just be a pipe cleaner still? Well, if he was to accept my power right away, he would likely explode, and I have a business trip for the next 2 weeks, although I guess exploding isn't much of an issue anymore. All Might hesitates, you know what, why don't I just give it to you now? And see what happens in 2 weeks. If you need anything, call Recovery Girl and tell her Yagi sent you. That seems deeply irresponsible, Katsuki says, all the times that Izuku has caused massive collateral damage replaying in his head on loop. It is. All Might says, all the parties he is going to have in Brussels playing through his head on loop. I am All Might though, so it's fine. It will be fine. Izuku says, all the buildings he can jump off, or even over now, playing through his head. I'll go somewhere remote to not draw attention. Yes. Dagoba Beach. All Might cries, remembering his original plan, clean it together, it will be great training. Now eat this. All Might, I don't have a stomach. Oh. Photosynthesize this. Please stop T-posing. Izuku sighs, looking at the looming, steaming hero in front of him. I can drink, give me a little blood. The next morning, Izuku wakes up feeling a little funny. He goes to school, and the feeling persists throughout the day. During gym class, the teacher announces they will be playing their weekly game of dodgeball. The children cheer, as this is the only time during the week that they are allowed to use their quirks. The government needed to provide a place for students to exercise their abilities and learn to control them after all, and quirk counseling really only covered diagnosis and general advice, aside from the extreme cases. Gym class provided an excellent outlet, and public respect for gym teachers soared now that they are required to have extensive certification and training to control quirk teens on a rampage. The gym teacher at Aldra Middle School was very well trained. He had a PhD in quirk sciences, a teaching degree, and had been teaching at various schools for almost 30 years. That meant at least 6 recertification courses throughout his career, so he was up to date on all modern practices. However, none of this could have prepared him for Midoriya, whose quirk was a known and controllable, if chaotic, medium, suddenly throwing a dodgeball with enough force to detonate the dodgeball against the palm of his hand from the acceleration. Nor could it have prepared him for the arm in charge of said acceleration to detonate as well, splattering the nearby students with plant matter and green blood. It did, however, qualify him to immediately perform triage, such little as was needed when dealing with regenerative quirks, and to talk Bakugo Katsuki down from attempting the same feat using his significantly less regenerable arms. So, Mrs. and Mr. Midoriya, it appears your son's quirk has undergone a basic awakening during the adrenaline rush of his gym class. The local quirk doctor says that afternoon, this is nothing unexpected, children's quirks often awaken several times while they are in PBRTY, and gym class is designed to provide a setting to both provoke and control this. Additionally, a clear linear power-up is a very normal and predictable form for an awakening to take. While it may appear concerning for now, I do not doubt that Midoriya will be able to safely control this power soon, as long as he puts some work into it. I've attached a suggested list of mental exercises that people with powerful quirks often employ to regulate output, and I suggest he avoid going all out until he matures more. The Midoriyas nod, taking the papers and ushering their son out of the office. Despite the doctor's words, or perhaps due to them, they do not doubt that there are many more exploded arms in their son's future. In fact, as soon as he disappears into his room to do who knows what, they immediately begin to place bets on how often this will be an occurrence. Hisashi wins the bet a week later, when Izuku surpasses either of their estimations by removing his arms and legs in various situations no less than 47 times. What's up, nerd? Katsuki says as he walks onto the junkyard that used to be Dagoba Beach, hands in his pockets. Got a good clear spot going today. Yeah. I think I'm really close to figuring this out. Izuku cries, waving to the other boy from the clear section in the middle of the beach. The boys had been hard at work, crushing, blasting, and smashing garbage into small bits and then bagging it. All Might had not provided any sort of instructions for disposal, so they had been putting it in Misaru's pickup and depositing it at the local dump in exchange for some pocket money from salvaged parts. I know it blows off my limbs if I use it in just one arm or breaks it severely if I reinforce with sunlight first, but what if I use it in every limb at once? You'll blow all your limbs off. Not so. Izuku says, powering up with the familiar crackle of bioelectricity and proceeding to prove that it was exactly so by blowing his limbs off in spectacular fashion. Told you. Shut the F up. You know, All Might comes back in a few days. Some great progress you got here to show him. Shut the F up. I'll get it right, trust me. Get plastered right across the nearest surface when you explode, you mean. I'll show you plastered, you motherfucker. All Might's return from Brussels was disappointingly uneventful, all things considered. He was unsurprised at Izuku's persistent detonations, albeit rather impressed he managed to rack up 473 of them. Well, young Midoriya, the hero said, sitting down on the beach and watching him work, it seems that it definitely isn't a strength issue making your limbs explode, since you are around where I wanted you to be before giving you the quirk already. I can only conclude that One for All has grown in strength greatly since I received it. Have you tried only using some of it? No. All Might spits out blood, coughing in surprise. You mean you blew your limbs off over and over for 2 weeks, and never once did you think to try something else? Oh. When you put it that way, it looks pretty bad. Young Midoriya, you never cease to amaze me with your heroic drive. All Might says, complimenting the boy's complete lack of self-preservation or fear of pain. Let us try a different approach for the rest of our time before the exam, though. Izuku stops his cleanup and walks over to his hero, wiping sweat from his brow. Like what? All Might suddenly recalls that he was supposed to be spending the last 2 weeks figuring out how to teach someone about a quirk he had learned intuitively, instead of partying wildly in Brussels. Like, calling my old mentor. Here's his number, give him a ring. Goodbye. Izuku watches as All Might flies off in a burst of steam and blood, speculating on the side effects that must be having on his health. Figuring that being the #1 hero meant a certain immunity to mortal concerns like listening to doctors, he turned his attention to the contact info in his phone. Bring. Who is this? Izuku Midoriya, Toshinori said to call this number. Toshi? That boy can't even call me himself? Well, what do you want? He said you could help train me in the use of One for All. Tell Toshi he can call me himself if he wants help. Goodbye. Izuku listened to the dial tone for a few seconds, contemplating the odds of All Might actually calling whoever was on the other end of the line. Giving it up for a bad job, he turned his attention back to the trash. The next 8 months passed smoothly. Izuku worked literally tirelessly to clear the entirety of Dagoba Beach, Katsuki helping him whenever he had a free moment. Izuku didn't make any more progress with One for All, and All Might didn't make any progress with actually calling his nebulous old mentor. The day of the entrance exam saw him excitedly drinking tea with Katsuki at a cafe, prepared to use his original quirk and his combat training to pass. I'm going to get the highest score, Kaken, just you wait. Izuku says excitedly. Idiot, you can't even use a fraction of your power without exploding, they have to take points off for that. Katsuki says angrily, slamming his empty drink onto the table. And besides, it's you. I'm waiting for news of what ridiculous happenstance goes down, not for whether or not you passed. Izuku lets out a cry of outrage as he finishes his drink, hopping up to leave. The two boys swiftly navigate to UA at a little less than a sprint, Izuku urging Katsuki to greater and greater speed out of excitement. They pull into the school gates a few minutes later, Katsuki panting while the plant boy beside him continues to vibrate with excitement, rambling about what kind of test it might be. And what if there is a rescue portion and they light a building on fire? I'll have trouble then since I can be slightly flammable if I don't hydrate enough. Or what if we have to fight other examens? I hope I don't have to go against you, I want us both to get in. Or what if there is a giant robot like bigger than normal robots and someone gets trapped under it and I have to blow my body to bits to save them, but then I get slapped and kissed? Shut the F up, Izuku, Katsuki growls out, recovering his breath. Literally none of those things could ever happen, you will be fine. What about the fire though? Okay, maybe the fire, you do tend to ignite more than average. I think that's your fault. Okay, back to shutting the F up. Besides, you drank lots of water just in case, your leaves are super green right now. You're probably a mess of moistness inside. Are you not moist inside, Kaken? No, I'm better than that. I'm a desert inside because deserts are effing cool. Izuku stares at him in horror for a moment, thinking about the implications of a sandy stomach before he gets distracted once again. He turns and bounds off towards the entrance, trying to execute a double handspring and failing miserably. Before he can hit the ground, a wave of vines wraps around him and set him smoothly on his feet. It would be a bad omen to fall. The source of the vines, an unremarkable girl aside from the thorny vines making up her hair, remarks, "The Lord above smiles on us today and we should not waste his blessings." You believe in him too? Izuku says in a reverent tone, Katsuki face-palming behind him. Of course I do. He is our savior. May you go in peace. The vine-haired girl clasps her hands in prayer for a moment, then walks off and disappears into the entranceway. You know there is no way that she was also talking about your crackpot sun god cult, right? Katsuki says drily, head emerging from his hand. What? Of course she was. I don't know of any other lord aboves, do you? I don't know. Have you considered like Jesus? Jesus is part of the sun god theology. They mounted him on a cross and burnt him as an offering. They absolutely did not. People still recreate it to this day. They absolutely do not. Then why did they burn down Notre Dame? Checkmate boombox. Izuku spins on his heel dramatically and stalks towards the door, cackling in victory as his friend trails behind him spewing expletives. The written exam passes in a blur of foot tapping and pencil chewing. Izuku feels fairly confident about it as he jogs into the auditorium for the practical presentation and says as much to Katsuki in muffled tones as Present Mike gives an enthusiastic explanation of the rules. You there. Stop muttering this instant, you are disrespecting this hallowed establishment. A tall boy with blue hair is pointing at Izuku and seemingly chastising him for breaking the quiet. I cannot. Izuku calls back in an affronted voice, because I was whispering not muttering, and a distinguished candidate like yourself should be highly aware of the difference. The blue-haired boy sputters for a moment as laughter ripples through the auditorium, then jerkily sits back down without elaborating. A moment later Katsuki and Izuku are making their way to the massive gates that enclose each testing zone, Izuku waving goodbye to Katsuki as he carries on to a further zone. Izuku does a few basic stretches, taking deep breaths to absorb as much energy as possible before the start of the exam. He starts to fidget impatiently, his mind getting restless as it hums with overactive bioelectricity. You there? The boy from the auditorium calls out, chopping his hands menacingly above Izuku's head. How could you speak so disrespectfully in the auditorium? What will the exam proctors think of your heroic spirit? How could you keep using "you there" as your opening line? Izuku says, ping his head and bouncing on the ball of his feet. Doesn't it get old? I'm sure the proctors know I am plenty heroic without me displaying perfect attentiveness, besides calling me out for acting as any other plant-human hybrid would is rather racist of you, don't you think? Racist? I, Ilda Tenya of the Ilda family, am no such thing. Then why are you persecuting me for being a plant? That doesn't seem like a very tolerant thing. How is muttering a plant-based behavior? Well, am I a plant? I assume so. Did I mutter? Yes. Therefore, muttering is a plant thing. Post hoc ergo propter hoc? I don't know what that means, so it can't hurt me. Izuku cries out happily, turning and sprinting into the testing area as the doors swing open, present mic calling out for the other examinees to follow him. So, you mean to tell me the whole spiel about a giant robot and bodily implosion actually happened? Katsuki says, pinching the bridge of his nose in confusion as he stared at his best friend over a celebratory bowl of ramen. Thus, minus the kiss. Minus the kiss, but not for lack of trying, just because you had already recovered from the giant robot turning you into a green smear on the ground? Absolutely. And did anyone see? Many people. Oh my god, they must be so traumatized. Katsuki sighs deeply, scooping up some extra spicy noodles. You have got to stop doing this, shrub. What are you going to tell Auntie when your classmates start trying to bill her for their therapy? To pay? Dad and Mom make so much money between her management position and his nebulous business. Besides, I want mentally healthy classmates so they can choose the sun god with their own free and sound minds. They won't have free and sound minds if they are unironically choosing to join your cult. Katsuki slams his hands down on the table in outrage, because the sun god isn't real. You made him up because someone made a chant on it at a fight once, and it went to your head. You have no proof. Izuku slams his hands on the table as well, staring him in the eyes. No one will take the word of an angry Pomeranian with anger issues who smells like burnt caramel over a well-respected plant like myself. Fine. We shall see. Show me one goddamn convert by finals and I'll change my hairstyle like you keep bugging me to do. Fine. See how you like looking like best genist a-hole. Monday came again a week later and found Izuku and Katsuki walking into UA for a second time. Their acceptance letters had come earlier that week, confirming their acceptance and irritating Katsuki to no end. In fact, he was complaining about them at this very moment, as he had been almost constantly for the last 4 days. I can't believe you got first FNG place. The explosive teen ranted at the massive gate, watching Izuku swipe his keycard to open it. You blew yourself apart for heaven's sake. How is that first place material? I've told you this, Kaken. Blowing my limbs off to save another showed true heroic spirit. Izuku says happily, bouncing towards the school. That poor girl was going to be crushed by the zero-pointer if I didn't step in an explosive way. What else can you ask from a hero in the end? Oh, I don't know, maybe that they stay alive and intact? Bullshit. Look at All Might, he didn't even manage to keep his internal organs intact. All Might is an exception to almost every rule and you know it. And he hit it anyway, probably because they'd revoke his license if they knew how injured he was. Actually, I have on good authority he hit it for tax purposes. What? How does that make sense, nerd? Simple. The government is racist towards people without stomachs, and they put us into higher tax brackets in an attempt to drive us into poverty. No, they effing don't. Then explain why I suddenly went up 2 brackets last year. Checkmate, racist. You went up in tax brackets because you made a shit ton of money at that fight club and decided to claim it on your income taxes because that's the heroic thing to do, whatever that means. And I'm not a racist. The boys' conversation had carried them all the way through the school and to the door of Class 1A, and the massive entrance swung open right as Bakugo finished screaming at his friend. That sounds like what a racist would say. The pink girl in the doorway says cheerfully, "Hi. I'm Mina Ishido." Finally, someone sees him for what he truly is. Izuku bounds forwards and shakes her hand, carrying onwards into the classroom in the same motion. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Not all men are born equal, and Kaken makes it his business to punish those unlucky enough to be a minority. And OIF don't, Katsuki screams, brushing past Mina to storm after Izuku. I'm the most accepting motherfucker you've ever seen. I tolerate you, don't I, shitface? Izuku turns around to face him, the rest of the class staring in shock at the sudden increase in volume and political tensions. Everyone holds their breath as Izuku gazes pensively at his best friend for 10 long seconds before clapping his hands once, crisply. You're right. You are such a good friend. Izuku announces, turning back to his new classmates, everyone, I would like to formally retract my allegations against Bakugo Katsuki. Clearly he isn't a racist, he has lots of friends who are plants. I always state my mind. A frog-like girl proclaims, breaking the awkward silence after Izuku's announcement. You are really weird, Karo. Always happy to take a compliment from a fellow greenette. Izuku says gracefully, bowing to her and backing away towards his seat. Everyone stares at him in confusion, their earlier attempts to get to know each other abandoned in the face of Izuku's hurricane entrance. Class is starting. If you have time to debate social justice, you have time to take your seats. Aizawa rises from behind the podium suddenly, watching silently as his class scramble to their seats. That took you 7 seconds? Your waste of time is illogical. This is UA. You will be pushed to your utmost limits to be the best heroes you can be. We teachers have a lot of freedom, and I intend to use mine to its full extent. Any questions before we get started? Why the hell was my class placement changed last minute? I was assigned to 1B, and when I got here, they redirected Shiozaki and I to class 1A. A blonde spoke up from the front row, tone colored with indignation. I am outraged at being placed in the inferior class, and demand you send me back. You look like a hobo. How can you even teach us effectively? You were switched last minute because of a filing error, Monoma. Traditionally, I take all the students with powerful quirks that can be volatile, and Vlad King takes the rest. The secretary handling class assignments mistook you two for having controllable quirks, until this morning when I corrected their assumption and their employment status. Aizawa says in a flat voice, glaring daggers into Monoma's eyes, and if you ever disrespect me to my face again, I'll correct your enrollment status to read expelled. Monoma gulped, nodding rapidly and looking at his desk. The blonde seemed quelled for a moment, but something about his glare and hair color was giving Izuku a strong sense of déjà vu. That goes for the rest of you as well. Show me you lack potential at any point, and I will not hesitate to end your hero academia right then and there. The teacher continued, looking up to address the class as a whole. Heroics is serious, dangerous business. I will not send anyone who doesn't hack it into the line of duty just for them to get killed. To that end, we are skipping the orientation ceremony so that I can test you all. You can thank your classmate for that. I'll see you on the sports field in 10 minutes, or I'll see you out the gate. The class scrambled for the pile of gym uniforms their teacher tossed onto Monoma's desk, hurrying down to the changing rooms as fast as possible. That was very disrespectful of you, Monoma. Ilda says as they tug their uniforms on in the changing rooms. UA is a hallowed institution, and you should tread lightly in the halls our respected alumni once walked. The rules are here for a reason. That's rich, coming from a racist. Izuku chimes in from the other side of the room. Don't think I haven't forgotten the entrance exam, Ilda. Excuse me? I am no such thing. The taller boy replies, chopping his arms frantically. I come from a long line of respected heroes, and I would never dishonor their name by stooping so low as to prosecute someone for their immutable qualities. Then stop hating on me because I don't have a stomach. You don't have a stomach? I was unaware of this. Ilda stares at the boy in confusion. We clashed over your disrespectful whispering, not anything to do with stomachs. Oh. Well, you win for now, glasses, but I'll expose you for who you are eventually. Stomach or no stomach, Izuku Midoriya always gets his man. Do you want a stomach? I've got some here. Chimes in the masked boy changing beside Izuku, the organ in question growing at the end of several undulating limbs. Oh my gosh, really? Izuku jumps up and down excitedly. Kaken, I'm going to have a stomach. Somebody call a doctor. We have a transplant to do. That's not how plants work, idiot. You can't just gain a stomach by stuffing one inside. Katsuki storms over to him and grabs his collar. Come on, we're going to be late and I don't want to be expelled. The other boys trail after them, various expressions of bewilderment on their faces. Shoji quietly turns the stomachs back into ears and eyes, not wanting to rub the poor plant boy's predicament in anymore. They bunch up with the rest of the class on the field, staring anxiously at their teacher. All right, that was 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Their teacher announces over a collective sigh of relief, you'll do, I suppose. It's time for some testing. Midoriya, you go first. What was your score for the ball throw in middle school? 70 meters. Throw it again now but use your quirk. Midoriya takes a few deep breaths, a golden glow enveloping him as he soaked in the midday sun. His skin started to crackle with bioluminosity, the air around him smelling faintly of ozone. He stared at the sky for a moment, taking on last slow breath. Settling into a stance, he pet his arm and prepared to throw. His power settles over the crowd watching him almost like a tangible weight, his fellow students bar Katsuki holding their breath for a moment. Praise the sun god. Izuku shatters the illusion of grandiosity as he screams to the sky, arm rocketing forwards. The special baseball zips out of his hand in a blur, moments before that arm shatters horrifically. Everyone's attention is suddenly torn from the vanishing ball back to Izuku as he screams in pain. His arm has multiple 90-degree bends in it, purpled and spewing dark green blood all over the ground. Izuku is cradling it with his good arm and wailing pathetically, an impressive litany of swear words accompanying his keens. The class panics. "Oh my god, is he okay?" Mina screams. Most people who destroy their arms are not okay. Todoroki deadpans behind her, seemingly unaffected by his classmates' automutilation. Sacre bleu. Quel horreur. Aoyama gasps something incomprehensible in the back of the crowd. Shut the F up extras. Katsuki says as he shoves his way past the crowd. The nerds fang fine, it's just a little broken arm. You'd think hero students would be a bit tougher than to panic at the sight of gore. What a mad revelry in darkness. Tokoyami mumbles, he does know arms don't normally explode, right? Then again, his apparently do. Izuku chooses this moment to turn around, cutting off his wailing abruptly. His arm is fully healed, the only remainder of his injury is the large splatter of blood on his uniform. It's okay guys. I'm a plant, remember, and plants grow back when you trim them. He waves happily, wiggling his newly regenerated fingers. In the back of the crowd, Yaoyorozu gasps softly, covering her mouth with one hand. What's my score, Aizawa? 1,150 meters. Aizawa deadpants, all this panic is illogical. If you can't handle a little gore, you won't make it in the hero field. I'm beginning to question if I want to make it in the hero field. Ciro mumbles. Be that as it may, for now you are all still resolved to be here. The National Education Board insists on creating a baseline for quirkless athletics, even though students use their quirks in gym and throughout the rest of their lives. This illogical behavior is the first thing I need to correct. You will be doing all the tests over again, but with full use of your quirks. Awesome! This is going to be so much fun. Mina cheers, a few of her more resilient classmates joining her. This isn't playtime. Heroics isn't fun, it's a life and death struggle against the forces of evil. Aizawa says, eyes lighting up red and silencing the group. Just to drill this into you, whoever gets last in the test will be killed. I mean expelled. We will begin with the seated toe touch. The students hurriedly organize themselves, a somewhat stifled atmosphere settling over them. Between Izuku's injuries and their teacher's looming death threat, nobody much felt like joking around. Except for Katsuki and Izuku, of course. Jesus Christ, Izuku, you've traumatized them all. Katsuki says with a grunt as he presses down on the grip strength machine, popping off some explosions for more force. Not Uraraka. Izuku replies, bones grinding as he uses his quirk to slowly compact the strength meter into an iron plate. She already saw me regenerate at the exam, so she probably can't be re-traumatized today. I totally can be. Uraraka screams at him from her own strength test. I had almost convinced myself it was just a fever dream caused by anxiety over the gigantic crippling debt my parents are in. You just had to go and manifest in the physical realm. See nerd. Traumatizing. Katsuki shakes his head as they make their way over to the long jump pit. The sheer amount of therapy bills this class will have to foot. Thank God UA has such good insurance. Well, I'll have you know trauma is good for the soul. Izuku declares happily, clearly the sandpit with an easy leap. Look at my parents. Ever since I accidentally got beheaded, they've been closer than ever. Auntie Mitsuki calls it trauma bonding, and it has worked wonders. I'm sure, Katsuki says, staring at his friend blankly, That has nothing to do with their refusal to have another child. To the point where after your dad got a VSCTMY, your mother paid for Quirk-induced sterilization. They just don't want anything to dilute their love for me. My mother got sterilized too, but she doesn't love me. Todoroki says, walking over to the boys. I don't think the two are connected. Izuku and Katsuki stares at him in horror for a moment, before collectively deciding to ignore that deeply concerning comment. Besides, the most affected is Yaoyorozu, and she is rich. Izuku declares, pointing at the seemingly naive heiress in question as she creates a pole to vault over the sand pit. What does that have to do with anything? She can afford the therapy. Katsuki facepalms as they walk to the running track for the final few tests of the day, seriously questioning his friendship with the plant boy. This is nothing concerning for Izuku though, since Katsuki seriously questions his friendship on a daily basis and always decides to stay for some unknown reason. The two take their places on the track for the final test of the day, their classmates slowly having warmed up to the two over the course of the exam. As the class collectively breaks into a jog for the long-distance run, Kirishima makes his way over to Izuku. Dude, that was so manly. How can you handle the pain of breaking your arm like that? It's simple. I focus on the deep existential pain of knowing I will never be able to consume a burger, and that distracts me from the pains of the flesh. Dude, that's so manly. Maybe I should get my stomach removed so I can handle more pain. Don't listen to a word he says. Katsuki butts in, jogging up on Kirishima's other side. He ignores the pain because he's bats hit crazy, and stomachs are dead useful. I recommend keeping yours. You're just jealous of my greatness. Izuku fires back, drawing on his quirk and picking up the pace. He pulls away from the two quickly, leaving them happily discussing workout techniques and hyperactive friends with different skin colors. Izuku puts on the gas, weaving in and out of people as he picks up more and more speed. Eventually, he catches up to Yaoyorozu on her bicycle. Hi. Nice bike you have. My name is Izuku Midoriya. I've heard, several times. I must say, you are a rather improper individual. The heiress replies. I'm only improper if you let yourself be chained by the system. If you ask me, we should all reject it and topple the corporate bourgeoisie. Well, I find myself to be a member of said upper class. So, I dare say I am adverse to such a revolution. Momo pedals a little harder to keep up with the plant boy, who in turn lowers his pace slightly, so she isn't left behind. Besides, there are tons of benefits to a capitalist system. You just need to know how to properly work it. Go on. What were you talking about with Rich Beach? Katsuki hisses at his friend as the students gather in front of their teacher after the run concludes. My spine was tingling the entire time, I could barely focus on my conversation. Oh, she was just enlightening me to the true way the world works. Izuku says ominously. All right, class. Here are the results. Aizawa calls out, displaying the rankings on his screen. Hagakure lets out a sob as she sees herself in last place, a few of the other girls around her reaching out to comfort her. Also, I lied about expelling someone. It was just a logical ruse to bring out your best efforts. The class gasps in indignation as Hagakure falls to the ground in relief. Izuku shoulders his way to the front and points an accusing finger at the underground hero. Was that entire spiel about how gory and awful hero work is just a line to scare us then? No. Hero work is dangerous, and you will all have lost at least one friend in your first few years of work. This is still serious business. Oh, thank God, I was so excited. Izuku says, drawing confused looks from his classmates. Excuse me, sir. Shizaki says loudly, also pointing a finger at him, unwittingly mirroring her fellow plant. How can you in good conscience lie to us like this? Are you not aware that the Lord above declared lying a cardinal sin? You doom yourself to hell with your very actions. Fire and brimstone will rain down on those who speak falsehoods in the end of days. The first thing you'll learn in hero work is how quickly a rigid moral code will get you killed. Aizawa says, unfazed by the accusations. He was demed to hell long ago for his actions at his UA grad party. Some morals are to be held up, I'm not telling you to be bad people or anything. But lying and deception are merely tools to help you capture villains. Heroics is a utilitarian line of work, and that doctrine could very well end with you missing in action. Shiozaki gasps, retreating back into the crowd with an offended look on her face. She mutters a few prayers under her breath, clasping her hands together as Aizawa dismisses them for the day. You know, from one plant to another I hear your plight. Izuku says, clapping the vine-haired teen on the back as they walk towards the showers. Can I maybe interest you in an alternative interpretation of theology? I have lots of interesting thoughts about the Lord above, blessed as he is. I can't believe she took offense to that. Izuku says, pressing the cold compress recovery girl had given him to his forehead. Take that thing off, you healed hours ago. Katsuki grunts, walking beside him. Of course, she was effing offended. You told her that her god was fake. Well, he is. You can't just tell people that Aizu. They need to be enlightened. It's AF cult, there is no enlightenment. Izuku tosses the cold compress behind him, wincing as a cat's caterwaul sounds out from the yard it landed in. He waves his hands in the air dramatically, turning towards their neighborhood. You'll see, Kaken, you'll see. And oh, I won't. Soon the veil of racism will be lifted and you will embrace true light, basking in the glory of our Lord and Savior, he who resides above, King of all he sees, the blazing glorious one, the sun. You need to stop watching so many telepastors. They've been giving you ideas again. The only ideas I have been given are about pharmaceuticals. Now let's jog home. I need time before MMA to diversify my portfolio. Diversify your what? Katsuki stops in the middle of the street for a moment, sidesteps a car, then stops again. You don't have a stock portfolio, Izuku. I don't have a stock portfolio? Yet. With what money? Sheet. Let's just go home. We have class in an hour and I want some juice. This system is cruel tyranny. Juice now. Today is your first heroics class. You have all heard rumors about this class, and about UA's newest hire. Please welcome to class. I am coming through the door like a normal teacher. All Might skids into the classroom as the students cheer, collectively oblivious to Eraserhead's silent indignation at having his thunder stolen by an American. Now if you'll please stop making finger guns at Midoriya, since I do not feel like unpacking that today, I am going to go take a nap while you teach. Eraserhead says, zipping up his favorite yellow sleeping bag and rolling out the doorway, mumbling Latin words as he goes. Okay, let's see here, lesson plans. All Might mumbles at the front of the class for a moment, fumbling with the small briefcase he has beside him. Crap. Well, true heroes are forged in the moment. The number one hero throws the briefcase with a shout, nearly beheading Mineta as it whizzes out of the window with a crash. A moment later, the faint complaints of a poor cat float through the broken window. So manly. Today we fight. Battle trials. The great hero shouts, posing dramatically as the class cheers again. But first, the clothes mocketh the man, or woman. Costumes. Izuku fastens the last button on his costume as he looks around the changing room. He is wearing a pair of blue overalls, combat boots, and a stylish green cap with an M for Midoriya. On his hands go white gloves meant to help absorb impacts and cushion his knuckles without being too bulky, and a small communicator clips into his ear. All right, he shouts, pumping his fist in the air excitedly. Nice costume, Midoriya. Overalls are very manly. Kirishima shouts, smashing his fists together. I like the gardener motif. It befits a plant hero such as yourself. Adds Ilda, his voice echoing some from inside his armor. Your costume suits you really well too, Ilda. Izuku says as they make their way out of the room, I always knew you were a white knight kind of guy. Ilda just splutters, hands chopping wildly as the rest of the class breaks into giggles. All Might looks on at them in confusion, standing majestically in front of a building. Well, Zygotes, you look like heroes now. All Might shouts. Can anyone tell me where most villains are found? In the ghettos where all those filthy pores live. Does anyone other than Yaoyorozu have an answer? Izuku? Indoors. Most villains who matter are wise enough to stay out of the prying eyes of the public. Exactly. Villains love to hide in buildings. Some of the worst you'll ever find hide in places like raves, college parties, and frat houses. Heroes spend a lot of their time investigating these places, of course. All Might says, tapping his finger on his nose, for today's exercise you will be doing 2-on-2 indoor combat. One team will be guarding a bomb, and the other will be the heroes trying to capture them. Is it a real bomb? We'll be expelled if we fail. Ilda asks, arms chopping. What? Why would you think that? All Might says, reeling. Aizawa-sensei is always telling us about how our gore and bits will be splattered all over the walls if we don't practice logic and constant vigilance. A real bomb would be just like him. Kaminari says. Explosions and gore sounds kind of manly. Well, do not worry, Zygotes. Nobody is going to get exploded today. Midoriya's scream echoed through the speakers in the viewing room, rattling painfully as his left side was immolated by Bakugo's gauntlet explosion. All Might shifted awkwardly, feeling the judging eyes of the students on his back. I am never going to get used to that. Still so much trauma, Karo. On screen, Midoriya rallied swiftly and responded to Bakugo in a truly American fashion that just warmed All Might's heart. He kicked him in the crotch, sending the blonde teen flying across the room and renewed winces rippling through the guys in the class. The two closed on each other instantly, viciously sparring across the half-destroyed second floor of the building. Midoriya slammed 3 quick punches into Bakugo's side, taking a vicious hook kick to the head in return. The green boy stumbled backwards, wiping some blood off his face as Bakugo pursued him angrily. An explosion blasts Midoriya into a wall, and a follow-up puts him through that wall and into another wall. Aizawa-sensei was right, Azui says, heroics is a gory mess. We will all die early, Karo. Now class, Bakugo and Midoriya Shounen are just outliers. Let's not hold heroics as a whole to their standard. All Might says worriedly, seeing a crowd of nervous faces. Maybe this was a poor choice for a first match. Let's all turn our attention to the other screen, where Uraraka and Ilda are doing a great job showing off heroics without gore. Indeed, Ilda is merely zipping around a clean concrete room while Uraraka fruitlessly dashes after him. The bomb sits in the middle of it, gleaming metal painted black and plastic fins standing out against the plain concrete. Come back here, you speedy bee. Such language is not appropriate for school, Uraraka. Ilda cries, lifting the bomb and running to the other corner of the room. As a villain, I will not let you heroes by until this bomb has exploded, causing massive civilian casualties. Uraraka screams, charging forwards as something is conveyed to her over her headset. Those in the class paying attention have a split second to look over at the other screen and see Midoriya throw himself into the air and onto Bakugo's lit gauntlet before the floor of the room explodes. Midoriya's body goes flying by, clipping Ilda as the massive hole in its chest rains plant matter and bloody sap all over. Uraraka's scream slowly transforms into a shriek of terror as she continues to charge forwards, grabbing the bomb desperately with her eyes clenched shut. Closed eyes cannot block out the sound of Midoriya's body wetly slapping into the wall though, and she wails as he slowly slides down the wall. Heroes win. Bakugo's curses are the only noise aside from Uraraka's sniffles for a while, as the class quietly contemplates their own mortality. Their classmate's body glows softly as it reforms, the hole in Midoriya's chest sealing up rapidly. In the corner of the observation room, Shiozaki has her head bowed, muttering desperate prayers for God to banish the demon that haunts her. The class moves to another building, and everyone is grateful that the rest of the matches pass mostly without incident. Even the sound of Monoma monologuing as he swiftly dispatches his opponents using Bakugo's copied quirk isn't enough to sully their relief. Alright, today you need to choose a class president. Aizawa says, I don't care how. You have the rest of homeroom to decide. The tired man sinks into his yellow sleeping bag and rolls behind his podium as the class erupts into pandemonium. Everyone wants to put their hat in for the position of leader, and for a few minutes nothing but chaos reigns. Silence! Ilda's voice cuts through the clamor, his arms chopping like never before. We will decide this democratically. Who would like to put their name forwards? There is a brief scuffle as nominations are decided, people arguing with friends and trying to gain enough support to pass Ilda's approval. At the end of it all, half the PRD has elapsed and there are 4 candidates: Yaoyorozu, Ilda, Midoriya, and Shiozaki. The class decides that each candidate should give a speech before they vote, much to Ilda's approval. I would like to thank you all for your dedication to the democratic process and for the opportunity to speak to all of you. He begins, voice level and confident. If I am elected class president, I promise to change things for the better, which I believe will be best achieved by implementing the following systems. The narration of this speech has been cut short, as Izuku fell asleep here and only awoke 10 minutes later when it had concluded. Thank you for your time, I will try to keep this brief. Yaoyorozu says when she finally gets her turn to speak. If I am class president, I will represent you all capably in the student council and advocate for your benefits. I believe I am well suited to this position from my upbringing and previous experience as class president in middle school. That is all, thank you. The class claps wildly, incredibly grateful for a shorter form speech. Kaminari starts pounding his desk, and Jiro Wolf whistles. If I am elected president, I will advocate on your behalf and help guide you forwards into the light. I see a vision of us all working for the good together, tied in unity by the guiding light above us. I would help the class along the way, and particularly I would act as a moral compass to rein in all of the unsavory elements among us who would sow chaos. Shiozaki concludes her speech by glaring furiously at Midoriya, taking her seat primly and folding her hands on her desk. The class all nod along, acknowledging the need for someone to caretake Midoriya and Bakugo. Izuku thought this was ridiculous since he was not an issue at all. He had no stomach, and frankly that made him the most qualified and trustworthy out of anyone here. Alrighty, Izuku says brightly, bouncing in place behind the podium as he finally gets his time. I should be president because it will enhance our class's diversity representation, and because I can take all the abuse our sadistic teacher will surely throw at us. I have no stomach, which makes me incredibly trustworthy. At this point, a confused Kaminari leans across the aisle to confirm with Jiro if that is actually how stomachs work, and I can bring a happy energy to us all to counter the aura of fear from our sensei. Izuku looks out over his uncertain classmates, and since he is an empath, self-diagnosed, he can sense that they are not quite sold on him as president. Also, if you elect me, I promise to make Shiozaki my vice president and refer most important decisions to her, so that I can focus on the truly important things like happiness while she reins me in, as she claimed she would. I can't believe you actually won the election, Katsuki says as he sits down at the table with Izuku lunch tray in hand. You voted for me though. Yeah, out of solidarity. I didn't expect you to actually win. I voted for Midoriya because of how manly he is. Kirishima says, sitting down beside him, I was super impressed at his battle trial performance. He literally died. Katsuki protests, glaring at the redhead. How is that impressive? I for one, Monoma says, cutting in, voted for him since he acknowledged the superiority of the transfers by promising to appoint Shiozaki. He only did that to manipulate us. Katsuki shouts, rounding on the blonde, and why are you here anyway? As the superior student, I can choose to sit wherever I want. And next to our illustrious president seems like a suitable place for someone as great as I. Even if all these extras are gathered around him. Extra? Who are you calling extra? That's my terminology, you blonde prick. Izuku sips his protein shake as he looks at the two blondes squabbling. It was sort of like watching someone fight their reflection honestly. He wondered if this was a natural predisposition in blondes to fight for superiority. Or maybe Monoma is Katsuki's doppelganger, and he wants to kill him and take his place. He can already copy Quirk's, so he could just copy Katsuki's and become him. Izuku looks up to see the blondes frozen, staring at him in horror. That's not how my Quirk works. Monoma says concernedly, they vanish after 5 minutes, and I don't become whoever I copy. You were muttering, Katsuki explains, and I am nothing like this chucklefuck, so don't say that again, Izu. Before Izuku can respond, A squealing alarm rings out through the cafeteria and all of the students frantically stand. An older student screams about people invading campus, and a stampede quickly forms in the hallway. "My first act as president," Izuku says triumphantly. "Katsuki, we must stop the crowd." "All right, let's do this," Katsuki says, jumping to his feet. "Okay, shoot your biggest explosion at me right now." "So let me get this straight," Aizawa says, rubbing his forehead tiredly. "You figured the cause of the stampede was the reporters from this morning. Why?" "Because I gave one of them a number from a really good demolition squad since they were struggling with the gate, and a hero is always helpful," Izuku says, seated in front of Aizawa in the teacher's lounge after the lockdown concludes. "And you were correct, as said demolition squad had turned up and blasted our gate to bits for them. That squad was a villain group, by the way, and I'm not even going to ask where you met them." "They were," Izuku says in shock, "but they seemed so nice. One of them even helped me with that itchy spot on my head." "He cut it off, didn't he?" "Yes, it was very helpful. I'm not going to unpack that today," Aizawa says with a sigh. "So knowing this, you decided you needed to alert the crowd so they would stop panicking." "Yes. I needed to draw their attention to the window to see the reporters." "So, you had Bakugo use an explosion to fire you into the window, splattering half your body across it and shattering the window, before free-falling out of it in front of 4 live news feeds." "Of course. It made everyone look at the window, and they stopped stampeding right away. If I hadn't acted that fast, someone could have gotten hurt." "And you saw no issue with this, and follow his command immediately?" Aizawa says, turning to Katsuki. "He's class president now, you said yourself we should follow his lead." Bakugo says, flipping Aizawa off. "Right." Aizawa stands up with another deep sigh. "You both have detention." The underground hero slinks out of the room in search of painkillers for his headache and more hazard pay from Nedzu, praying he can get at least one of the two. Behind him, Izuku and Katsuki stare at each other and shrug, getting up to go to their next class. This just in. In a shocking turn of events during a routine invasion of UA today, the illustrious institution was revealed to be a bastion of child cruelty. UA claims innocence in child's free fall, but who is really to blame? Green kid notorious locally for causing trouble? Is UA really at fault? Past teachers of UA victim come forwards. Demon child unmasked. UA, a school run by lizards from space? Tune in at 4 to find out. Nedzu cackled as he finished perusing the headlines that had cropped up in the few hours that had passed since Midoriya's glorious exit via the window. The bad press was mildly concerning since it would directly impact his precious sports festival budget, but it was nothing a mind as great as him could not mitigate. The rodent of indeterminable origin's hands flew across the keyboard as he accessed cached blackmail and dispensed it to several news agencies, watching real-time as frantic retractions and puff pieces replaced the offending articles. While he waiting, his free hand typed up several posts on his anonymous and influential collection of blogs and Reddit accounts, swaying the remaining important sections of the population. Anyone intelligent knew not to listen to either source, but anyone with intelligence was either marginalized by the overwhelming majority that was the public or was Nedzu himself and therefore not a danger to UA. After the disaster had been averted and UA's reputation was once again more or less stable, Nedzu took some free time to pursue some beneficial press for UA via one of his side hobbies. "Hello, Rat King? What do you need?" A certain plant child caused a lot of issues for UA in the news cycle today. "I need his class to experience some beneficial PR and be pushed to a center stage to boost sports festival revenue. PR damage to school security will be acceptable this time." "All right, Rat, I can do that. Wire the funds to my normal account. I already have just the group in mind." "Thank you, Jiren. As always, I find you most amenable." Nedzu placed his landline back on the receiver and indulged in a customary cackle, watching the sharks swirl in their cage, visible via glass floor under his personal desk. Yes, life was great, and this sports festival would be even greater. But first, "All right, brats," Aizawa says tiredly as he walks into the classroom the next day, "you had a bit of turmoil yesterday, and usually an incident like that would result in some shuffling in the class hierarchy. Izuku drew in a deep and glowing breath, reinforcing his lungs as he prepared to vocally protest the coming injustice. However, Netsu has once again refused my request for either a raise or hazard pay, so I couldn't care less. Midoriya will remain class president, and Shiozaki will remain vice despite her failure to control him. Frankly, I mostly blame Shiozaki for this incident, as you were on the other side of the cafeteria instead of watching Midoriya, as is your solemn duty to global safety. Izuku lets out a loud cheer at the news of his continued rulership, and Shiozaki mutters a frantic prayer as she realizes she will be required to spend large swaths of time in contact with her fellow plant. Today we are having a field trip to USJ. Aizawa begins his announcement, but any following words are drowned out by the explosion of cheers from the class. He continues speaking tiredly, his mouth working as all sound is erased by the class nattering. Yes. I love the USJ. Kaminari shouts out excitedly, jumping up in his chair. So many MILFs taking their young children to the park. Mineta joins him on the chair a moment later. Such a glorious bastion of capitalistic waste and expenditure. Momo calls out in an uncharacteristic show of enthusiasm, remaining primly seated in her chair. F.A.N. idiots, obviously we aren't going to the real USJ. Katsuki calls out over the pandemonium. Yeah. They just had a PR scandal, USJ would be a disaster. Izuku says, happy his expertise is helpful. Why? Karo. Azui asks, turning to Izuku in confusion. USJ is notorious for child kidnappings. Izuku says patiently, I myself have gotten kidnapped there every single time I went, and I've been 3 entire times. If a child was kidnapped, and even worse if they grabbed one of the non-immortal children and it died instead of recovering from the kidnapping, it would be a PR failure for UA. And the bus we take has had seatbelts removed for ease of escape and will be unconventionally laid out because I want to watch Ilda suffer. Oh, you can hear me again. Well, time to be off. Aizawa's voice fades back into the audible range of the students as their shouts peter off in favor of staring at Izuku in horror. The class president in question just smiles wildly at the chance to be helpful, like a real hero, and hops up. Alright guys. To the bus. Let's go quick so Aizawa-sensei can get to his afternoon nap faster. Was he serious about the kidnappings? Monoma whispers to Katsuki as the class obeys Izuku, filing out of the classroom and towards the bus. Unfortunately, yes, it was a big pain in the butt. Especially the one where they drew and quartered him, and we had to go find all the bits. Class 1A is full of lunatics. Monoma mumbles to himself in shock as they make their way through the hallways. And I thought I was the cur one. Izuku hums to himself and kicks his feet, happily seated on the irregular bus. Across from him Ilda had his head in his hands, still recovering from a minor breakdown over the failure of his seating chart goals. The 2 presidents had just stood aside and let him try to organize the students, only taking over, on Shiozaki's part. Izuku just cackled maniacally, once he had looked inside the bus and been devastated. So, Mineta, Izuku begins, looking at the great boy sitting near him, why are you here? You got transferred to 1B right away in the term, but then you just kind of kept showing up to class. Yes. Mineta cries, standing up on his seat. I could not let a simple class transfer prevent my quest for big-breasted women. And 1B simply does not have the correct pickings I need to fuel my epic journey. Shiozaki leaps out of her seat with religious fervor, pulling a Bible out of what seemed like the ether but was actually a fold in her gym uniform. It was a pleasantly compact Bible. She never went anywhere without one, and slamming it over Mineta's head aggressively. You filthy heathenistic grape! She screams. Keep your godforsaken thoughts away from the pure women of this class. Oh, you can never stop me, you freaky nun. Mineta cries, sitting back in his seat again and glaring at the vice president from across the aisle. Anyways, I just wandered back over to 1A, and I don't think Aizawa actually cares. Vlad King probably wonders where I am, but he's so tall I'm sure he just thinks he's missing me. I've been listed as present on attendance almost every day so far. I might go back to 1B though, people keep nearly beheading me here despite my stature, and my viney nemesis transferred to 1A with me. Izuku nods sagely, the situation making perfect sense to him despite the bewilderment of several nearby classmates. If Mineta had a personal goal, it was only correct to help him out like a real hero. Accomplishing one's aspirations was admirable indeed. Izuku wouldn't stoop so low as to indulge in Mineta's methods though. He was an exalted religious figure with a reputation to uphold. Well, Mineta, I know harassment isn't appreciated, but have you considered other, perfectly religiously permissible methods of wooing? Like what? Marriage? Mineta says, the word dropping out of his mouth like a curse and making Shiozaki hiss in response. That's one way to go about it, but I was actually thinking of something much simpler, being actually attractive. Izuku says, oblivious to the way many of his nearby classmates suddenly developed dangerous coughing fits, only noting Shiozaki's lack of reaction as she turned around to help Katsuki recover his breath. As the leader of a glorious cult, I can attest to the raw power of charisma in swaying people your way. Most girls will likely appreciate if you act a bit better and focus on real attractiveness. How could that be possible though? I'm short and ugly. Mineta protests, tears welling in his eyes. Nobody noticed these tears since they are such a normal occurrence for someone like Mineta. Izuku attributed his overactive tear ducts and lacrimal glands to the underuse of other, lower, ducts and glands. Well, there are quirks to change your appearance if you really care. Katsuki and I used a temporary one to sneak into an illegal fight club once. At this point, Katsuki stopped choking and borrowed Shiozaki's Bible to wallop Izuku soundly. I've heard they can be super useful. Also, permanent ones exist. Izuku claps his hands together suddenly, a stoke of genius coming to him. But even without a changed appearance, you could still succeed since everyone is beautiful at heart. What you really need is a deeply charismatic teacher to help out. Can you teach me the ways? Mineta says, still crying from the emotional damage of Izuku's unwieldy pep talk. No, he effing can't. Katsuki cuts in, shitty plant boy wouldn't know flirting if it slapped him in the face. If we hadn't grown up together, I'd be convinced he reproduced asexually. Then who? Mineta screams in despair. Vlad King. Izuku cries, leaping to his feet, and moving a green finger skyward. Back in his day he used to be a legendary lady killer. They really dug the vampire aesthetic for some reason. Could this be true? Mineta says, turning to Aizawa, who had woken up when the screaming begun. It is. Ladies love a tough man drenched in blood, and Vlad has the charisma to back it up even without that. Aizawa says, knowingly consigning his colleague to a semester of torment. While Vlad had been relatively popular at school, he wasn't exactly some legendary Chad like Midoriya apparently thought. However, he'd guide Mineta fine once the young teen gave him a foothold, and probably work in some character development at the same time. He didn't envy his co-worker's task though. I must seek his assistance immediately then. Mineta says, jumping to his feet again. Exactly. Onwards with Godspeed. The still-standing Izuku leapt towards him, and with very little ceremony he grabbed his purple classmate and threw him out the conveniently open window. The great boy's scream echoed in the bus for a moment, and students who were correctly positioned got an amusing view of him bouncing down the road on his ball, heading back towards UA and his proper classroom. Now, my brave classmates, with that bit of heroism resolved, several girls nodded along to this, as removing Mineta from the class was truly an act of heroism for them. Doubly so if he cleaned his act up, onwards to these Izuku cried, basking in the cheer his classmates humored him with. Even Shiozaki got caught up in the moment, with only Katsuki noticing how disturbingly well Izuku had brought them to his side after his previous incidents. Let us train together to reach out highest heights. In the name of the sun god. Praise the sun. Izuku threw his arms out majestically, unaware that he had once again lost all respect and momentum in his leadership. Katsuki leaned back in his seat, satisfied that the natural order had been restored after the brief moment of unnaturalness. Shiozaki, however, gave Izuku an appraising look as he took his seat again, thoughts slowly working their way into her mind. The bus pulled into the USJ 10 minutes later, all of the students happily chattering. They all filed off, filled with excitement even if this wasn't going to be the real USJ. Alright class, please welcome our guest teacher for the day. Aizawa says, in a similar deadpan to how you'd imagine someone informing you of the tragic passing of a loved one. Hello. 13 says, waving at the class as they walk up the stairs from the plaza. Before we begin, I have one, no two, no three, several things to say to you today. Izuku nodded along, following 13's speech about dangerous quirks until she reached the part about personal safety. While it was obvious to him after growing up with Katsuki that quirks could be very harmful to people, his personal safety wasn't something he thought of often. He always operated in the daytime after all. Instead, Izuku spent his time during the lengthy speech musing about himself. Katsuki was right that Izuku didn't have any idea how to respond to people flirting with him, or any genuine emotional at all. Honestly, the off-the-wall humor was a defense born from years of ostracization by his peers several subtle ways. But Izuku certainly did have an interest in companionship of that type. Normally he neglected it, but Mineta's ravings had brought his own teenage hormones directly to the forefront. He surveyed his classmates, thinking if any one of them were interesting. What he really wanted was a challenging pursuit, not someone who would fall to the same natural charisma that drove his cult without any effort. Someone who would disagree with him constantly at first, and consistently later. Speaking of Mineta, the plaza looked awful purple right now. Was it supposed to do that? Sensei? The plaza is turning purple. He remarked casually, interrupting 13's graphic hand diagram of how a black hole would slowly tear the blood out of an unsuspecting child. The plaza is turning. What the F? Do you mean Midoriya? Aizawa says, turning to look at the fountain area. Well, I'll be damned, it is turning purple. Moments later the purple mist belches out a legion of villains, and Aizawa drops into combat mode. Those are real villains. This is not a drill. 13, get the kids out of here. Run. The class turns and scrambles towards the exit, several of the more squeamish of them screaming loudly. Midoriya wisely follows suit, choosing to trust his teacher instead of engaging in characteristic heroics. His classmates probably needed his help more anyways, right? Yue's famous golden eggs. The purple mist from before whirled across the doorway and resolved itself into a sharply dressed man? Woman? Izuku did not want to assume its pronouns. Unfortunately, you are in the line of fire today for our plan to fell All Might himself. The students shuffled nervously, their combat response not yet kicking in due to his oddly civil tone. I don't suppose you'd take a bribe? Yaoyorozu says hopefully, I can make a stack of unmarked bills in just a few seconds. No. Oh. Shame really, I wasn't even going to include any die packs. Thank you for that consideration. However, it is my duty to instead scatter you students across the USJ to meet your demise. The misty figure said menacingly, his form flickering and beginning to expand. None of you shall escape me, Kurogyari from the League of Villains. What are your pronouns? Izuku says, absent-mindedly walking towards the villain. What? What are your pronouns? I don't want to misgender you when I cuss you out, you see, this is 20XX after all. As Kurogyari considered this odd courtesy from the green boy, he neglected to notice Katsuki harshly shoving Ilda off to the side and giving him a serious pep talk. Well, since you asked so nicely, I identify as he they, but he him is fine as well. Kurogyari says pleasantly. Well, I have only several things to say to you then. Izuku says, stepping forwards and boldly moving a hand into the air as engines suddenly roar off the side, carrying Ilda through the still cracked doorway. Get absolutely FNG rolled, you child of a parent of indeterminate gender. Son of a beach. Kurogyari exclaimed, futilely spreading his mist across the door in an attempt to catch the fleeing speedster. You'll all pay for this. The mist swirls wildly, and suddenly portals start opening under each of the students, splitting them up and depositing them across the USJ in pairs. Izuku was on of the last to plummet, dancing around and flipping off the mist man as he dodged portals. Finally, he tripped over Mina during a backpedal, sending both of them crashing to their feet and into a portal. Darkness reigns for a moment, briefly disorienting Izuku as he falls through the void and out of the portal. He staggers to his feet a moment later, Mina visible a few feet away. Rain slides down his skin, moistening his fibers and causing his hair to expand a little bit from the moisture. He takes a step and stumbles for a moment, a brief yawn coming to his mouth instead of sunlight. Izuku looks around the zone again, taking in the massive artificial storm clouds and the UV-blocking dome that stimulates a serious hurricane. "Well, up and at 'em, Mina," he says with a little less zest than usual. "Let's get out of here and head to the plaza to help Sensei." "Yeah," Mina says, hopping to her feet with the grace of a dancer. "Let's go. I hope there aren't any villains here. That misty guy sounded like we would be in danger somehow." Izuku nodded, looking around their surroundings. They appeared empty on first inspection, but as he looked harder, he could see several shrouded figures emerging from the buildings. "Oh, you have got to be effing kidding me. What kind of bullshit foreshadowed disadvantaged fight is this? Who sold my weakness to the villains?" Elsewhere in his office, Netsu sneezed. He did so hope no students died in the attack. That would be so unfortunate for his PR coup. A martyr just wasn't as effective as a survivor when it came to child casualties. Surely his students would prevail though, and a good fight at a disadvantage could only encourage rapid progression. Who sold my FAU weakness to the villains? Izuku shouted at the sky in indignation, his voice lowering and turning into a yawn halfway through. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Mina says nervously, looking at the figures approaching. "You don't look so good all of a sudden." "I'm fine." Izuku protests, swaying a bit, "just a little sleepy. Let's make for the exit quickly." The pair of them start to run towards the bright exit in the distance, their pace quickly becoming more of a shuffle as Izuku proves unable to keep up. The figures from the city are close now, and Izuku desperately tries to think of a plan, his mind moving sluggishly in the darkness. Normally such total darkness would have put him asleep instantly, but the plant boy was particularly energetic that day, and was struggling mightily against the urge to nap. "Hey kiddos," a man with bat wings and ears says creepily, emerging from the rain with a vicious grin. "Don't worry, it won't hurt a bit once we finish slicing and dicing you." "I actually find slicing and dicing hurt quite a bit," Izuku says wearily, yawning at the end. "Yo Jim, why is this kid yawning? Shouldn't he be scared like the other one?" Another villain appears from the rain, his only visible quirk being a large pink umbrella growing from his head. "I told you not to call me Jim," the bat villain shouts, waving his wings angrily. "I'm Alucardo. That's a pretty stupid name," Izuku says, ignoring the elbow Mina jabs into his side. "It's so close to Dracula backwards. Why not try a cooler name like maybe Batman? Why aren't you scared, kid? Do you not realize you are about to die?" Jim steps forwards ominously, a handful of other villains emerging from the rain behind him. "Nah, I can't die," Izuku says with a yawn. "The sun god protects me real good." "Midoriya, isn't that the cult Bakugo is always telling us is just a delusion? You will actually die if they kill you," Mina says anxiously, wringing her hands and dripping acid onto the ground in a sizzling pool. "The sun god? Bullshit, kid. No such thing," the bat says, drawing a massive cleaver from a sheath on his back. "Just watch," Izuku says tiredly, turning to stumble towards the exit, his eyelids drooping dangerously low. "Cut my head off then toss me out into the light. I'll come back." "Jim, it sounds like this kid can just be killed in the darkness," the umbrella man says. "Let's just butcher him here to be safe." "Shut up, Brella boy," Jim shouts, waving his cleaver wildly. "I want to see this bullshit. Let's humor the brat. Nobody is immortal anyway." Mina shivers in fear as two villains seize her by the arms and frog march. If Izuku was fully awake, he would protest such an offense term. Sue walked in a perfectly normal way after all, her towards the exit, following Izuku and Jim. When they arrive, Jim takes his cleaver in hand and severs Izuku's head with a mighty chop. The head thuds to the ground in a spray of gore and twigs, and Jim cackles wildly as he watches it turn gray and crumble into dead plants and dust. "Foolish child. No one is immortal. All will fall before Alucardo and his mighty chop." The Batman moves the graying body out into the light, pointing his bloody cleaver at Mina's terrified form. "You're next, girl. Prepare to be chopped." The villains in front of Jim watched nervously as Izuku's body tumbles into the light behind him, where it immediately glows in a brilliant gold halo. Jim? What is it now, Brella boy? That kid's coming back? The kid is what? No way, kids don't just revive. They do when vested with the power of the sun god himself. Izuku cries mightily, leaping to his feet fully revitalized by the sunlight streaming through the glass dome above. Now face the wrath of his might. Izuku PPS a arm as it glows a brilliant acidic green, then dashes forwards into the dome and blasts Jim away in a brilliant golden explosion. When the steam from vaporized rain clears, Izuku is once again standing in the doorway, smoke coming off his right arm as it knits itself back together before the remaining villain's eyes. Now, who wants a piece of this, and who wants to return my classmate? As the thugs consider their options, several of them glancing over at Jim's prone form 100 meters away, Mina seizes her chance and sprays her captors with acid. While they scream and thrash, burns and welts appearing on their faces in the seconds before the rain washes the acid off, she skates away to the safety of sunlight and Midoriya. "Well, I guess that solves that," Izuku says happily. "Praise the sun god for strong, independent women. Have a good day, my friends." He grabs Mina by the hand and turns to run, leaving the villains wisely not pursuing and re-evaluating their career choices. "Alright, let's make our way to the plaza. Aizawa-sensei probably needs help not dying, and I bet that is where Katsuki is," Izuku says, dragging his pink friend along as he sprints towards the central zone. "Why is Bakugo at the plaza?" Mina calls from behind him, frantically spraying acid on the ground so she can slide along behind Midoriya like a plant-based dog sled. "Because that's where all the good people to murder will be." Katsuki turns his head and sneezes into his elbow, then returns his attention to his crushed teacher and the three men before him. "Alright, you chuckleus, there's a plant on the way who will totally steal my thunder, so I need to get this out of the way quickly." "Get what out of the way? Dying to bring all might running here?" The villain covered in hands says, throwing his body back into a dramatic evil laugh. "No H&DJB, whooping your but so hard your face resembles tomato soup. If I don't get done before Izuku shows up, he'll upstage me by making some fantastic stew of the lot of you." Katsuki shouts, his hands crackling loudly as he warming up his explosions. "Now let's get cooking." Izuku puts the brakes on as he nears the plaza, letting Mina go sliding by him due to the quick stop. "Where are you going, Mina?" he asks in confusion, watching the pink girl was across the plaza at great speed. She whips past the hulking purple creature, seemingly still unmoved from where it left the portal, but now with hands that dripped with blood. She yelps as her trajectory takes her mere feet away from the hand-covered villain, H&DJB, Izuku privately dubbed him, who was currently sparring furiously with Katsuki. The explosive teen was dancing around the villain in the air, dodging attempts to grab him while firing back small explosions. Mina slides across the rest of the plaza, frantically waving at the cowering forms of Tsu, Tokoyami, and Dark Shadow. She rapidly approaches the crumpled form of Aizawa-sensei, cutting the flow of acid from her feet and stumbling across him wildly. She collapses into a heap beside him, groaning from the impact. "What are you doing here, Mina?" he demands, his voice hoarse with pain. "You know what, sensei? I have absolutely no idea." "All right, villain. I am here to vanquish you. In the name of the sun god." Izuku's battle cry shook the plaza with its ear-shattering intensity. "Fafnerd. This is my battle. Let me cook." Katsuki's reply was equally loud, punctuated by explosions and grunts. "That explains everything. I'm going to pass out now," Aizawa says, slumping against the cool bricks of the plaza with a sigh. Izuku stops his charge towards the villain, stopping in the middle of the plaza and nodding triumphantly. "Alright then, I'll leave you to it. Parsley might not go with this dish after all," Izuku says, letting Katsuki continue his fight. "Shigaraki Tamura, I have returned." Kurogiri swirls into existence a few feet away, regarding his charge with beady yellow eyes. Is 13 dead? Shigaraki calls out. Gravely injured at the least. And one of the children escaped me. Goddammit Kurogyri, you had one F job. Yagiri, one Jub, Izuku calls out, deciding that the Mist Man would be an excellent replacement fight. For shame. You again? Foolish brat, this time I have no qualms with washing your guts out of my portals. Joke's on you. Shouts Izuku, springing into action and dashing around the mist, looking for a good angle to attack from. I don't have any of those. What? Of course you have insides, everyone does. Kurogyri manifests a portal in front of the boy, and another below him. Nope. Through the grace of God, all things are possible. Izuku cries, hopping one portal and landing in a slide to bypass the one in front of him. More like through the grace of being a hiffing freak. Katsuki chimes in, landing a searing blow on Shigaraki's shoulder. Well then, I suppose I'll clean your, plant matter? Out of my portals today. Kurogyri says uncertainly. That would be fine, it is biodegradable. Izuku shouts, jumping towards the Mist Man and winding up for a smash, but today you're vegan. What? That doesn't make any sense. Kurogyri, distracted in his confusion, is cut off as a high-powered smash drives into his neck brace, laying him out across the floor. Alright, move and I'll shatter this metal thingy. Izuku says triumphantly, sitting on top of Kurogyri. Kill that green kid. Shigaraki screams, pushing Katsuki backwards with a flurry of swipes. The Nomu charges across the plaza in an instant, not even giving Izuku time to prepare a quip before it splatters him across the plaza, the street beyond it, the wall of several buildings in the ruins zone, and Kirishima. Ah man, this is so not manly at all. The hardened teen says with an oddly detached tone of voice, looking at the viscera and leaves hanging off him. My poor die jobs. I am here. All Might triumphantly smashes through the door of the USJ, landing in the plaza with a heroic pose. Don't worry, everything will be. Oh my god, is that a student? It's just Izuku. Katsuki grunts out, showing remarkable restraint given that his best friend had just been annihilated. All Might. Shigaraki cackles, carefully disengaging from Katsuki and shunting him through one of Kurogyri's portals. Come to die? We brought a super weapon to end you, just like it already ended your poor green student. Oh thank God, it's just Midoriya. All Might cracks his knuckles menacingly, preparing to engage the Nomu. Prepared, I'll meet your end, villain. A super weapon is nothing to me. All Might dashes forwards, clashing mightily with the Nomu. They exchange a series of vicious blows, the shock waves reverberating around the plaza and blowing bits of Izuku into the air. When the cloud of viscera clears, the Nomu is completely unaffected, standing ominously in front of a panting All Might. Ah, you don't have the stats to beat this bioweapon, All Might. Shigaraki cries. Nomu has shock absorption. No number of blunt impacts can put it down. Foolish villain. You forget, oh hi Midoriya, good to have you back, that I have American citizenship. All Might bellows triumphantly, waving at the newly reformed Izuku before pulling a fully formed AR-15 from the previously unnoticed holster on his back. I always stay strapped. All Might levels the gun at the Nomu and rapidly squeezes the trigger, unloading a series of military-grade imported armor-piercing rounds, made of his favorite all-American threaded steel. The Nomu collapses to the ground in a spray of blood, its chest a ruin of holes as the bullets penetrate right through it and ping off of the pavement on the other side. A gun? That's cheating. No modding, All Might. Shigaraki says, stomping a foot on the ground. Thankfully it doesn't matter, because the Nomu has hyper-regenera-ak. Shigaraki cuts off abruptly as Izuku slams a fist into his throat with the kind of zest only a recently revived person can achieve. Almost as though then are connected, the Nomu rises to its feet as Shigaraki crumples from his. All Might re-engages the Nomu, spouting vaguely heroic slogans about plus ultra while he blasts away with fists and firearm. Izuku, meanwhile, has better plans. Alright H&DJB. Time to spill some beans. Beans? What the F is with you UA kids and your culinary references? Get some culture, loser. Izuku stops down on his shin, feeling a satisfying crack. Oh, okay geez. Shigaraki raises his hands desperately, shifting away from Izuku a little. We are the League of Villains, and we came to kill All Might. Where'd you get the weapon from? Sensei. He made it. It cannot be stopped. This is a moot discussion because soon my raid boss will finish off your modder and then the rest of you. Izuku nods sagely, kicking Shigaraki viciously, then going to help All Might. All Might. Combo attack. All right, young Midoriya. Pluius Ultra. The two impacts slam into the Nomu simultaneously, and while Izuku's arm is detonated, so is the skylight when the Nomu slams through it and off into the sky. Shigaraki whines in the background, dragging himself into a feeble, flickering warp gate right as Katsuki comes trudging out of the lake, dripping wet and fit to kill. You? Are you kidding me? Come back here, UF dash. He screams, charging into the plaza with loud sloshing noises. Let me see. Okay. A young Bakugo never change. All Might says, holstering his gun and brushing off his uniform. Do not worry, students. This situation is resolved, because I was here. All right, your battle isn't over. Aizawa says, skiing on a jelly pouch. You still have the sports festival in 2 weeks. Oh, thank God. Says Mina, collapsing back into her seat. Are you sure you should be teaching, Sensei? Ilda cries, his arms chopping. The sports festival is mostly individual, we could prepare well without you. Nonsense, my body is fine. Aizawa gestures to his entirely mummified body. The only real injury was the Nomu's gut punch, which damaged my stomach lining. I'm on the Midoriya diet for a few months until it heals. Sunlight. Zealotry? Sheet. Everyone in the class turns to look at Kaminari in confusion, greatly concerned about his input. What? They use it in like, fertilizer, right? Kaminari says, sparking slightly. Come on guys, it wasn't that weird. Liquids, Izuku says, tapping his nose with a green digit. He is drinking heavily this month. He's an alcoholic? No, but I will be by the end of this semester, I swear. Aizawa sighs, tossing aside the pouch and dropping a stack of paper onto the table. Instead of normal classes this week and next, you just need to complete these homework packets. If you fail though, I will bar you from competing. This isn't an excuse to slack off. Sensei, will the the Gen Ed kids be getting this sort of advantage too? Yaoyorozu says, holding her hand in the air primly. No, they still have normal classes. Good. Yaoyorozu says with relish, poorly hiding her glee at systematic oppression. The class cheers and begins to filter out of the room, as Ilda rounds on Yaoyorozu to lecture her about checking her privilege. Well, if it isn't Class 1A. An exhausted purple-haired student stands at the forefront of a frothing crowd, barring the door. You think you're so high and mighty, surviving a villain attack and getting all this attention? Just you wait until the sports festival, I'm coming for one of your seats. Oh my, clearly you hold much bitterness. Shiozaki moves forwards, laying a hand on the purple-haired teen's shoulder. I hope the Lord grants you respite from your struggles. Shinso sputters as Shiozaki walks past him. The crowd parts for her as a lot of Class 1A trails in her wake. Izuku pauses in front of him, mimicking the earlier shoulder touch. I too pray for you, Shinso. He says in mock sincerity, may the sun god preserve your soul, but remember he saves those who saves themselves, and those who are born green. What? How do you know my name? Born green? Isn't that unfair? Wasn't she just talking about Jesus? Of course, she was truly an offering to the sun god. Mounted, burned, and thus we received glorious photosynthesis. I know your name, Shinso, because I'm Izuku Fang Midoriya. Izuku turns to leave, a maniac grin on his face, and remember Shinso, God isn't fair. Shinso stares at him as he leaves, shaken. Katsuki sets his own hand on Shinso's shoulder, startling him. Ignore him, nerd. Katsuki says gruffly, he's goddamn crazy. All he wanted to say was good luck and pull yourself up by your motherfucking bootstraps. And to mess with your head a bit. So, bring your A-game and that freaky cool quirk, to the festival. So that I can FNG demolish you at full power. Shinso nods blankly as Katsuki storms off, catching up to Izuku and launching into an explosive discussion about the merits of a grab-based martial art when combating a blade quirk. A louder explosion as they turn the corner marks Katsuki's opinions on Izuku using his own regeneration as an excuse for claiming that directly grappling a sword made of swords would work. Sorry, I don't have any change. Yaoyorozu says primly, passing Shinso as she exits the now classroom, shaking him out of his confusion. Ilda runs past him after her, beginning his lecture anew after her comment. Alright, what's the plan? Katsuki says, hands in his pockets as the boys make their way to the gym after lunch. How do you want to play this festival, other than winning? Momo wants me to help her run some betting. I'm going to invest in more stocks. No idiot for combat. Do you want to work on a special move or something? I think I'll mostly work on control. Don't want to kill someone accidentally, I guess. You guess? Katsuki groans, right? Well, I think I'll try to get that spinning move polished. Spinning human drill of ultimate murder doom? Izuku bounces up and down. Awesome, that's such a cool attack, so much boom. You might want to revise the name though. What the F is wrong with the name? It describes it perfectly. It literally spells out dumb. You're the one who's dumb. What the F else would I call it? Something cool. About explosions. Like howitzer impact. Howitzer impact? That doesn't make any sense. Nothing about the spinning says a howitzer over any other sort of rifled projectile. Howitzers are long-ranged. This is a short hop. I have long-ranged attacks. Call one of them FANG howitzer. Well, short hop boom doesn't sound good either. Call it something good or don't call it anything. You're one to talk, all your attacks are named bullshit like smash or power of the sun god. It's ridiculous. They're perfectly descriptive. It is a smash. Izuku punches a sandbag. It ruptures and spills its guts all over the floor. So, Ibra, can I call you Ibra? How do you feel about the sun? You may not. Shiozaki says tersely, working on stretching her vines farther a few feet away. And I think it is heretical. Why? I asked my pastor and he said so. Why? Izuku punches a sandbag. It ruptures and spills its guts all over the floor. It runs against the teachings of God and Jesus. Why? What? Izuku punches a sandbag. It ruptures and spills its guts all over the floor. Name one way it contradicts anything in the Bible. Well, I myself cannot think of anything at the moment, but I'm sure my pastor has many. I'd ruminate on that if I were you. Seems suspicious. Izuku punches a fourth sandbag, and it stays intact. He cheers excitedly and punches it again, accidentally blasting it open and painting over 100 meters of wall with impact sand. Fuck. Midoriya. Language. Izuku's body goes flying across the gym, gore and limbs spinning in all directions. Katsuki lands and dusts his palms off, regarding his friend in mild frustration. Yeah, can't FING use that sheet on normal people. Kirishima could take it, I bet. Says Izuku, cheerfully regenerating and sliding down the back wall of Gym Delta. But yeah, maybe rotational force was not the answer. F-. What the F am I going to do to get a FING edge on all those shitty extras? Maybe pinpoint force? So, you're saying if I invest all my money into Quirkle, smaller businesses will benefit? Absolutely. Yaoyorozu says triumphantly, your investment will trickle down, just trust me. Sweet. Izuku says, jogging along the track beside the wealthy girl, that eliminates so much effort in investing. I'll just pump all of my money into big businesses and into the housing market. They're too big to fail after all. Indubitably Midoriya. Mom says, pulling a stack of cash out of her stomach as she jogs, and riffling through it with glee. It's the same with quirks. One powerful quirk like mine or yours can plow through so many lesser quirks, and so naturally we should funnel resources to those individuals. Izuku contemplates this. That doesn't sound very much in line with the teachings of the sun god that I may or may not have allegedly made up. Izuku hums and turns to regard his companion. Yaoyorozu, are you a Quirk supremacist? Yes. Yaoyorozu says proudly, think about it. Has any of my financial advice ever lead you astray? I am getting very rich, but I think I draw the line at racism. Coward. Agree to disagree. Want some tea after this? Absolutely. You know, Uraraka seems pretty into money and stuff. I noticed, actually. She's cute for a poor. Izuku gurgled weakly, a smooth smoking hole in the center of his chest leaking fluids. You know, I don't think the pinpoint approach is going to work. You FN do think? I do. That was rhetorical. How am I supposed to know? I don't have lungs right now. How the F are you even talking, you freak? I don't know. What do lungs have to do with recognizing a rhetorical question? Why are we shouting? No idea. I imagine Kirishima would be penetrated by this. It was quite powerful. Says Izuku, touching the tender new flesh on his chest. That would isekai. Says Katsuki, staring at the new divot in the gym's solid concrete wall. So, Monoma, my friend, Izuku says, throwing an arm around the blonde's shoulders. I'm not your friend. What do you want? Are you an orphan? Monoma stops in his tracks, staring at Izuku in confusion. Several students pass them by in the hallway as the silence lingers for a little bit too long. What? I have parents. An odd pause there, Monoma, my friend. I'm not your friend. But maybe you are an orphan. I'm not an orphan. Do you have a photo of your parents? No, I don't. Because you're an orphan. No. Because I just don't happen to carry a photo of my parents on me. Why would I? Why not? I have one of mine. Says Izuku, pulling out the aforementioned photo. If you aren't an orphan, are you just not a good son? I'm a good son. They would be proud of me. You would be a good son? Why would? Is it because they're dead and you're an orphan? No. Why do you even want to know about my parents, which I have, anyways? To figure out if you are related to Katsuki, you are the same person after all. I am not related to that egotistical maniac. Good, no ancestry then. Says Izuku, turning around and walking off. No, what? Monoma turns and starts to run after him. What do you mean? Katsuki stares contemplatively at the black dust on the floor. After a few moments, the dust swirls and squelches, slowly reforming into his best friend. Katsuki muses. Izuku gurgles a bit, twitching on the floor as his upper half haphazardly reforms. Yeah, I know. Katsuki says. Agagigefunjo, Izuku groans, his vocal cords exposed and twitching futilely. Yeah, this one won't work either at all, evidenced by your FING obliteration. It was so cool though. Izuku says brightly, hopping a bit to shake off the post-resurrection jitters. Yeah, going as hot as possible is super FING awesome. Katsuki punches his fist in the air and then trails off. Not super FNG practical though, immolation kinda sorta ss. I think it's rad. Yeah. Katsuki stares at the wall and then throws his head back in frustration. He groans. I'm going to have to work on control too, aren't I? You have somehow killed me more times than I have killed myself this last week while testing out new moves. Fuck. Good luck. I'm going to go jump out of a skyscraper. Aoyama says he has the key card to a big wine distillery's office block. Izuku skips off, humming obscure Latin phrases to himself. Would you like to embrace our Lord and Savior the Sun God? No, sorry kid. An older gentleman turns away from Izuku's hopeful face. Oh, can I ask why? Izuku says brightly, undaunted by what is perhaps his 200th rejection of the day. It's my lack of stomach, isn't it? What? I'm just an atheist kid. I only respect real-world figures with real-world power. Izuku considers this, briefly glowing with quirked holy energy as he draws on more strength from the sun. He shakes his head, rejecting his temptation to smite the non-believer. After all, if he did it would set a precedent that might require him smiting most of his classmates, and he liked his classmates. Except for Dark Shadow. What sort of real-world figures have power? He asks innocently. I don't know. The man says impatiently, like, the United States President, I suppose. What about our Prime Minister? Yeah, her too. Look, kid, I have to get going. Right? So if the Prime Minister ordered you to join a cult, you would? You know what? Sure, whatever. The man says, hurrying off and boarding the subway. Izuku packed up the small sign he had erected on the platform, contemplatively making his way back home. Snipe-sensei? Yes, Midoriya? Snipe asks, looking up from his position at the UA firing range's front desk. Can I help you? How do you become the US president? Well, you win an election generally. How do you win an election? Well, I can't say I'd be the best for that sort of talk. I'm from Texas, and elections there are a bit of a different beast. Midnight might know more, she tends to be real good at the PR stuff. I thought you were born in Japan? Your Japanese is very good. Izuku says. Thank you, Midoriya. Now of course, you couldn't be US president, since you have to be born there to be elected. Oh, Dimon. Izuku says, looking dejected. Sorry, bucko. It's fine. Izuku fidgets for a moment, looking slyly over at the range. Can I have a gun? Absolutely not. I will now invite our first-place finisher in the entrance exam, Midoriya Izuku, to give the athlete's oath. Midnight's voice betrays the barest hint of apprehension as she watches Izuku excitedly bounce up to the stage. The green teen grasps the mic with one hand, basking in the applause and smiling widely as he waits for the stadium to quiet down. Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who supported me on my way here. I'd like to acknowledge all those with quirks that disadvantage or other them and take a stance as a UA student against discrimination. Quirk rights are, after all, human rights. Izuku says gravely. Midnight sighs at the seemingly normal oath, trying to ignore the anxious prickling along her spine. As for my oath, I would like to pledge to win this sheet. Izuku exploded with energy and golden light, pumping his free fist into the air. I vow to do my best, like all my compatriots will, and I vow to apply my strengths to their greatest heroic capacities. Most of all, I vow to pledge my win to our Lord and Savior the Sun God. The crowd claps uncertainly as Izuku makes his way back to the student lineup. Muttering breaks out, commenting on how nice the first half of the speech was, and wondering who this sun god figure could be. Surely UA wouldn't allow insane cultists to attend their hero course, right? Alright. Thank you, Midoriya Izuku, for that rousing oath. Midnight says, her voice regaining its confidence as the moment of crisis passes. Now, for the first event, drumroll please, the obstacle race. Our students will make their way along a 5-kilometer track littered with dangerous and varied obstacles, sabotaging each other as they go. Students, please make your way to the holding area. Izuku looked on either side of himself, taking note of how tightly packed the students were. Nah, this sheet, he said loudly, starting to elbow his way to the front and leaving a trail of disgruntled students in his wake. No one succeeded in holding him back though, Izuku putting just a bit of enhanced strength behind each elbow. 3, 2, go! Present Mick's voice rang out across the stadium as the gates swung open. Izuku says in an aborted breath, glowing brilliantly as he dashes forwards. Behind him, he hears the crackle of ice as Todoroki presumably acts to eliminate some of the competition. By the time most of his classmates have cleared the starting crushing, Izuku is rapidly coming up on the first obstacle. And Izuku Midoriya pulls ahead of the pack with his quick start. The first-place finisher is really showing off why he deserves that top spot. And he's coming up on the first obstacle too, Death Robot Hell Fury. That name is illogical. There is neither death nor fury in the robots, as they are programmed not to excessively harm students and lack the capacity for emotion. Ignore my spoilsport coworker, these robots are absolutely furious. Izuku looked up at the towering forms of the zero-pointers, now retrofitted with spinning buzzsaws and decidedly lethal-looking lasers, and concludes that they are, in fact, furious. Wow, those robots sure are furious. He says to himself, ducking under a laser and dashing forwards for a moment, tucking into a roll a second later as a buzzsaw zips by. How is these not lethal for the other students? Yue is full of it, I swear. Jogging forwards as he jumps, skips, and slides around weaponry, Izuku starts to settle into a rhythm. As he crosses halfway through the web of robots, he begins to whistle a jaunty tune, putting his hands behind his head casually. And Midoriya seems to be not taking these robots seriously at all. Will that come back to bite him? Logically, of course it will. Midoriya knows better than this, but a serious attitude is one thing I have thus far failed to drum into him during class. Izuku laughs at his sensei's comments, jumping over a laser dexterously. He turns to wave at the camera dramatically, not noticing the final zero-pointer rolling up from behind him. Moments later, he notices it in a deeply NTMD way as it bites into the small of his back, swiftly cleaving him in half and sending green and purple gore spewing in all directions. Holy shit! And we are going to cut to a commercial break, folks. No need to worry. And we are back. Only 30 seconds have passed, and it appears Midoriya is all right now. That's right, folks, the green bean can regenerate. Anyone wishing to bill UA for trauma or horror at that site, please check the viewing waivers you signed. You'll notice the sports festival is rated for this sort of violence even if it rarely happens. Not to worry, the robots are programmed not to aim to kill for students that can't handle it. Unfortunately for all of us, Midoriya appears to be very resilient. Izuku looks around with fresh eyes as he stumbles out of the robot inferno. 30 or so people had passed him while he was dead, an unacceptable occurrence. This is bias. You'd really pass a dead guy? Yes. Momo shouts as she flies by him on a pair of roller skates, glee evident on her face. If the Lord wished you to succeed, he would provide for it. Shizuki's vines carry her like a cresting wave as she speeds out of the obstacle and down the track. Izuku shakes himself to clear the post-regeneration tingles, then heaves in a deep breath. He glows with light as he starts to run, quickly catching up to the pack and weaving around people. And the front runners have reached the next obstacle, the pits of doom. Don't worry, the spikes are plush. The spikes are super rad and deadly. Izuku makes it up to the obstacle, estimating his place to be somewhere around 15th. Ahead of him stretches a giant pit with gleaming silver spikes at the bottom. Across it stretched slender ropes branching from platform to platform. Several of the ropes were already broken or damaged, scorched from explosions or coated in ice. Amen. Todoroki came all over the rope. It's all slick now, Izuku whines, poking at the iced-over rope with a toe. No time like the present to gain some ground. Izuku takes a few deep breaths and focuses on calling for one for all. He had done a lot of practice with control recently, working directly with Eraserhead instead of the ever-absent All Might. The issue with Explosion was apparently his all-or-nothing mentality, which Izuku didn't see any problem with, but Aizawa-sensei said was the cause of most problems his life. So, to use it properly, he just had to use a little bit at a time. Green lightning crackled around his body, mixing with the golden glow to make fascinating shadows play across the surrounding rocks. Izuku crouches, taking a few more deep breaths for good luck and looking out at the group of students scrambling across the ropes. And ahead of them, Katsuki and Todoroki's retreating forms alongside some girl with a jetpack. Midoriya is powering up. What are we about to see, folks? A jetpack would be cool. Jetpacks have lots of power and acceleration. Izuku likes going fast. It made him feel like he was fulfilling all the dreams stationary plants never could. He jumps, energy blasting through him at that last thought as he takes off like a jetpack. His legs shatter, but do not explode. Instead, they trail behind him like a banner as he zips across the canyon in a gorgeous parabola, splattering himself across the ground on the other side. A moment later he reforms, just in time to see fourth place clamber out of the pit and start running. Izuku shoulder checks her, sending her sliding away on a trail of acid. Sorry, Mina. Catch you later. Izuku sprints off after the frontrunners, the sound of Ilda's engines growing closer as the white knight clears the pits. Hey Ilda. You're a racist. I am not. Ilda responds indignantly, slowing down to keep pace and argue with Izuku. Oh yeah? Then why are you about to pass a minority in a race? Ilda slows down momentarily to process this, adjusting his glasses anxiously. Izuku trips him. Sorry Ilda. All's fair in love and war. Ilda groans and starts to pick himself up from the high-speed crash. But what about war crimes? He calls out after the retreating plant. Don't count if you win. And I'm gonna win. Izuku speeds off, spotting Todoroki and Bakugo picking their way through a minefield rapidly as the jetpack girl points some sort of scanner at the ground. It's down to the wire, folks. Our top 4 have reached the final obstacle. The glitter mines. Why did it have to be glitter? Izuku leaps into the minefield, the glitter mines buffeting his body as he races forwards. The mines barely affect him aside from being turbulence, the minor damage healing instantly in the noon sun. He feels the skin on his neck prickle though and whips his head around to see the threat as he backpedals through the mines. Jetpack Girl is staring at his regenerating body hungrily, caressing some piece of machinery with a dangerous look on her face. Izuku flinches away and turns around, redoubling his pace towards the finish line. Hey Katsuki! Bye Katsuki! Izuku! Get your butt back here before I kill you. You can try. I can handle it. Izuku passes Katsuki in a blur, a cloud of pink glitter following him like a dust storm. He closes in on Todoroki rapidly, but the two-toned boy sends a wave of ice to delay him. Izuku jumps over the ice floe, sliding down it towards its sender. Todoroki growls, and spikes spring up from the ice and stab at Izuku. He takes one through his thigh, stumbling for a moment. Izuku goes sliding along the ice and yanks the spike out, wincing as his thigh quickly heals while he shatters other encroaching threats. What the f, Todoroki? Are you trying to kill me? You can handle it. The expressionless teen deadpants, skating ever onwards. Izuku laughs joyously, dodging around another deadly wave as he picks up the pace. Soon they clear the minefield, the two jockeying for position as they cross the last 100 meters. With the finish line in sight, Izuku makes a made dive to get ahead. He slams into a massive spike, shearing it off with his moment and riding the icy protrusion across the ground like a sled. And Izuku Midoriya is the first-place finisher, with Shuto Todoroki right behind him. Is it really a victory if he finishes with a foot-wide icicle in his chest? Absolutely it is. That's the UA plus Ultra right there, folks. Not even certain death can stop this hero. I hate this job. Izuku pants and twitches on the ground as his body slowly pushes out the melting icicle. The gaping hole closes slowly, made worse when Katsuki walks by and kicks him viciously in the ribs for passing him. Todoroki watches the whole time, impassively staring at the damage. I am very dangerous with my ice, he says flatly. No sheet Sherlock, Izuku grunts as the bottom of his lungs reform. My father's fire is dangerous. It hurts people so I don't use it. That's rough, buddy. But now my ice can hurt too. Welcome to Quirk's bucko. Izuku says cheerfully, clapping Todoroki on his shoulder. Absolutely everything can kill you. I know from experience. But is Bakugo an orphan? Nope. He has parents. Are they Monoma's parents? And first place will be worth 1 million points. Midnight's whip cracks eloquently over the crowd as everyone cheers. What? This is bullshit. This is racism. This is a blatant attempt to paint a target on the minority in the group. Izuku cries. Midnight just grins wickedly, showing her sadistic side to Izuku and cracking her whip again. Alright fine, I see I have no choice. Shiozaki, team up with me to create the ultimate plant team. No. F-. Katsuki? Yeah, ya nerd, let's cream these posers in half and half. Katsuki's hands crackle menacingly the entire walk to grab the headbands and back, spoiling the intimidation factor through overuse and scorching their poor headbands. Which is fine really, otherwise the headbands would be covered in nitroglycerin sweat, which is gross and bad for your forehead complexion. It seems our number one has formed a two-man team, brave to take small numbers against the odds. Logical. Bakugo and Midoriya have known each other for years and have excellent synchronized teamwork. I wouldn't count them out. We will see about that. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. Bing. Izuku leaps across the arena, sailing elegantly through the air as his legs burn where he once stood, set alight by Katsuki's explosions. The same Katsuki who was screaming out a war cry on his shoulders, singed bandana on his head. Get F fuckers. F smoke F screen. Do you know any other words? What? You said F, like 4 times. Pick a new one. We are literally in the middle of AF tournament. Shut the F up about my F word choice and let me blast some guys. There it is again. Izuku says, shaking his head in disappointment as he lands on his new legs. Around them, 1B students stare in shock, struggling to compute the previous events. His legs. A shaky voice from a mushroom-themed student conveys the group's general thought process. In the background, a massive glacier envelopes Izuku's old legs, freezing the smoking leaves. Yeah, I'm a freak. Izuku says cheerfully, charging at the nearest team. Donate your headbands for quirk removal surgery? Stupid nerd, if your quirk was removed, you'd die in days, no self-preservation. The 1B teams shake their shock off admirably quickly, bracing themselves for impact. It proves futile as Katsuki leaps off of Izuku's shoulders and rains down explosions. Moments later, Izuku charges through them like a linebacker, shattering their group. Katsuki swoops down for headbands and lands roughly on Izuku's shoulders. F-. I just slammed a guy made of steel with that shoulder, land gentler. Oh, I'm effing sorry my Finji explosion-powered flight isn't gentle enough. Katsuki ties more headbands around his neck, and the two begin to slowly clean up 1B. Come here, Izuku cackles, jogging nimbly after a team of 4, struggling to coordinate their movement enough to get away. And there you have it, folks. Midoriya and Bakugo turn their teamizais into a mobility advantage. No, get away, PE. Kurioro screams as an explosion blasts him out of his teammamp's clothing and sends him tumbling across the ground. Get F-ed goth emo grunge beach. Can you even be all of those things at once? Izuku pauses, holding a teen with a comic book bubble for a head, his wrist where the teen's neck shoulder be, his hand cupping the orb. Manga chokes, scrabbling at the green arm. I don't FING know, but I want to cover my bases. Proper aesthetic identification is important, just like pronouns. I'm goth. Kurioro groans from the floor. Get F goth beach. Stay down. Very progressive of you, Katsuki, admitting the goths exist. What? Tokoyami is literally in our class. I'm feuding with Dark Shadow, not acknowledging him right now. But also, you should let the comic fucker go, I think he's unconscious. Oh, right. Izuku drops the teen, collecting his headbands. Anyways, Dark Shadow is clearly the antithesis of light and the sun. And therefore, my arch-nemesis. No, I am your arch-nemesis Midoriya. Todoroki declares, a flourish of ice rushing their way. Things are really not heating up. Todoroki launches an icy attack on the 1,000,000-point headband in the final moment. Wait. Izuku screams, shattering the wave of ice as Katsuki bellows a war cry. What? Todoroki pauses, his team desperately trying to urge him onwards. Why are you my nemesis? Because I told you my trauma. You did. And you are clearly All Might's pet plant. And I must surpass him. Oh, I'll accept that. The two teams charge towards each other. Kaminari starts to spark, and Katsuki blasts into the air to avoid it. Izuku gets fried, his skin smoking and his hair standing on end as he stumbles. OF-. I'm a Super Saiyan. No, you have acute electrical trauma. Yaoyorozu cries, whipping off an insulator blanket and pulling a gun out of her arm. Izuku falls to his knees, spritzing and spasming. Oh, right. He says, unable to move for a moment. Izuku, get the F back up, I can't fly forever. Yaoyorozu takes 3 pop shots at Katsuki, clipping him in the shoulder. F-. Izuku please. Really hoping that was a rubber bullet, but it hurt like hell. Izuku stumbles back to his feet, skin slowly turning green again as he groans. Beach? That could have killed me. Midoriya. Ilda says seriously, pushing his glasses up. You can't die. You too, Ilda. Recipro burst. Right as Katsuki goes to land back on Izuku's shoulders, fleeing from Yairo's gunshots, Ilda speeds by and nabs the headband off his skull. Sheet. How'd he know it was the third one down? I had them turned inside out. We all watched you scorch T1 million point band. It was all part of my plan. Ilda pushes up his glasses again, glinting ominously on his nose. And that's a wrap. Team Todoroki takes first in a dramatic finish, and Team Midoriya takes second. Coming in third and fourth are Teams Uraraka and Monoma. But, my ice was useless? Todoroki stares at his hand in shock. Izuku, you dumb F, why weren't you immune to electricity? A bewildered Hitoshi Shinso stares down Kaminari Denki from across the stage. Not only had me miraculously clawed his way to the third and final event of the sports festival, but the baffling green boy had been doing bats-hit crazy things all day. Hitoshi's had lucked out when the scarily determined gravity girl, Uraraka, had asked him to join her team, and he hadn't needed to spoil his quirk. He hadn't lucked out, however, when the two-man team beside him detonated a pair of legs and the surrounding area, nearly knocking their horse over and staining Hitoshi in soot that still adorned his face. Seriously, what was in that plant matter that made its soot so impossible to wash off? 3, 2, 1. Begin. The crack of a whip across the stage jolts Hitoshi back to the present, and he focuses on his opponent. If the lightning bolt in his hair was any indication, Kaminari had some form of electrical quirk. He should keep his distance. Hey, I'm sorry about this. But us Hero Course kids need this opportunity for internships. Kaminari sparks menacingly as he runs forwards. Why you always lying? Hitoshi mumbles under his breath as he dances away, trying to figure out a plan. Was that a vine? The blonde comes to an abrupt halt in the middle of the stage. Those have been dead for centuries. Are you a Memelord? Memelord? Really? Okay, Hitoshi totally was, but that was ridiculous. And Vine was still cool, even if it only shows up on dedicated historical forums nowadays. He'd die on that hill. I don't know, is this the Krusty Krab? Hitoshi calls out, deciding on his tactic for the battle as ominous sparks dance in the air around the Hero Course kid. No. This is Patrick. Kaminari says with a laugh, falling still as Hitoshi tugs on their connection to activate his quirk. The sparks fade away, and Hitoshi inwardly cheers as he wins his first round. I can't believe I have to battle against a filthy poor. Even a cute one. Momo calls out, a staff of pure gold forming out of her cleavage. I barely want to touch you. I won't be poor for much longer. Uraraka rushes forwards, hands outstretched and ready to grapple. I invested in Quirk's top, and it's going to the moon, I swear. Momo gives her a speculative look, reassessing the other girl as they clash, her critical re-examination handing her the match as she refuses to underestimate anyone with knowledge like that. Good match. Momo says, offering a hand to the girl sprawled out on the grass, covered in bruises and scorch marks. I thought you wouldn't touch a filthy poor, like me, bourgeoisie scum? Poor for how long? Consider this an investment. Somewhere in the background, Midnight's excited squealing reaches critical mass, and Cementos takes over refereeing after she faints. I told you to bring your A-game, Bakugo says, ignoring Hitoshi's question and continuing to advance. I did. Are you so arrogant you can't recognize that? Hitoshi throws a messy punch, watching Bakugo slap it away and kick him backwards. A-game and the quirk. So why the F-dash? A punch slams into Hitoshi's stomach, and he stumbles back a few more feet. Did you only bring the quirk? Some of us aren't privileged to have flashy quirks like you. Do you think you're better than me? A sloppy attempt at a kick is slammed into the floor. Bakugo takes another step closer as the white line approaches. Game means hand-to-hand. Anyone who doesn't train physically has no hope of making it as a hero. Your quirk is worse than nothing if you can't throw a punch. Bakugo demonstrates perfect punching technique, watching coldly as Hitoshi's jaw cracks painfully. So either come back next term with some martial arts, or don't come back at all. An explosion from point blank sends Hitoshi's body, and his dream of a quick transfer, flying away and out of the arena. So, did you talk to your pastor? I did. The sun god is heretical because you are worshipping a false idol. Is it a false idol if it is true? No. Then the sun god is not a false idol. But it is not true. Prove it. What? I cannot. That is simply not how matters of the metaphysical work. It is for my God. When was the last time Jesus gave you a miracle? You have to have faith. There are miracles in the everyday world. My God gives me power directly. Why have faith in a God you cannot see, whose church has a storied history of issues and contradictions, when you could have faith in the God who directly powers us, and whose church has a spotless history of heroes? You are the only member of your church. Not so. All Might never explicitly denied membership. All right, I concede. I've been questioning my faith for too long. I'll give this sun god a try. I suppose it makes sense to worship the source of my power, as much as I claimed Jesus nurtured my vines. The audience stares in silence as Izuku and Shiozaki finish their conversation, the vine-haired girl walking off of the stage to contemplate her turn of faith as Izuku celebrates his win. In a staging room, Katsuki shivers in fear for some reason, reflexively grabbing his carefully spiked hair. Todoroki stares down Izuku solemnly, his left hand twitching. Subtly, Cementos lets a pillar crumble, signaling the start of the match. The plant boy lunges forwards, a golden glow enveloping him as he dashes across the stage. The roar of the stadium grows, fans' anticipation mounting and mounting as the two titans near a mighty clash. A wash of fire fills the stage, obscuring everyone's view for a moment. When it fades, Todoroki stands alone on the stage, a pile of ash before him. Are you happy now, father? He screams, apparently in agony, I have become like you. Fire. Death, the destroyer of worlds. Shutu, the returning cry screams, the emotions contained in it indiscernible. The crowd breaks into horrified murmurs, no words from the announcer booth for a long 10 seconds. Cementos looks at the stage uncertainly, his stone face not betraying if he was horrified or not. Oh God, he killed him! A terrified audience member breaks the silence, unleashing a cacophony. Holy shit, the son of the number 2 hero is a murderer. What kind of death games are they running? What the F, kid? You burnt the plant guy? I thought he was immortal, but of course, fire kills plants. In the midst of the chaos, the two-tone teen slowly raises a hand. The crowd doesn't quiet down, so he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a hacked microphone a pink-haired girl had shoved into his hands during prep time. He taps it, an unholy screech echoing across the arena and silencing the crowd as the peppermint boy raises the mic to his mouth. I believe the saying is, "Get trolled." His voice reverberates out of the sound system, bass boosted by the mic. A moment later, the dust on the stage rustles. I knew I could delay my regeneration if I focused. Izuku says, springing back to life as he allows his quirk to move at full speed. If any audience members had been looking closely, they would have noticed the dust slowly turning green and shifting the entire time it had been visible, but they were of course distracted by the brutal murder. Katsuki would later claim he was not distracted by murder at all. It was commonplace for him, and he of course saw right through the trick. Yes. He is immortal. Sorry, father, I'm not a vicious killer yet. Todoroki says, dropping the mic and readying himself for combat. Izuku lets out a primal war cry and launches himself at Todoroki once more. This time when the fire comes out, he is already sliding under it, throwing himself at Todoroki. The other teen responds with a wave of ice that Izuku smashes through, then another wave of fire. The fire dissipates, leaving Izuku rolling in the water with a look of glee. Then the plant stands, advancing menacingly towards Todoroki. A gush of fire washes over Izuku again, but this time instead of ashes the boy is only slightly signed. Surprise Todoroki, I'm moist now. That is an unholy word. Burn. Another wash of fire and another. Moist. Moist. The plant boy chants as he takes step after step, his leaves slowly drying out as he approaches. A final burst of fire gutters out, and the blackened Grionet slams a punch into his opponent's chest, driving him off the stage and into a wall. Moist. The triumphant call rings out, the audience stunned after their roller coaster of emotions. The word echoes around the arena in silence as Izuku turns and walks off the stage, leaving his competitor in shambles. A crackle of explosion, and a fist goes flying across the stage. Another, identical crackle of explosion, and another fist. Phew, I'm not going to lose to some pretty boy blonde tubby. Who are you calling a blonde WK? You blonde WK. I'm not a FTWINK. An explosion rocks the arena, shards of rock flying everywhere as Monoma ragdolls 10 feet before springing back up. If I Rotwink say fucking what? F what? Got him. Another explosion lances out, more spread to this one as Monoma isn't quite as experienced with the quirk. Katsuki shrugs it off, his natural resistances coming in handy as he advances on the other blonde. And the homoerotic tension is mounting as our semi-finalists face off. There is no tension. Two identical blonde glares accompany two identical crackling palms as the fighters turn to berate the announcer's booth. Mike, these are minors, you cannot comment on their homoerotic tension, even if they're a totalism. Eraserhead's tired voice brings the teen's attention back to the fight by silencing his fellow commentator. The two return to their fight, furious blasts flying everywhere. Katsuki seems to gain the upper hand, then Monoma pulls out Kirishima's quirk and starts to shrug off his blows. Eventually, in a nail-biting finish, Monoma's quirks run out with Katsuki on the edge of the stage, and the explosive teen quickly rallies and wins the match. TWK. Katsuki says gruffly, offering the other blonde a hand. You can admit you want this, but you know. Monoma teases, running off the turf quickly as the other teen roars and chases after him, palms sparkling. And here it is, folks. After a riveting day full of UPS and downs, multiple close calls with a murder charge, and several horrifically scarring battles, we have reached the finals. On one side, the plant with ants in his pants. He just can't stop bouncing with excitement, Fiat's Midoriya Izuku. Izuku charges out onto the arena, front flip into handspring into cartwheel as he screams his head off with laughter, a gold glow shining out from his body displaying his stockpiled power. F yeah bitches! He screams, pumping a fist in the air so hard it blows off, splattering Cementos with gore yet again, praise the Sun God. And from the other side, the world's most dangerous firecracker, the explosive Pomeranian, Class 1A's attack dog, Fiat's Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde flies into the arena, explosions blasting out behind him to leave a black scorch on the grass. Izu, I'm gonna kill you. He didn't mean that, folks. Yes, he did. Bakugo always speaks his mind. It is the only logical thing about him. Is this because I converted Shiozaki? You converted the plant beach? Yes. Phew-uck. I hope Genist sends you an offer so you can get your new due from the best. 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. The two teens leap towards each other, plant matter flying everywhere as attacks from both sides utterly annihilate it. After years of friendship and sparring, each teen knows the other's moves like the back of their hand. What follows then is a whirring dance of death and mutilation, on Izuku's part, and bone-bruising impacts and reads, for poor Katsuki. And that's death, number 4 for Midoriya. While this plant run out of energy anytime soon? I hope not. He needs that to revive. J.A. A green fist slams into Katsuki's face, breaking his noise. F-. An explosion fires out, concentrated to a pinprick as it burns a clean hole through Izuku's abdomen. I don't have a stomach to blast. Another punch, breaking Katsuki's left arm. F-. You shitty F- have less stamina. Nonsense. You lesser metabolizers are all weakness. Another blow, driving the blonde back at the cost of Izuku's right arm, right shoulder, and most of his chest. his head dangling from a string and flopping into the gory cavity. After another 10 minutes of the already lengthy fight, Katsuki falls unconscious on his feet, a rictus etched onto his face. Cementos forcibly stops Izuku from continuing the fight, declaring him the winner, and ushering them both off the stage to the med bay. Behind him, a few sad janitor bots clean up the carcasses and dust left behind by Izuku. "Shiozaki, what are you wearing?" Aizawa sighs in exasperation, staring at the vine-haired teen. Shiozaki had a white robe over her uniform, a bright sunburst emblazoned on the front. "My robe. UA policies respect freedom of religion in uniform modifications." "Right. Well, do you have confirmation from your pastor, since you know the regulations so well?" "Yes, sir." Aizawa scowls at a scrap of paper, eyes narrow, then looks back up at the class. This is Midoriya's handwriting. He is the leader of the Holy Order of the Sun. Shiozaki says matter-of-factly. "Nope. Not today, take it off." Aizawa says, voice growing in volume to drown out the plant students' protests about hate crimes. Somewhere in the classroom, two blonde heads slam into their desks simultaneously before rising and turning to glare at the other copycat. "Alright, before anything else goes wrong. Internships? You need one, here's lists, if you don't have offers UA will provide. You have all day." A thick stack of papers land on Ilda's desk as the teacher vanishes into his sleeping bag. A moment later, the sound of a strong drink being poured echoes from behind the desk. Ilda opens his mouth to protest for a moment, then thinks otherwise and begins to pass out the forms. "Midoriya," he says as he reaches the green boy's desk. "Does your cult ever carry out violent attacks on heroes?" "Not that I can think of. Why do you ask?" Stain slinks along a rooftop, watching as his prey went about their shift. When his accomplice, a reporter who claimed to have personally met the prophet, had asked Ingenium if he supported the Holy Order of the Sun, the speedster had just laughed. Such an indignity against All Might's chosen religion could not go unanswered, which lead him to today. A tossed can clatters against the wall of the alley, and Ingenium makes his way into it to investigate. Stain tenses, hovering above the hero for a moment as they make their way deeper into the alleyway, towards the clothes he had conveniently arranged to look like a body. "Hello? Sir, are you okay?" Ingenium calls out, crouching down. Stain falls from the rooftop, landing heavily on the hero's back. To his credit, Ingenium reacts quickly. The speedster flares his engines, leveraging their force to blast to his feet, throwing Stain across the alleyway. Stain lands on his feet, drawing a serrated katana and a knife as he regards the hero menacingly. "Hero killer Stain." Ingenium's voice is cold. "Why are you here? I am no corrupt hero. It is your evil that will be sought by me. With every breath, I shall hunt you down. Each day, I will spill your blood till it rains down from the skies." "Boondock Saints?" Stain growls, lunging forwards. The speedster parries his katana, blade clanging off the shining white armor, and drives an engage-powered fist into the serial killer's side. Stain's eyes bulge out, his face comical as he is slammed away from the hero even as Ingenium feels a small twinge on the side of his face. "Got you." The killer's voice is rough, his breathing heavy as he lifts his knife to his mouth and licks the tiny drop of blood on its tip. Ingenium puts a hand to his face, feeling the minuscule scratch at the edge of his visor a moment before his muscle lock up and he tumbles to the floor. "So, this is how you keep beating heroes." Ingenium's voice is strained from the effort of speaking. "Yes. False heroes always forget to watch for my quirk in their arrogance, even though I wear evidence of it on every inch of my outfit." Stain sets his katana against the speedster, beginning to press it through the armor. "Now you shall perish. How dare you disrespect the Holy Order of the Sun? May the Sun God bear witness to your shame." "The Sun God? You mean that cult my brother's plant friend is always talking about?" "You dash." Stain's blade slips, slicing along the speedster's spine and narrowly missing anything vital in his shock. "Your brother is a friend of the prophet? I apologize, I was not aware." The serial killer leaps away, Ingenium's paralysis wearing off a moment later. He fumbles for his phone, calling an ambulance. What the F is Tenya's friend into? I have to ask him if he visits me at the hospital. And that's why I am here, Midoriya. You must answer for this injustice. My brother will need a month to recover. Stain? I've never met him before in my life. Plant's honor. This does explain what Detective Tsukachi wanted with me though. If the police have already questioned you, then I will take their word for it. Ilda sets a single sheet of paper on the table, then walks away. Your internship offers. Let's see here, only 80? Stupid nerd, I've got 86. You both were far too violent for the heroes to recruit you. If you better embodied the sun god's holy mercy, like I did, you would have a similarly large amount of offers as myself. Oh yeah? How many offers do you have, you dumb impressionable grapevine? 497. F-. Shiozaki. How could my own disciple do this to me? The sun god helps those who help themselves, and you may call me Ibara. Who are you going to go with, Katsuki? Shut the F up. Is it best jeanist? It's best jeanist, isn't it? You know damn well it is, you shitty nerd. I can't wait. You're going to look so pretty with your new hair. I'm going to look like F Nito. And does Monoma look so bad? Izuku teases, watching his friend blush and grumble. You're calling him Nito now, after all. He earned some respect. That's all. Shut the F up. Izuku giggles, turning back to his food and kicking his legs. Who are you going with, Izuku? Why are you even here, Vinehair? Izuku and I are comrades now, we may as well be friends too. Don't you hate his chaos? It, pardon the pun, grows on you. Shiozaki says, chuckling softly as Izuku cheers, the entire cafeteria turning to stare at the golden glow accompanying the reinforced shout. Anyway, he says, ignoring the stares, I'm not sure yet. I don't have a lot of offers, but nobody has stood out to me yet. How about you? I am going with Kamui Woods. Our quirks are similar enough, and I seek to be a capture specialist like him, to avoid violence under the sun. A few tables away, Yaoyorozu sits down beside Ilda and Ochako, Jiro at her side. May we sit here? Of course. The brunette says happily, scarfing down some rice. So, how is your investment in Quirk's top going? Crashed. The Gravity Girl frowns. Some shell company backed by a massive conglomerate bought them out and artificially lowered the price. How unfortunate. Yaoyorozu says, ignoring the harsh poke of an audio jack in her side. Well, since your investments are going poorly, would you perhaps like a tutor? I could offer my services. I'd love that. Ochako says, grinning at the other girl slyly, but how could I ever repay you? Oh, I'll think of a way. So, Jiro. Ilda's voice loudly cuts across the SXL tension. What kind of music are you listening to? Out loud. A really old pre-Quirk band, you wouldn't know them. The punk teen says, is that All Might approaching Midoriya's table? Young Midoriya. Yup, it definitely is. Izuku turns his head, looking up at his mentor. What's up, All Might? May I have a word with you? Of course. The plant boy hops off his bench, following the hero out into the hallway where his mentor quickly deflates. God, that never gets more unsettling. Thank you, young Midoriya. The hero says drily, anyway, I have an internship offer for you. Do you remember when I spoke of Gran Torino? Oh, you finally called your old teacher? Toshinori wipes his fellow hero's face clean as they crouch in a small room in a red light district BR. Turns out New Order really could give the command, Kathleen Bates is a blonde bimbo. How fascinating from a Quirk science perspective. From the perspective of his post-sports festival vacation, for hero work in a covert mission against Hummerized cells, of course, it was also quite fascinating. Although, any stuffy Quirk scientist like David Shield would probably have a heart attack at this scene. His old college friend was so innocent, Toshinori would almost think he didn't know what SEC was. David clearly knew though, well enough to ask Toshinori to do the deed with his wife. Something about not having time away from work, and superior Quirk genes hopefully showing through. It really was too bad David didn't know Toshinori's secret, or young Melissa might have been born with a Quirk instead. A rustling on the other side of the wall signals their next customer arriving, and the superheroine gets ready. Toshi! A scraggly voice comes from the wall, and a rolled-up paper pushes through the hole instead of another D-dash. Toshi, you pathetic son of a beach! Toshinori squeals in shock, his Urton vanishing as his head slams against the wall. The skinny man scrambles backwards, looking at the paper like a plague. Kathleen takes it and sets it on the bench in confusion and bends over to look into the hole. A bloodshot eye stares back, Gran Torino regarding the heroine. Toshi? No, you can't be him, far too much cleavage. Sorry ma'am, wrong glory hole. A gush of air signals the old hero speeding off, and Toshinori shakily unfolds the paper to reveal an internship off for young Midoriya. How did he even know? This. I did call him. All Might says awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Anyway, here is the offer. I highly suggest you take it. Gran Torino can teach you better than I ever could. Can instructing me to blow my limbs off in the name of self-discovery really be called teaching? Young Midoriya, of course it can. I was nurturing that same heroic spirit I chose you for. And teaching you to go beyond. Plus ultra. The buff All Might speeds off, leaving Izuku in the hallway holding the internship offer, his hair ruffled from the backdraft. Gran Torino? Katsuki says, walking up behind him. Yeah, I guess. Maybe he can teach me to properly use all for one. God, I hope not. The last thing you need is more power. Nonsense, Katsuki. I can be trusted implicitly with power. That's why my many followers trust me so much. You have one follower, and she barely trusts you to get food, much less wield the power to level a city block. Well, maybe. But at least my one follower is cute. Do you have any cute followers? No, I'm not a weirdo. I didn't think so. That isn't a victory. Is to. Is not. Is to. I'm going to kill you. Catch me if you can. Izuku screams, throwing himself out the window and plummeting 6 stories towards the ground. Tell him he has detention when you catch him. Aizawa says, dropping from the ceiling as Katsuki is climbing out the window to blast off after him. Yes, sensei. Katsuki leaps from the window, explosions propelling him off towards his friend and causing untold property damage. I hate my job so much. Aizawa says in the ringing silence, taking a swig of his flask. At least Nedzu provided a drink budget finally. Izuku knocks on the door of the old townhouse with a bright grin, bag holstered over his shoulder. Upon not getting an answer, he shrugs and walks into the house anyway, pausing to politely leave his shoes at the door. He was a pastor now, it wouldn't do to be seen as disrespectful. Or maybe it would. The sun cult was kind of weird. For good measure, he turns his shoes upside down, spilling a bit of dirt from the soles around them. There, a compromise. He really was a brilliant leader. Hello? Old man who scares All Might? The call echoes hollowly in the house, and Izuku makes his way towards the kitchen. May as well get something to drink. There was a dead body in the kitchen. There was also orange juice and bananas. Izuku hums to himself as he fixes a smoothie. OJ, bananas, some yogurt from the fridge, and some convenient protein powder. Seriously, why hadn't he thought of storing protein powder on the counter? He wasn't that short, but it was definitely more convenient than top-shelf powder. Izuku dances to silent music as the blender whirs, his hands banging on invisible drums. He kicks the body, swearing. Oh right, the body, he says, staring down at a small old man lying in a pool of blood and intestines. Then he picks up his phone. Hello? Shiozaki? Can your vines digest human flesh? No? How inconvenient. Why do I need to know? Well, I have some human flesh I need digested, obviously. But, well, sometimes these things just happen, you know? You don't know? Well, you'll understand when you're older, I'm sure. Click. He hangs up his phone, ignoring that fact that smartphones don't actually click. He always thought they should. Maybe there was an app for that? There wasn't an app for dead bodies. He'd checked last time. Twice. Hey Mr. Dead Body, any chance you're alive? He says, staring back down at the body. The blender finishes. Because I just made a great smoothie, and you're kind of ruining the smoothie drinking vibe. Goddamn IT boy. Those were my last bananas. The dead alive? Body shoots off the floor with a jet of air, kicking Izuku in the face. You were dead. Someone had to use them. Izuku cries, backpedaling and putting his fists up. It's ketchup and sausages. Can't you recognize sausages? I've never had them before. Why? I'm poor. Oh really? That's rough, kid. Another kick is barely deflected, Izuku glowing gold now as he hyperventilates to keep up with the old man. No, I'm just a plant. I don't have a stomach. A plant? For what villain group? The old man redoubles his attack, Izuku shrinking back before a hail of blows. And how did you find out my stomach was replaced with a catheter after the numb? That's classified. You don't have a stomach? You're just like All Might and me. You know All Might? The blows pause for a brief second. I'm his successor. You are the old man who harasses him, right? Well, I guess. Wait, you're not a villain plant. No. I'm a hero plant. I see. Have at thee. 2 hours later, both heroes are panting in the kitchen. Gran Torino looks terribly disappointed that Izuku did not acquire even a single bruise, and Izuku looks terribly disappointed that he never had a chance to drink his smoothie. You might think this is because the smoothie had melted and gotten unfortunately warm over the last 2 hours. You would be wrong, as Izuku was quite willing to drink lukewarm slush. Instead, this was because the smoothie was currently all over the counter, and the ceiling, and the walls. The cleaners aren't coming for another hour or so. DMN. All Might let you swear? Kid's grown up a bit. Anyways, off to the alleyway and jump up it or something. That will leave an awful lot of blood on the alleyway. What? Never mind. Try spreading your quirk all over while lowering the output. Imagine putting food in a microwave. Explosions? What? No. Our microwave back home always explodes. Why? Nitroglycerin. You know what? I'm not even going to ask. Picture something else careful then. Like balancing a full glass of water with a leaf in it, or something equally corny and zen. In there. A perfect coif. Voila. Best Jeanist steps away from his grumbling subject, staring at the gorgeous blonde hairdo he hath wrought. Katsuki screams into the mirror as he saw Nito staring back. Just because the guy was kind of cute, didn't mean he wanted him to actually steal his soul with his copy powers. He liked his soul, goddammit. Motherfucker. Katsuki. Language. Sheet of dash. Donde está la biblioteca? The library? 3 or 4 blocks down and on the left. Why? You wouldn't FING get it. At least the nerd won't see this. What's next? Patrol? Sparring? A photo shoot for my national fashion magazine. Aizawa frowns, staring at his email. Why the f... Had the Genist agency just sent UA a bill for every single window on the top 8 floors of their skyscraper? And why hadn't he gotten a similar bill for Midoriya yet? He was suspiciously silent. His email pings. He takes a sip of his coffee before opening it. Shiozaki was concerned about plant digestion of human flesh? Oh, this was the Midoriya email. Well, as long as the dead body had nothing to do with hero killer Stain, he could rest drunkenly. Katsuki scowls at a magazine cover, sitting in his stylist chair. Best Jeanist had eventually caved and trained him, and he unfortunately must admit that the number 4 hero does know his stuff. Sparring had been hellish but fun. Patrol, however, was awful. The first magazine shoot had gone live the same day, along with social media coverage. His blonde Westerner look that his parents had always told him was appealing turned out to be an instant hit with what seemed like all of Japan. Who knew 2 fashion designers would know what model quality appearance was? As a result, Katsuki was blindingly and suddenly famous, and he could not stop getting FNG recognized and swarmed by extras on patrol. Best Jeanist took it in stride, converting patrols into how to manage his fame and deal with fan crowds outside. Personally, Katsuki thought the hero was being so good-natured about it all because he was absolutely raking in the cash. He owned the initial magazine that had discovered him, and most of the modeling agencies gave him a juicy cut. Katsuki would probably be better-natured too, if his DMNUA contract didn't forbid students from being compensated in any way during their internships. Something bribery, which was bullshit, simply because some DMN bribery would go down real DMN. Well, right about FNG now. Nito shakily puts down the magazine cover, blushing as he picks up his phone to snap a picture of it. He's holed up in his room at Majestic's agency after a long day of patrol, but it seems like the hardest part of the day was yet to come. Image Bakugo, what the F is this? He texts, flopping onto his bed dramatically. It's a magazine? You FE stupid now copycat. No, your hair and all that. Obviously, you Nimrod. Since when are you hot? But I'm always FNG hot. Are not. Nito blushes, privately agreeing that the angry teen was indeed always hot. Art it. And now the nation acknowledges it. What? Going to find a magazine shoot and copy me there too. I'm not so egotistical I need an entire nation to see me. Indeed, there was only one person Nito really wished would see him. Whatever. Hope your internship's going well, shitty copycat. Yours as well, sweaty explosion hazard. Nito sighs dramatically, tossing his phone aside and grabbing the magazine again. Katsuki, and privately he always called him Katsuki, was such an a-hole. Nito rolls over onto his side, glancing at the door to make sure it is locked. Time to indulge in some of the lower things in life. You can't be perfect all the time after all. Izuku jolts as the train crashes, slamming him against the wall. Beside him, Gran Torino groans drunkenly. Gran? He asks, staring at the sloshed man. You coherent? There are villains. Go get Plant Boy, up and all that. I have full authorization? Yee. Izuku shrugs, leaving the main behind as he clambers out of the train. The two of them had been celebrating his new advancements in his quirk, and Gran Torino wasn't exactly a picture of heroic decorum. He knew how to fight and how to have a good time, but apparently he didn't know that Izuku's plant metabolism didn't let the teen get drunk before he challenged Izuku to a drinking contest. Honestly, did he think Izuku would make a religion where you drink wine with communion if he thought it could impair his judgment while preaching? Nonsense. Preaching was serious stuff for Sun's sake. Outside the train, the city is in chaos. Fire blooms over the rooftops, and Izuku spots a couple Nomu rampaging. Obviously, there was only one thing to do in this situation: find Stain and kick his teeth in. Oh, and probably stop a couple Nomu on the way. If it was convenient, or something like that. Izuku powers up both his quirks, letting one for all suffuse his cells like a massive jolt of sunlight. He shivers, a terrifying rictus of a grin spreading across his face as power floods through him. This was the key all along. What was one for all but his own personal sun? The enemy is attacking at night? Who cares? For I am the sun. Izuku leaps off the pavement, cracking it under his feet as he flights through a Nomu. The creature explodes, showering an unfortunate passerby with gore as a glowing projectile passes through the street. He leaps up over the rooftops, scanning the area as he hangs in the air. This was All Might's true power. Now he has become Sun, unstoppable avatar of God. A moment later, Izuku's fragile grasp on his new ability expires, and he explodes, coating the city block in a fine mist of bloody vegetation. 5 minutes after that, he gasps for air as he pulls himself together, shaking his head to dispel the drunken feeling of using his new one-for-all style. Chronophilic overdrive was powerful, but clearly his divine form was not fully suited for this mortal plane. Izuku zips over the rooftops at a much more restrained, still superhuman speed. A few minutes later he drops into an alleyway, pavement cracking under him. Stain. Step away from native, you know what? I feel like something's missing here. Izuku says, standing between the serial killer and his hero victim. Missing? Stain says, bewildered at the sudden turn of events. Yeah. Maybe. Ilda? Should Ilda Tensei be here? Why the F would he be here? I unironically barely scratched his brother. Then why is he in the hospital for a month? Checkmate liberal. I'm not a liberal. Does Japan even have liberals? Answer the question. Deep state psyop. A likely story. Admittedly, that does sound like something the deep state would do. Vilifying you to reinforce the images of the heroes. Exactly. Join me and we can topple them. No. 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 Besides, don't you literally worship me? No. I fact-checked that all might thing. You're totally lying, and I'm going to kill you for that. DMN. For real. For real. Now, IT is your evil that I shall seek with dash. Oh. Hi Shiozaki. Midoriya. Why is Stain here? Izuku's fellow plant stands at the entrance of the alleyway, staring at the scene in confusion. You know, I'm not sure. Stain, why are you in a random alley that I somehow instantly found? And why native? Plot convenience. And native does cultural appropriation. So true. Izuku kicks native, who wheezes weakly. A moment later, a vine snakes around him and carefully drags him out of kicking range. Shiozaki begins to apply first aid. All right, Stain. It is time you meet your doom. Then, the sun dawned upon Hosu at midnight. You know, after all the buildup, Stain was pretty anticlimactic to fight. Izuku says, sitting in a hospital bed, uninjured. Shiozaki stares at him, unable to reply with the bandages covering her face. Sorry again about your hair. How am I supposed to know it doesn't detach into handy-dandy whips? Another stare. And really, how should I know that brutally tearing it from your scalp would hurt so much? Why didn't you just regrow? Shiozaki huffs. Regardless, your hair really does make a handy-dandy whip. Stain didn't know what hit him. And now he's arrested, and I got the credit. It's hard to cover up a literal sun after all. And now Katsuki and I are both famous. Shiozaki rolls her eyes, and if the gesture seems a little fonder than usual, no one notices. Term finals. They are coming. If you fail, no summer camp. Aizawa says, stepping around his podium. Sensei, what challenge can we expect from the finals? Ilda shouts, arms chopping wildly. Secret. Aizawa takes a few steps across the classroom. Is it a deep state psyop? I knew it. Stain was right. Izuku shouts, leaping from his seat in a blur of greenery. Nope, nope, Aizawa says, unlatching the window. Sit down, nerd. I'm trying to get my beauty sleep. Katsuki punctuates his exclamation with an explosion, smoking swirling through the classroom. You don't need it, Monoma mutters from the front of the class. The sheet, I'm out. Aizawa says, tipping himself backwards out the window, capture scarf fluttering wildly. Guys? Kaminari says, peering out the window, did our sensei just fly away like some sort of demented Spider-Man? It appears so, says Shoji, one tentacle eyeball out the window. All right, everyone remain calm. Do not violate decorum. Ilda says, if the hobo tyrant is gone, does that make me leader? Izuku says excitedly, running towards the front of the class. The sun preserve us, Shiozaki mutters. For my first order as plant president dash. Why not just normal president? Because we aren't all racist, that's why Katsuki. Izuku says, looking suitably offended at the hate crimes being committed in his very class. Anyways, for my first order, prepare for the end of term exams. Break into groups and self-study. And for my second order, we should aspire to boldly follow in our predecessors' footsteps. Before Ilda can finish commending Izuku for his responsible declaration, the plant boy is squealing with glee as he pitches himself headfirst out the window. Hey guys, I just wanted to offer you a hint on the exam, from one hero to another. Kendo says, bowing sincerely as she approaches Izuku's lunch table. The upper years claim their exam last year was more robots. Thanks. But why him? Katsuki says, sticking his thumb at Izuku. He is class president? I reiterate. Well, he did have a hand in getting my boyfriend to shape up. So I have to thank him at least a little for that. Kendo says, standing up. I did? I mean, of course I did. He must have been touched by my religious fervor. Tell me, Which denomination does he attend? Denominations? Katsuki asks. We had a schism. You and who? Shiozaki. When? Just now, when she stole my last pudding cup. Izuku says, pointing dramatically at the vine-haired teen, who paused sheepishly with a spoonful of pudding in her mouth. Oh my god, he's corrupting you. Katsuki says, slamming his head down onto the table. Anyways, not exactly. Kendo says, staring at the trio in concern. You just gave him some sage advice. Hey Midoriya, how's it going? Mineta says, slinging an arm around Kendo's shoulder and giving her a kiss on the cheek. The great boy was taller now, easily an inch higher than Izuku and Katsuki, who were, to their eternal chagrin, exactly the same height. His arms had filled out with muscles, and his grapes formed a stylish braid down his back. Mineta? What the ever happened to you? Katsuki says, staring at the transformed boy in horror. Well, after Izuku sent me to Vlad King, I begged him to show me his ways. And he did. And it did that to you? A few pick-up line tips. Oh no. He put me on the ultimate lady killer training montage. 100 push-ups with the weight of a woman on your back. 100 sit-ups with the weight of a woman around your shoulders. 100 squats while holding the weight of a woman. And to top it off, a 10 kilometers run with the weight of a woman on your back. Every single day. Mineta struck a dramatic pose, arms crossed to show off his admittedly impressive forearms. The weight of a woman? What in the good Lord is that? Shiozaki says, skeptical. Women all weigh different amounts, you misogynist. Oh no, my vine-haired friend. The weight of a woman is not physical, but emotional. I journal now and attend rigorous therapy to correct my less desirable traits. Plus, Recovery Girl gave me some supplements to correct the herm imbalance that was keeping me short. Thanks to this all-new revolutionary healthy routine, I can carry the weight of several women. Mineta says with a winning smile. That's why Itsuka, along with Yui, Setsuna, Kinoko, agreed to enter a relationship with me. Is that everyone in Class 1B? No. Tsudenori, of course, is an American. And I'm fairly certain Yanagi has some sort of thing going with Tokoyami. Anyways, good to see you guys again. I'll always be thankful for you pointing me in the right direction, Midoriya. Mineta says, walking off with Kendo. What the F dash? Katsuki says after a long, shell-shocked pause. What the actual F dash? I heard you abandoned your class today, Aizawa. That isn't very responsible of you. Nedzu says, staring at the truant teacher. Aizawa was currently swinging from chains wrapped around his body, hanging above the shark pit. The rodent chuckled as Nemo leapt up, nearly grabbing the teacher in his jaws. The shark had a minor quirk, and his teeth gleamed gold because of it. Golden goose? Nedzu preferred a steady supply of golden shark teeth. It was the logical choice. Aizawa insists. Contractually, you must return to teaching. You must give me a bigger drink budget. And a nap room. No. Nap room. And no teaching till after exams. Fine. Nedzu says, pressing the button to release his staff member, who skillfully flips back to the safety of the normal office. Nedzu takes his seat as the fake wall slides back in place, hiding the open-access shark tank. Now, let us discuss matchups for the final exam. Who do you think should face our problem child? Which one? Aizawa's, face down on the desk. Izuku screams as a threaded steel bullet rips through his shoulder, sending green gore splattering all over the sidewalk. What the F dash? Have you forgotten so soon, young Z? All Might's voice booms out from his position in front of the entrance. Yes. But I can't hear you. La 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 la, Izuku screams, sprinting down an alleyway. He was alone for his final exam after the tragic death of Sato. Once again, he cursed the stuck nature of stomachs. Who knew the teen actually had a quirk that gave him super strength from diabetic seizures, and that was why his brain power seemed to be reduced during that. You'd think a doctor would have caught that. Then again, doctors had written off One for All as a manifestation of photosynthesis, despite it multiplying his power by deranged amounts. The power of assuming you know everything thanks to a medical degree was truly not to be understated. Izuku ducked into a building, briefly contemplating the difference between his classmates' mortality and his own. Could plants die? Obviously. But what about immortal plants? Did they die of old age? Trees don't die of old age. But Izuku wasn't really a tree. He didn't have any bark. Although he could bark. At least he couldn't get diabetes. Right? He was fairly certain you needed a stomach for that. Or was that a pancreas? Did he have a pancreas? Do plants have pancreases? Pancreas? Pancreasis? Pancreas uses? Was that All Might? Why could he see him? Wasn't he inside? The building around Izuku blows away as All Might punches down half the block, appearing beside the plant boy in an instant. The number 1 hero leans down, gun held to the side. If you can't hear, the hero whispers, then I'll tell you from very, very close. All Might presses the barrel of the gun to Izuku's chest, the head depressing with an ominous click. I always stay motherfucking strapped. Izuku contemplates the XPLCT nature of this catchphrase as he flies through the air, courtesy of the recoil. You'd think there wouldn't be much momentum, since the bullet cleanly pierced him. But nope, recoil. Or was that front coil? Forward coil? Pre-coil? He lands in a crouch, sliding across the ground in a golden glow. Then he exhales in a deep breath, powering up one for all. Chlorophyllic overdrive. He screams, blasting across the testing zone and driving a punch into All Might's weak spot. Hey! No fighting dirty! All Might cries, blasting off Izuku's limbs with a single punch. Oh no! My Second Amendment rights. Izuku cries as he sails off into the city again. My arms! They're taking your arms? All Might cries, whipping his head about. Where? I'll get the filthy liberals. Izuku speeds past the confused American, leaving only a pair of shredded red sneakers and some dead vegetation in his dust. Misdirection was the eternal tool of not only a pastor, but a PR officer after all. And if Yamamo had her way, then he would be both of those soon. Midoriya passes. Oh, not my hair again, you heathen. Shizuki screams as another viney wipe ignites, tugging it back and away from Snipe as Katsuki rushes in explosively. Then have less flammable hair. It's literally a plant. So is Izu. He's a freak. But you love him. He's a cute freak. Partners, you know this is an exam, right? Snipe drawls, spinning his 6-shooter. If your Texans say what? What? I say what? Katsuki chops down on Snipe's arm in a disarming technique, snagging his gun and blowing it to pieces. Nice try, partner. Snipe calls, pulling out a second gun and shooting a full revolution of rubber bullets into Katsuki's stomach. A second later a vine wraps around his arm, stealing that gun as well. That one was already empty. A true Texan doesn't just stay strapped, they prep for revolution. Snipe says, whipping out 2 more pistols and making Shizuki dance as bullets strike the floor by her feet. You made a critical error. I am already accustomed to bullets. Katsuki cries out, leaping from the floor behind the cowboy. Snipe makes a mental note to investigate why this is the case, a second before the HNDCFFS click around his shooting arm. Uraraka, I need you to let go. Yaoyorozu calls as 13 attempts to SCK both of them in with her black hole. What? I'll literally die. Ochako, will you marry me? The gravity girl squeaks, blushing and letting go to cover her face. She falls towards 13, and the pro hero shuts off her quirk to avoid a second death from Class 1A in only a week. A second later Yaoyorozu slams down a pair of HHVs onto 13's puffy space suit, pulling a gold-plated Desert Eagle and aiming it at her face for good measure. Don't worry. The bullets are gold. And it's a soft metal. She says menacingly. But are you willing to find out if it's soft enough? Stay down. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka pass. Yamamo, what was that about? Uraraka says, scrambling to her feet. The gun? Simply an effective deterrent. The safety was on, don't worry. Know about, you know? Oh, marriage? Well, perhaps I jumped the gun a little. But I intend to launch a prime ministerial campaign shortly, and being part of a relationship is necessary in a country as conservative as Japan. The taller girl says, turning to Quirk. So, would you go out with me? But wouldn't a heteroromantic relationship be better to appease the voting masses? She says, I'm kind of, a woman? Oh, trust me, I noticed. Yaoyorozu says cheerfully, and it wouldn't do to appear too traditional or miserable. I am a lesbian with plans of world domination and soft revolution after all. Don't cry, Ilda, it's just a bus. Ciro says, patting the speedster on his shoulder. Just a bus. Ilda cries, his hands chopping wildly, it's concave. Ciro looks around the bus, noting how sections of the interior have been blocked off or rearranged to create a curved seating area with irregular rows of seats. 3 here, 1 there, 5 across the back. It truly was Ilda's worst nightmare. Up front, Aizawa sighs contentedly and slides lower into his sleeping bag as the sweet, sweet sounds of problematic children's sobbing wash over him. Now if only Midoriya was even half as distraught, his day would be perfect. Alas, that would have to wait until the summer camp. Surely some 4 a.m. to 2 a.m. training would eventually break the plant. I can't believe your campaign launch went so well, Yamamo. Mina says, gushing over her classmate in the back of the bus. Who knew Japan was so ready for an underaged candidate? When did that even become legal, Karo? As soon as the proper bribes paperwork was delivered, of course. Yaoyorozu says primly, sitting beside her new girlfriend. Did you just verbally strike through a word, Karo? I don't know, did you just say, Karo, instead of just rib-biting? The heiress shoots back, browsing her newly active Quirk social feed. Popularity ratings started well. We'll see if things keep up. Izuku says, scrolling through his own feed. I thought the conservative crowd would react a bit more to Uraraka, but your villain fight mid-rally really carried the campaign launch. That sure was effing convenient, wasn't it, Rich Beach? Katsuki calls from a few seats along the curve. Whatever do you mean, Bakugo? How could I possibly have predicted that the USJ villain would show up to that specific mall on the same day I launch my campaign, fight me, and retreat, thus cementing me as both the target of a vendetta and a capable hero? That would be ridiculous. Ridiculous. Katsuki huffs, and I'm sure HNDJB didn't get any deposits into his Steam account from a Swiss bank. Obviously not. Yaoyorozu says, no one banks with the Swiss anymore. That's so passé. Right. Yeah, Katsuki. It's kind of racist for you to stereotype the Swiss like that. They do other things too, Izuku chimes in. Like effing what? Surrender? Declare neutrality? Touché. The bus rumbles to a stop, and the students awkwardly spill out of the curve and onto a barren hill. Guys? I don't see any bathrooms. Kaminari says nervously. Yeah. He didn't say it was a bathroom stop. Jiro says, I really need to go. Gross. The punk says, rolling her eyes as the electricity user bounces side to side. We've come to lend a paw and help. Coming out of nowhere. Stingingly cute and cat-like. Wild, wild pussycats. The pussycats spring out of hiding, posing dramatically in front of the students. Oh my gosh, hi. Izuku says, bouncing forwards, you're the famous rescue hero team. I love how you've weaponized your image to make rescues easier. It's the PR coup of our generation. You have so much vigor. Pixie Bob says, running forwards to inspect him. I call dibs on this one. He's taken. Shizaki says coldly. I am. Izuku says, looking back at her in confusion. Yes. Oh. Izuku looks back at the heroine. Sorry, taken. Yes. Wait, since when? Like 3 weeks ago, idiot. Katsuki calls out. Oh. Izuku says, deeply confused. Go figure. Also, you're a peffly weird cat lady. Katsuki says, popping off an explosion. I am not. Why are you ogling a child? I'm admiring his youthful vigor. There is no way you just said that with a straight face. Well, I did. So what? Pixie Bob, please stop arguing with the child. Mandalay says, placing a hand on her shoulder and guiding her away. I'm sorry, we'll rein her in. She's just worried about how old she's getting. I'm 18 at heart. And I'm sure you think I'm very effing immature for my age and all that. Katsuki rolls his eyes, shoving his hands into his pocket. Alright. Well, the summer camp begins now. Aizawa says, shuffling off the bus. If you don't make it to the camp by noon, you won't get lunch. Where's the camp? Shoji asks, 8 eyes swiveling around wildly. Oh, over there. Aizawa says with a wide grin, using his bottle of vodka to gesture vaguely off into the woods, where a small plume of smoke was rising from the camp miles away. Before any of 1A can react, the mountain rumbles and a wave of earth sends them tumbling off the edge. And if the wave of earth happens to form fists and sucker punch Katsuki in the kidneys a couple times on the way down, well, everyone chalks up the extra swearing to his normal explosive personality. Well, sheet. I guess we're walking. Jiro says, kicking at the ground. Oh, mon Dieu, my manicure. Aoyama says, his hands covered in dirt. Hey guys? What the F is that? Kaminari says, still vibrating. A gigantic monster, clods of dirt shifting and falling off it as it moves, bursts out of the woods. The class bursts into action, taking down the monster and beginning to move through the forest towards the camp. Ugh, kill me, Uraraka mumbles as she drags herself into the campsite, face green from Quirk overuse. I have to pee so bad. Kaminari whines. Why didn't you go in the woods? Jiro chimes in. I didn't think of that. You're an idiot, jamming way. Wow, that was so fun, wasn't it, guys? Izuku says, bouncing along completely fresh, wasn't that legion of dirt creatures so cool? Die. Katsuki pants, his normal threat falling limply out of his mouth. Wow, you guys made it in record time. Just hang out for a bit, we'll have curry ready for you in about an hour. Mandalay says, watching the group filter in. Class B won't be here for another few hours at least. Hi. Who are you? I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku says, introducing himself to the small child standing by the pussycats. You're all trash. The child says, delivering an unceremonious kick to Izuku's crotch. Izuku winces, clenching his legs together and glowing gold for a moment. Then he swiftly delivers a kick back, sending the young boy to the floor in pain. Midoriya, what the F dash? Zero says, the normally stoic teen outraged. What? You just kicked a child, Karo? I'm communicating. Trust me, I'm great with children. You just have to meet them on their level. Izuku says. A moment later, the child picks himself back up and shakes Izuku's hand. I'm Koda. He says, I guess you're alright. Not a spineless coward like the rest of them. Izuku beams, flipping the bird at his class as he cheerfully makes his way into the lodge, leaving the rest of them groaning on the ground. The world is a blur as Izuku stumbles out of bed, sluggishly dragging his arms. After a few steps, he slams into the wall, crumpling. He lets out a low, pained groan, no glow manifesting to heal him. A moment later, gray fabric snakes around him, dragging him out of the sleeping area, his face smearing along the concrete. Get up. Aizawa says, staring down at the plant. What time is it? Izuku mumbles from the floor. 3 a.m., I generously allowed you to sleep for an entire hour longer than I originally planned. That means I only slept for 2 hours? It's not my fault you stayed up past midnight gossiping, knowing you had early training. Aizawa says, hauling the teen to his feet, twice, after he crumples immediately the first time. We weren't gossiping. We were plotting national domination. Izuku says, waking up a little. I don't even want to know. Don't tell me. Understood. You're too vulnerable without light. It's irrational to allow yourself to have such a critical weakness. So, you're going to be training in the dark until you figure out a solution. Aizawa says, push your quirk to its limits, generate new energy somehow. Is that a vibrating pile of pulp? Katsuki asks, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes as the other members of his class emerge from the temporary dorms at 4 a.m. No. Then what is it? Because it sure as hell looks like a vibrating pile of pulp. That's Midoriya. Din girl, you're dating that? Kaminari laughs, drawing a glare from the concerned Shizuki. Aizawa-sensei, what happened to Izuku? He must give a sermon when we return, he can't be a vibrating pile of pulp. Shizuki asks, her hands clasped together. He's training his quirk. And so will all of you. Over the last few months, you've honed your bodies and techniques, but you haven't improved your quirks nearly at all. Aizawa says, holding out a softball to Yaoyorozu, repeat the ball throw from the start of term. Momo laughs, a gleaming carbon fiber construct emerging from her arm and stomach. She quickly assembles the weapon, a surface-to-air missile launcher, attaching the ball to it. She's so hot when she's showing herself to be a critical threat to national security, Uraraka says. With a hiss, then a roar of fuel, the rocket shoots off. Momo barely avoids stumbling out of the ring from the recoil. A few moments later there's a loud explosion from the mountainside, followed by the distant crashing of rocks. I stand corrected. Aizawa says, displaying a score of nearly 10 kilometers. Everyone except for Yaoyorozu, you haven't improved your quirks enough. Welcome to Hell Training. Stingingly cute and cat-like. We're here to assist with the training. Pixie Bob shouts as the pussycats walk out of the building, looking significantly more awake than the students. Do you know anything about the rock slide I just got a rescue notification for a racer? Mandalay asks, peering at the rocket launcher in Momo's hands. No. But, no. Okay, geez. The woman says, holding up her hands, I'm going to go deal with that, Tiger and Ragdoll will stick around to help out the kiddos. I'm glad Pixie Bob is going on the rescue mission, so she can't have any impure thoughts about us. Shizuki stage whispers to the group, drawing an angry growl. I know. I bet Pixie Bob has been to Hanabata Island. Uraraka adds. Hanabata Island? Like the leader of the Hearts and Mind Party, Hanabata Koku. Kamaniari asks, looking confused. He has an island? Yes. Famed financier and leader of the Hearts and Mind Party, Hanabata Koku, has a secret island where he ships quirkless children. Momo says loudly, my opponent is a boy-munching Pefli, in a caliber second only to that of Yatsubashi Rikiya. What did Yatsubashi do? Have you seen his nose? Clearly a Pefli. When I become supreme leader, Prime Minister, I will arrest this sort of scum immediately. Momo says, punctuating her statement with a series of fireworks in the shape of a sun. From the ground, the Izuku pile groans in a vaguely triumphant manner. A few hours later Shota is enjoying his favorite activity, listening to the agonized screams of his students. This had not always been his favorite activity. Naps used to take the top spot, followed by coffee drinking and jelly packets. But ever since he had been assigned as the home run teacher for Class 1A, agonized screams had rocketed into first place, with binge drinking as a distant second. These particular melodic screams were from his students' experience Hell Week. Midoriya had moved from outside to a small concrete bunker, where he continued to vibrate weakly in an attempt to exorcise his inner son. That hadn't been what Shota had had in mind when he suggested training to be able to operate at night, but halfway through the morning Midoriya had leapt into the air drunkenly and proclaimed he could sense the sun. Ever since, Haz was convinced he could find an internal power source. Bakugo was repeatedly firing blasts into a barrel of boiling water. It didn't need to be boiling for the training to work, but Shota enjoyed the hiss of pain every time the blonde scalded his hands. That would show him to enable Midoriya so much. Shizuki was stretching her vines and strengthening them while Mandalay, who had recently returned, shouted heresy into her mind to reinforce her resiliency. If he was going to be responsible for training a cult, heroes or not, then by the rat it was going to be an ideologically pure cult. He sighed as he saw Yaoyorozu chatting in between bites, an endless stream of NFTs and Bitcoin mining computers spilling from her stomach as she practices. His only solace in the girl's good mood was that her girlfriend was currently projectile vomiting in a small orb that he had personally enjoyed pushing down the hill. Shota takes a deep swig of his flask, eyeing his students in contentment. Yes, Hell Week was well underway, even if Vlad insisted on going easy on his own students by taking them to the beach. Something about Mineta, That little grape, benefiting from the environment of a beach episode for Quirk motivation? Izuku UF-. Stop trying to put your clippings in the curry. Katsuki screams at the freshly reconstituted Midoriya as the plant boy holds a handful of his own leaves, left behind from a recent death. You don't know I don't taste like basil. Midoriya shouts, lunging past him towards the simmering pot. You literally smell like dead bodies when you die. Dead body-scented basil. Shiozaki grabs Midoriya's arm, stopping his assault on dinner in its tracks as she starts to drag him outside. The plant boy splutters, his cheeks red as the other teen takes no excuses. Whipped. Katsuki taunts as the pair leave the building, Shiozaki promising a concerned Ilda that actually, distracting Midoriya was the best way for her to contribute to dinner. Hey Katsuki? Nito says, coming up behind him. What? Katsuki says, turning to look at his friend. His friend. Can you grab those knives and cut up the onions for me? Sure, no FING problem. Katsuki says, grabbing the knives and getting to work, cutting to the beat of a heavy metal song Jiro had shown him on the bus. So, what now? Izuku asks, staring at Ibra, back against the wall of the building. Apparently we're dating and all? I don't know. The other plant teen says, blushing bright red and not meeting his eyes. Do we kiss? No. We are not yet united in holy matrimony. It is strictly forbidden to engage in such acts. Says who? Jesus. Oh. Ibra pauses, blushing darker, her eyes staring at Izuku's lips. Izuku leans up from the wall slowly, pressing a kiss on her lips, unusually slow and gentle for the rambunctious plant. Ibra returns the gesture, kissing him back for a single second that stretches out like toffee. You know, Izuku says, breathless as he pulls away slowly, the sun god doesn't forbid any of that stuff actually. He thinks teens should be rebelling against society by having wild Kankuai sec before marriage. Shut up. Ibra says, blushing brightly as she slams him into the wall and kisses him again, vines tangling around his wrists. I guess I'm the bottom. Izuku squeaks out in between kisses. Shut up. Hey kid. Hey a-hole. Is that any way to talk to a guy who brought you curry? Izuku asks, plopping down beside Kota after dinner, any bruising on his lips and neck long healed away. Who says I want curry? Kota says, looking away as his stomach rumbles loudly. I'll eat it then. No. Fine. Give it here. The kid says, grabbing the bowl, it's probably stupid disgusting anyway. Sure. So kid, why do you think we're all spineless cowards anyway? Izuku says, leaning back against the rock. You're all the same, you hero types. You dress up in costumes and pretend to save people, but once it gets dangerous, you're all just cowards. Kota says, slamming a little fist onto his thigh, when my parents were killed, no one did anything. Not even my aunt. They just talked about how brave and noble their sacrifice was, and that was it. He's not even in prison, no one went and stopped him. Izuku nods, staring up at the clouds. He takes a deep breath in, feeling the cool night air on his lungs, stinging a bit from the curry he had eaten. He was doing better at being awake at night. It was almost 9 p.m. and he hadn't collapsed yet. Inside of him, the secret sun of one for all hums, generating power to supplement the lack of sunlight. Aizawa didn't think it was possible for Izuku to get around his quirk's limitations to this degree, but he didn't know about the second quirk. In a way, it was a blessing, just not in the manner everyone thought it was. A blessing from his mentor from past generations. A tool to stop villains, to make society peaceful, sure. But also a tool for murder. To kill all for one. And if there's one thing Izuku has learned from his life so far, and from his friends, it's this. If you're going to kill one person, you may as well slaughter everyone in the general vicinity too, in case they turn state's witness. What's his name? He asks finally. Who? Kota says, eyes wide and skittish. The name of the man who killed your parents. Oh. The child looks down at his almost finished curry, moving the spoon around listlessly. Eventually he speaks. Muscular. Imasuji Goto. He's a big blonde man who can control his muscle fibers. Cool. Izuku nods, committing the description to memory. If I run into him, I'll kill him for you. Why you will? Isn't that illegal? Yep. I know the president to be though. Immoral. Nah, I don't reckon it is. He's killed plenty of people. Good to have a balance in these things. Besides, we aren't even the same species. Plants kill people all the time and no one bats an eye. What if he kills you? Wouldn't stick. Izuku says, standing up and sticking his hands in his pockets. I'm immune. Enjoy the shitty curry, kid. Shigaraki Tamura looks around the bar, frowning at the few villains there. Not many had been willing to answer the call of the League of Villains. Not only had Stain overshadowed them in Hosu, but his recent sponsored bout with the Yaoyorozu brat had convinced the underworld that he was pro-establishment. They couldn't be more wrong, of course. Tamura wanted to drain the swamp, smash away old institutions. That was why he had sold out to the planned fight with the UA brat, why he had failed to kill her when he had the chance. That and the swatch of new poles on Umamusum waiting for him. Enough to convince him to do them all, and to go along with her little plan for this event too. Gacha games weren't cheap, and he needed his fix. And if Sensei thought that it was all his idea, to attack the brats and break UA's pride, then that was even better. Maybe he would stop calling him AT and start respecting him as a proper successor. So, my Vanguard Action Squad. He says, looking around the bar at his newest members. A murderer, a cannibal, a clown, and a cloner. If only he had managed to recruit the staple guy and his young friend, he'd have some proper firepower. Tonight, we break the spirit of UA. And tomorrow, we steal the moon. Metaphorically, of course. Izuku huffs in quiet exhaustion as he trudges through the forest with Shiozaki. Normally he'd have some sort of quip, especially in the presence of his best follower, but this was the latest he'd been awake at night in years, and the darkness felt like it was eating away at his very soul. The Pussycats had been put out about the lack of another class but had wasted no time on their second night in dividing up Class 1A into 2 teams anyway. Mandalay had even managed to convince Aizawa-sensei to release the remedial kids for a single night to participate in the test of courage. Izuku thought that spoiled the point of DSPN, but let it never be said that he would get in the way of fun. Katsuki seemed to think that he would somehow be able to scare Izuku, so the plant had gamely grabbed his girlfriend's hand so Katsuki could have a chance to embarrass him in front of her or something. All students, you have permission to defend yourselves. There are villains attacking the camp. Also, if someone finds Koda, please escort him back. I don't know where he is. Mandalay's voice rings out in Izuku's head, frantic and pleading. Izuku shares a look with Shiozaki, desperately fumbling for the inner son that he identified as one for all. He kisses her quickly, and isn't that nice, being able to kiss her? Her lips are very soft, and she kisses really well for someone who thought it was a sin just yesterday. Focus. Villains. Koda. Be safe, I need to get to Koda fast. He says, turning and dashing away before the other teen can do so much as roll her eyes at him. He dashes through the forest, bounding over trees and up the mountainside, starting to faintly glow in the night as he pulls as much of his new strength as he can into his body. His max percentage during the night is significantly lower than in the day, and he's slow. Hopefully not too slow, Izuku thinks with some detachment, or Koda was going to look like Izuku after Katsuki gets mad. And he was fairly certain Koda wasn't immortal. Not 100%, of course, he hadn't tried killing him yet. But he had a high degree of confidence. Typically, small bratty children weren't immortal. But then again, Izuku had been a small bratty child, and he was immortal. Koda had a stomach though, so he probably wasn't immortal. There was an important distinction there, or was it an important digestion? Izuku spills onto the cliff just in time to dive forwards and scoop Koda into his arms and out of the way of Muscular. And it was Muscular, no doubt about it, despite that being ridiculous narrative convenience. Seriously, the very murderer in question just happened to be recruited, and stumble on this very specific remote mountainside where Koda was far away from the actual class? It's like God was just saying, here you go. Murder is okay. Hey man. He says casually, setting Koda down a few feet away, safely tucked behind a rock. What a funny coincidence. Ah, a fresh hero to kill? I hope you make it fun, green boy. Muscular says, muscle fibers bulging on his arm. Have you ever been conflicted about something, and then you get a perfect sign from God for what to do? Izuku asks as he pulls on One for All, powering up his natural quirk and dashing forwards. Never. I do what I want, and what I want is splattering heroes after a good fight. I was thinking about killing you, you know. I promised Koda after all. Izuku remarks as he peppers punches into Muscular, frowning slightly as the blonde man shrugs them off easily. But then I thought to myself, is that the heroic way? Should I kill someone? Why bother thinking it over? Muscular taunts, slamming a massive fist into the ground as Izuku rolls away, sending chips of rock flying everywhere. Just kill who you want and be done with it. That's what I did when I killed the brat's parents. Well, I was musing on it. Quite conflicted actually, and I'm not known for my moral quandaries. Izuku pounds another punch into Muscular at max percentage, groaning internally when it does. Nothing again, the larger man taunting him. And I figured I would ruminate on it. Good word, that ruminate. Momo taught me it. It makes me sound superior. I thought I wouldn't get a chance to kill you for ages anyway, so I'd make a decision if you showed up. Izuku draws on the full power of his quirk, diving in the way of a punch that Muscular aims for Koda's rock. His body explodes, dampening the impact as the inherited power blows him apart. He regenerates a moment later, on his knees in front of Muscular, who has paused to taunt Koda after apparently killing Izuku. Unlike the night in Hosu though, this time feels different. Izuku feels hollow, a yawning pit deep in the space that doctors had assured him a stomach would normally go. And as he finishes regenerating, something settles into that space, humming with energy and almost painfully warm. Not a stomach, but something that fuels his body all the same, spreading nutrition, power, along his veins like they were roots. Izuku is full, for the first time ever, like he ate a pleasant meal. Not a smoothie, something with real weight to it. A good steak maybe, with potatoes and gravy and the kind of shortbread your grandmother makes that sticks in your mouth but is delicious anyway. A good all-American meal, caloric and artery clogging, like All Might always recommended. The energy spreads as he stands up, Muscular staring down at him in shock. It suffuses his entire body, filling him with the incomparable warmth of the sun. The top surface of his skin turns to leaves, crackles, and falls away to reveal a fresh layer of skin, over and over until it appears as though he is a tree in the fall. Constantly shedding leaves as he moves, verdant greenery covering every inch of his skin. And then, just like magic, you showed up at the training camp. And you tried to kill Koda. He's just a kid, you know. And I can't very well go back on my promise right in front of him. That would be terribly rude. Izuku cracks his knuckles, the sound punctuated by the crinkling of leaves. Muscular starts to laugh, muscle fibers swelling around him, wrapping over and over as he grows to his full size. Ecstatic over the development, a kid he can kill multiple times, the murderer charges at Izuku. It's almost a shame. I was hoping for an enjoyable fight. Izuku says sadly a moment later, one clean punch having laid Imasuji Goto flat on his back. He places a foot on the blonde's now bare chest, the leaves which are shedding from his skin giving the move the appearance of enveloping the man in his greenery. But I guess you aren't that muscular in the end. Did you really not expect the story to get this dark? Izuku asks with a laugh, his head up to the sky, eyes on something far away, as Koda creeps out from the rock. I've been a borderline sociopath ever since I lost my head on the bridge. Izuku presses his foot down and keeps his promise. Momo cackles madly as the Tommy gun in her hand vibrates with every shot, spraying the Nomu with bullets. She clutches the fedora on her head as she dives to the side, thoroughly enjoying the mobster cosplay. Sick imp girl. She cries out, Ochako dashing forwards and removing the disoriented creature's gravity. Normally, a Tommy gun would be a very ineffective weapon against a creature with skin tough enough to shrug off blows from All Might himself. It was, after all, a small caliber gun mostly used for gang violence. Momo loads a second round into the drum, creating the bullets directly from her hand into the chambers. She runs forward, getting under the Nomu and aiming upwards, firing into center mass. The rapid-fire impacts, high velocity but unable to pierce, throw the Nomu into the air at great speed. Well, if you're rug-pulling crypto and you know it, clap your hands, the heiress says to her girlfriend, pressing a kiss to her lips as the shorter girl puts her hands together. Release, Ochako mumbles against her mouth, still making out with her when the Nomu splatters into the ground a moment later. Dead, if it can even have been called alive in the first place. I think Izuku is a bad influence on you, babe. Balderdash. No aspiring prime minister is ever afraid of putting down a bioweapon. Momo says with a laugh, cheeks flushed with adrenaline as Mandalay's voice echoes in their mind to let them know Koda is safe. Now, go get kidnapped like a good girl. Nito is having a very, very bad night. Not only did Katsuki turn down partnering with him, claiming that he needed Shoji for his plan to scare Midoriya, but now Dark Shadow was chasing him through the woods. Tender flesh. Come to me, flesh. Moonfish cackles from above, teeth stabbing down near Nito. Also, the cannibal. That Sekidi pretty bad too. And the lack of quirks. No quirks meant he really was just tender flesh. Nito was having a record-breaking bad night. Tag me in, Nito. Katsuki cries as he single-handedly turns the knight around, a nitroglycerin-coated palm slamming into Nito's hand. He laughs with glee, explosion filling his body with power as he sets a few off in his palms. You take the tooth fairy, I'm going to calm down Dark Shadow. He calls out, blasting away. After so much time spent training together, he could use Katsuki's quirk almost as well as his own. Keep that tight but safe. Katsuki calls back, and Nito is very much not thinking about that as he sets off light-producing firecrackers around the shadow beast. Not at all. He's very focused. A claw slams him into a tree, driving the wind out of him and forcing him to stop thinking about Katsuki and focus up. He snarls, wondering if it's a blessing or not that he can't copy Tokoyami's quirk. Probably a blessing. Copying Dark Shadow would feel too much like killing a person when his copy ran out. He dives back in, hands sparking with borrowed power. Ochako hums happily as Twice leads her to Kurogiri's portal, the masked man rambling to himself as they walk. We're totally going to take good care of you. He says, you're going to be brutally tortured. Wow, I hope so. Ochako says with a laugh. Momo had assured her that the villain group wouldn't hurt her, and she trusted her girlfriend with her life. She wasn't sure that this was really heroic, but it would definitely be profitable. And money was her motivation for being a hero anyway. Plus, if her gorgeous rich girlfriend became prime minister, she could reform all sorts of things. And that would save way more people and put money in their pockets. Really, this was for the greater good. Oh. Hi, Midoriya. Ochako says, waving cheerfully at the plant as he dashes into the clearing. Uraraka. Mandalay said you'd been kidnapped when I dropped Code off. Are you okay? He says, crackling with energy, leaves sloughing off him. I have been. Are you okay? Of course. You seem awfully calm for a kidnapping victim. She's very calm. Twice interjects. She's shaking in abject terror. Of course I'm calm. I'm just taking a brief PR tour. Ochako hums, waving as the other members of the League of Villains filter into the clearing. Oh, I get it now. Izuku says, powering down, the final leaves falling off him and revealing fresh green skin and a manic grin. That's a shame. I was going to kill them all. Ohoho. A bonus hero. Compress says, slapping a palm to the back of Izuku's head and tucking him into a marble before Izuku can register the situation. 2 for the price of 1. Truly it is our lucky night. And all the world's a stage after all. Ochako briefly considers mentioning that kidnapping Midoriya was definitely not the plan. And that he would probably be very annoyed when he woke up, and that tended to annoy everyone else. He might even kill himself over it, the melodramatic plant. And that was only the worst of it, because Bakugo and Shiozaki would surely show up soon afterwards. Bakugo had that weird Midoriya sense of his that came in handy whenever the plant wandered off, after all. She muses in addition, that perhaps this would be easier if more of the class were in on Momo's grand plans for Japan. Then she discards that thought. Momo only told Ochako because Ochako was hers, and Ochako was a very possessive girlfriend. Everyone else could bumble around while she kept making safe stock bets on all the companies Momo owns, while shorting Detronet. It was very bad for their business that their CEO had been photographed so many times with his good friend, the famous financier and island owner Hanabata Koku, after all. Regardless of the veracity of said island, Shigaraki hadn't had any qualms attacking her class at Nedzu's request a few months ago though, and that had ruined her favorite gym shirt. She could only afford one, so it was automatically her favorite, and she had to thrift another one that weekend. Ochako decides that he can definitely suffer some Midoriya time as payback and stays silent while Compress waltzes through the portal. That is a very effeminate clown man. She says instead of warning anyone, letting Twice drag her along, stepping out into the bar. Shigaraki Tamara. Behold, a 2-for-1 surprise. Compress shouts, flourishing his hand and letting Midoriya out with a shower of sparkles. Somehow, through the grace of magic, the plant boy is already bound and in a chair. Shigaraki says, staring at Midoriya in abject horror. What's cooking HNDJB? Midoriya says, his smile all teeth. Yue loses 2 students, is Nedzu to blame? By Kriya-shan. A horrifying tragedy struck last night, as the League of Villains attacked a UA training camp. This is the second time the heroic, incredibly special and talented Class 1A has been attacked by the feared villain group. 3 if you count Shigaraki's solo duel with prime ministerial frontrunner and all-round perfect person Momo Yaoyorozu. Many are asking, has UA lost its touch? Is Principal Nedzu senile due to aging faster than humans? And worse, is he actually a marmoset and not a rat? While many are asking, many are wrong. This is not a failure of the school, who took many precautions. While this is indeed a tragedy, that would have been significantly worse if not for the heroic actions of national darling Momo Yaoyorozu, the fault lays squarely at the feet of the incumbent prime minister. Up for re-election despite long odds, Shinzo Abe's cuts to education budgets hamstrung any possibility of UA properly protecting their students. Worse, his insistence on prioritizing government-controlled police over the more independent heroes has led to worse career outcomes and further stigmatization of minorities, and thus more villains. Perhaps, if Minister Abe had allowed there to be a hero there for a young Mr. Compress, we would not have a former GGL-turned-murderous clown on our national hands? Maybe we would instead have more upstanding citizens like Momo Yaoyorozu, who will be on your local ballot this coming election. Her incredibly brave face despite the kidnapping of her girlfriend, hero in training and noted critic of candidate Hanabata Koku, the famed financier with an alleged trafficking scheme, is an inspiration for us all. More updates will come as UA releases more information, or when the Prime Minister gets up and does something for the first time in his career. Don't you think this is a bit heavy-handed? Asks Jiro, looking at the article over Momo's shoulder. Nonsense, this is downright subtle. Momo says, smiling at her best friend. One couldn't keep plots from the girl with super hearing after all. In fact, I might add another reference to Hanabata's pedophilia, just to make sure the sheep notice it. It's terrible, the things he does to quirkless children. You remember that you made that rumor up, right? HM? I would never slander. Momo laughs, making some quick changes then sending the article off to her editor to publish. Now, do you want to help me, and by me I mean 100 bot accounts, make some inflammatory tweets? Yeah, that's punk as hell. Jiro says, grabbing a burner phone and flopping down on Momo's hospital bed. Shinzo Abe? More like Shinzo Abe. 400 retweets. Shinzo Abe? More like a sod. 350 retweets. Shinzo Abe? More like Shinzo Abe. 500 retweets. Why is the Prime Minister not doing anything? Is he stupid? 3,000 upvotes. Hashtag the sun. They locked our glorious prophet away. 5 upvotes. UA to blame? No way. An analysis, 7,050 upvotes. Where's All Might? Doesn't he know the kidnapped kid? 17,001 retweets. Why I think Hanabata's island is totally real, and the League of Villains are on it 1,800 retweets. Why bother looking for the plant kid? He'll have 2,000 retweets. Serving, disappointed in our institutions, hashtag Yuzo 30,000 likes. If you were going to kill Shinzo Abe, would a quirk that let you 3D print stuff help you? Deleted 410 upvotes. Shinzo Abe is no longer asking have children. This is because he keeps letting them die in villain attacks. 7,100 retweets. Yairozu's girlfriend got kidnapped by the mall villain. Love triangle? For 100 notes. MG guys. Her girlfriend is kidnapped. Hashtag Doomanders 60,000 notes. 6 or 7 reasons why the UA camp attack is SUS 6,050 retweets. Shota sighs in disgust, tossing his phone to the bed and taking a deep drink of his flask. Social media was so illogical, it drove him mad. If any of those idiots took more than 30 seconds to think critically about the situation, they'd realize it was all Midoriya's fault. He wasn't sure how yet, actually. Especially considering the plant problem child had been kidnapped. That was, on its own, not unusual. But it did make it difficult to interrogate him as to how he had caused this. Muscular was dead, and he had been found covered in greenery with a Midoriya foot-sized hole in his chest. Shota hadn't even bothered putting it in his report. As far as he was concerned, it was best for his health and drink budget that Muscular was never even there at all. He took a deeper swig, his homebrew of moonshine and rubbing alcohol that he called Midoriya juice, sloshing into his throat. It burned like acid and he barely noticed it. Shota glances down at the open door of his hospital room and sighs again. Netsu was pushing a rack of suits into his room, carrying a clipboard. Aizawa, I hope you're ready to appear in public. The rat says, far too cheerful, we have so much work to do. All for One smiles slowly, his scar tissue peeling a bit from the movement. Someone was doing an excellent job destroying public confidence in the government, his technopathic quirk told him. Always in favor of a scandal, he pushes a pulse of energy out, adding his own bots to fuel the fire. All Might personally responsible for 180% rise in shooting deaths? Why did he not shoot the villains? 150,000 retweets. All Might secretly boring? Why 60 years of the same aesthetic is lame? 400 upvotes. All Might a cuck? Watch secret footage of Brussels glory hole now. Hashtag Kathleen Bates, hashtag Cuckmite, hashtag New Bimbo Order, hashtag Nanishimura MILF 1 million views, Pornhub front page for 17 hours. He chuckles, releasing the quirk. Who knew Pornhub would survive 200 years of societal stagnation? Some things really were inevitable. His victory, for starters. And possibly that of Yairozu Momo, at least until he abolishes the government entirely. Which would be much easier with a schoolgirl in charge. All for One frowns, hearing screams from upstairs. Which should be impossible, since there was roughly 100 meters of solid rock and concrete in between his bunker and Shigaraki's bar. And yet, the squeals of the enemy still reached his ears. Why had he ever chosen such a pathetic successor? Truly, if it wasn't for his heritage, he would have dumped the boy long ago. Perhaps in favor of the clown. Compress, at least, appreciated a good show. He sighs, flicking on the TV with a quirk. The kidnapping had probably just concluded, and he should at least make an appearance. Really, the league was full of idiots. One space-themed girl should not be causing this much chaos. What's cooking, H&DB? Izuku says with a gleeful smile as he comes to. You should really untie me. What? Why would I do that? Shigaraki says, I'm pretty sure the restrained condition is the only thing keeping me alive right now. Admittedly, I am a murderer. Izuku says cheerfully. You are. Uraraka says, looking over at him in surprise. Yup. Shigaraki does a quick head count, noticing a few missing individuals. He groans, face-palming and looking at the plant with trepidation. Dude, please tell me you didn't kill the gas kid? He's like 13. Okay, I didn't kill the gas kid. Good. Wait, are you only saying that because I told you to? Is he alive? Nope. Nope, he isn't alive, or nope, you aren't saying it just because I told you to? Yep. I'm going to kill you. You can die. Boys, let's calm down. Uraraka intervenes, saving Shigaraki's sanity, if not Izuku's life. He would probably live after all. He did last time anyway, even if it hurt a lot. And hey, what was a little pain between friends? Only if he unties me. Are you going to kill me if you do? Figure you're employed or whatever, and I don't want the union coming after me. A union? Shigaraki looks incredibly confused but decides that not pressing farther is his best bet. Anyway, are you going to flee the level and go squeal to the heroes? Uraraka, should I do that? Please don't, it would mess up a variety of Momo's plans. Uraraka says. Well, guess I'm not going to do that. A true friend always helps his friend's schemes come to fruition. Is she bribing you too? Twice butts in, she isn't paying us anything. She's paying us loads. Of course. Izuku says, a plant's gotta grow his investment portfolio somehow, doesn't he? I wouldn't be a very good cult leader if I didn't judiciously accept bribes. What about a good hero? Spinner says, a hand on his sword of swords. I mean, all the best heroes are horribly corrupt. Just look at Endeavor. Izuku says. Spinner nods in approval, backing off from the group to go find shelter from the inevitable plant storm. 2 days later, Shigaraki is beginning to think untying Midoriya Izuku is the greatest mistake he could have possibly made. What do you mean you don't play this character? That was a flawless combo. He screams at the plant, hastily setting the controller down before he can dust it. Oh, I meant like, comparatively. Izuku says with a bright smile, also, that was the 10th win, so I win our bet. I'm not moisturizing. You lost the bet. Put that stuff on me over my dead body. That can be arranged. Uraraka, restrain him. A few minutes later when the TV flickers to life, Sensei sees his successor in the most humiliating position of his life. Shirtless at the bar, floating so he cannot touch anything, as bright green teenager generously slathers him in Vaseline and essential oils. Sensei, help me. I think not, Shigaraki Tamura. The slickness of your skin may aid in avoiding punches from All Might. I will have to see if the doctor can create a more effective routine than this. The TV crackles menacingly. No, please. Anything but that. After 3 days, Mr. Compress is ready to break down and abandon his entire aesthetic. I'm not a clown, he says angrily, staring across the table at a girl in a pink space hoodie. Yes, you are. I'm a magician. Clowns pull things out of small things. So do magicians. Magicians don't look that effeminate. I don't look effeminate. The heeled boots actually kinda do make you look like a TWK, sorry man. Shigaraki calls over his shoulder in between rounds. Fine. What should I be changing? I mean, the mask should go. It protects my identity. Who cares? I do. Then stop. It's totally killing your vibe. Your natural face is perfect for makeup. Whatever. Fine. I give up. What else? Compress asks, slumped over the table in defeat. Tell me, Uraraka says with an evil grin as she leans eagerly over the table, have you ever heard of thigh highs? On the 4th day, an announcement over the news informs the villains that Prime Ministerial candidate Yaoyorozu Momo had graciously volunteered to join the team hunting for her missing classmates. Oh, thank God. Shigaraki says, clutching a drink at the bar. I'm so tired of this NPC escort mission. Hey, who are you calling an NPC? You have like 4 dialogue options and 3 of them are stomach or cult themed. You know, he's really held up better than I expected. Uraraka remarks to Kurojuri, nursing a scotch that she had finally coaxed out of him. Beside her, Izuku shrieks and tackles Shigaraki to the ground, rolling under the bar and starting to beat the sheet out of him. The young master is building a remarkable resiliency to bruises, mostly. Kurojiri says, quietly polishing a glass, but also to what I believe he refers to as rage bait. How's this look? Compress asks, walking back into the bar wearing what can only be described as a magical girl outfit. The frills are too much. Not your vibe at all. Uraraka says, make it skimpier, maybe a miniskirt? Also, the thigh highs are too big. Too big? They fit quite snugly. Exactly. Your thighs need to be spilling over the tops, not lightly compressed. That sounds unpleasant. Beauty is pain, my clown friend. I remain neither of those two things. I'm going to convince my girlfriend to pass laws forcing all magicians to dress like this. Uraraka says with a wicked grin, draining her scotch and wandering over to a chair. All right, someone tie me up. Spinner, the only functioning member of the Fursum left, likely due to his frequent long breaks from the bar, complies quickly. What about the plant? He asks Uraraka. I reckon we can spin it as him having gotten loose early and attempting to escape. She says with a shrug, eyeing the wrestling teen and young adult under the bar. Izuku had lost both arms several times now, but never simultaneously, so he had retained his grip on Shigaraki's collar. Is this homoerotic? Compress mumbles, grabbing a drink of his own. I hope not. He has a girlfriend. Uraraka says, suddenly concerned. Midoriya, are you gay for Shigaraki? What? Izuku says, pausing his assault on the crusty man. No. I have a girlfriend. And besides that, Katsuki is the designated gay in our friendship. Designated gay? Oh, we flipped a coin and I lost. So, he's gay and I'm straight. Izuku says matter-of-factly, you have to keep these sorts of things at an even ratio. Thankfully, everyone in the bar was spared from having to respond to or really process at all that statement by the ringing of the doorbell. Why does your secret villain bar have a doorbell? Uraraka asks, tilting her head in confusion. It doesn't. I acquired a doorbell for dramatic effect. All Might shouts as he crashes through the door. Pizza DLVI. Katsuki paces back and forth along the floor of Shiozaki's hospital room, grumbling to himself. Although the blonde had only sustained minor injuries during the training camp raid, the school had insisted on keeping all the 1A students in the Fucus-secured hospital facility until the situation was resolved. It had been 4 days without any news, and worse without Katsuki being able to blow anything the F up. The hospital was full of delicate equipment, and the recreation areas were all stuffed with kids and frail adults. And you couldn't blow up kids or disabled people, because that was bad for PR. Not that he wouldn't gleefully blow them up, like everyone else in existence, but he really wanted to be the #1 hero, and that meant avoiding civilian casualties. Still, it had been a week, and some of those Make-A-Wish kids were starting to look particularly detonatable. Surely I can go and rescue him now, can't I? He says, glaring at Shiozaki. The vine-haired girl had barely been injured anyway but had chosen to mostly stay in her room and pray instead of pacing the building like him. Well, it has been over a week, she says slowly, and the press conference didn't seem very good. I'm not sure the school actually knows where they might be being kept. Aizawa-sensei spent more time adjusting his suit than he did giving out any actual information. I can find him. Why not just tell the heroes? It doesn't even work like that. Katsuki says, clenching his fists to prevent explosions from coming out. I'm just going to get on the right train and wander in his direction, and the sense of chaos and impending doom in the air will be a dead giveaway. Plus, it's Izuku. He's probably in a bar or something, and there can't be that many of those. I am skeptical of whimsical nature of this process. You're literally in a effing cult. That is different. How? It's much more evidence-based. We can all see the sun and its effects after all. Really, Katsuki, you should know this much by now from spending all your time with Izuku. I refuse to acknowledge anything about the cult. Well, then you'll have to take my word for it. The sun god is real, and I'm just not sure that any sort of Izuku sense is. You'll effing see. I suppose a breath of fresh air would be nice, Shiozaki says with a sigh, slipping out of her hospital bed already fully dressed. That's more FNG like it. Let's go pick up the plant. Shiozaki raises an eyebrow at him, gesturing to her own hair. The kidnapped plant. Katsuki says with a sigh, rolling his eyes. Thank you. Can I come too? Todoroki says, standing outside the door when they open it, slurping from a cup of cold soba. What the F-? Why are you there? Katsuki decidedly does not shriek. So that I can ask you if I can accompany you to kidnap Midoriya. We aren't kidnapping him by the grace of the sun god, but liberating him. Shiozaki explains. Oh, that too then. Why the f do you care, icy hot? Katsuki says, recovering from not being startled. Midoriya let me kill him, and he unlocked my full power and my traumatic backstory. The sheet? When'd he find the time for that? At the sports festival. That was literally months ago. Why the f haven't I seen you around? Midoriya rocked my belief system to its core, gave me at least 3 life-changing revelations, then never spoke to me again. Well I suppose that explains it. Seems pretty damn negligent. I'm sure Izuku had good intentions in mind. Shiozaki chimes in. I'm really starting to think you're becoming concerningly biased about your boyfriend, Katsuki says, rolling his eyes. I'd like to see you remain neutral after watching him whimper for the strap. The f-? When did you find time for that at training camp? Aizawa is too busy drinking himself to an early death to enforce a curfew. The sun god provides many such opportunities to worship him. So, can I come with you? Todoroki interjects, finishing his soba. I need to ask Midoriya why he ignored me and the fated rivalry between Endeavor's punching bag and All Might's pet plant. Also, I need to check if he's gay, since he was my Kur awakening. Izuku's straight. Katsuki says, drowning out Shiozaki's possessive hiss. He lost the coin toss in 7th grade. Understandable. I suppose I won the coin toss then. Is this how people normally determine their sexualities? Yes, it is. No, Todoroki, no, it isn't. Shiozaki sighs. Just leave Izuku to me, and we'll set you up with a perfectly nice man later. Can I still come on the rescue to inquire about our fated rivalry? More firepower is always better. Correct. My father always says that if fire isn't working, it is because you are not using enough. Great. Welcome to the team, Todoroki, may the sun shine on you. Shiozaki says, wrapping a vine around each boy's wrist and starting to drag them off. We are definitely going to get more responsible supervision. I am not going to be the sole voice of reason in this party. Because you couldn't be. Katsuki grumbles, sulking as Shiozaki marches him off to recruit Ilda. All Might resolves the bar situation quickly and effectively, easily restraining Shigaraki and Compress despite their best efforts as Edge Shot knocks out Kurogiri and young Yaoyorozu creates a box cutter to free her girlfriend after spraying a can of tear gas labeled, "Lizard Be Gone," all over Spinner. All Might, thank the sun you're here. Midoriya cries out as the #1 hero drags Shigaraki off of him. He was doing terrible things to me. Like what, young Midoriya? All Might asks, glaring at the unconscious villain in his hands. Like, making me play video games with him. And threatening to make me pay taxes. You don't pay taxes? I mean, I used to. But then I figured out that they were an exploitative chain meant to keep rich people down and stop them from enjoying the full benefits of their rightfully earned billions. So I stopped. You have been spending too much time with young Yaoyorozu, I think. All Might says slowly, staring at his chosen successor. With that sort of reaction, Shigaraki must have done the truly unforgivable and forced the poor boy to play League of Legends. What a monster. Thankfully his successor is immortal and can survive that sort of torture without much more than a bit of psychic damage. Do you know where Muscular is? With these captures, we've accounted for the entirety of the league except for him. Midoriya says, fidgeting guiltily. No. Midoriya, you know what? I'm just going to accept that and pretend you aren't very obviously lying. All Might declares, after all, a true American never wastes an opportunity to be hoodwinked by incredibly obvious lying. Midoriya is saved from having to respond to that statement by a tide of gray sludge filling his mouth, spilling out of it and enveloping him. A moment later he's blinking the dust out of his eyes in a destroyed cityscape, a few feet away from a potato-headed man in a suit. Hi Mr. Potato Head. I see All Might's successor is just as disrespectful. You may call me All for one. All the potatoes for one head? Don't strain my patience, please. I decided to be merciful and spare you for now because of your good ideas about moisturizing. I can still take that back. Oh, you're the TV guy. Of course. I am Shigaraki Tamura-sensei. Was it you who did the cum-summoning thing to bring me here? Yes, a rather limited teleportation quirk, but still a useful to what summoning? Gray sludge in my throat, getting all slimy on my body, underaged body by the way. Ring any bells? Cum isn't. Is your Ichkulte gray and sludgy? Oh, I don't. Yep. What? It's all pollen. I'm a plant, you see. You have got to be joking me. You'll never know. All Might cries, smashing into both the scene and All for One's face in a suitably epic landing. Because you're going to die here, All for One. All Might, you jovial BSRD. Once I'm done killing you, I'm going to kill your vulgar runt of a successor. All for One stands back up, shedding his suit jacket and summoning his quirks. You'll never succeed in killing young Midoriya. All Might says, throwing blasts of air with his punches. But, because you'll stop me? You and what power, All Might? All for One weaves through the blasts, retaliating in kind with air cannon. No, because he is immortal. All Might pronounces, catching All for One's fist after getting into grappling range. What? All for One says, the blank space where his eyes once were locking onto All Might's eyes. Yes. All Might cries, pulling a pistol out of somewhere and pressing it to the underside of All for One's chin. Surprise Glock. All for One counters with his handy surprise Glock nullification quirk, shrugging off the impact and punching the hero in his weak side. He is rewarded with a shower of blood from All Might's mouth, and the fight continues in earnest. All Might pulls out a rifle, only for All for One to display a spinning object reflector quirk and bounce the ammunition back. Oh hey guys. Izuku says, waving at his friends. The Fursum is huddled behind a rock at the edge of the blast zone, trying to plan a rescue of him from the currently waking League of Villains. Ichibi, I'm going to go now, okay? Oh, thank God. Please leave. Never come back. I don't want to see you ever again. Shigaraki groans from the ground. Better keep up your moisturizing routine then, or I'll have to drop by to reapply it personally. And really, you should thank the sun, not God. I will, I promise. Just leave me alone, you horrifying plant. Izuku nods, kicking the crusty man in the side one last time for good measure. He puts his hands in his pockets and wanders over to his friends. Thanks for the rescue, Katsuki. No problem, Psycho. I figured you'd need a reminder to run away from the danger instead of straight FING towards it. Izuku. Shiozaki cries out, grabbing her boyfriend and kissing him. Thank the sun you're okay. I am literally immortal. Well, mentally okay. That seems significantly more debatable. Midoriya. I'm glad to see you are okay. As class president, your presence has been sorely missed during this crisis. Ilda says, his arms chopping wildly. I must ask though, why is Mr. Compress wearing cat ears and a miniskirt? Oh, he has thigh highs and a crop top on too. Izuku says helpfully. That does not clear it up at all. Midoriya. Todoroki butts in, sparing Ilda's sanity for the moment. You ditched our fated rivalry. Todoroki. Izuku shouts back just as enthusiastically. I ditched nothing. But your depiction of our rivalry painted us both as inanimate objects, so I didn't want to disrespect your dreams by doing anything a desk plant couldn't. Unfortunately, that includes talking to you and being your friend. I see, understandable. Thank you for your considerate actions, Midoriya. Todoroki says, nodding sagely. From now on, let's adjust our rivalry to include friendship. Who the F is fighting All Might right now? Katsuki says, staring at the bizarre duel unfolding. That's some Looney Tunes sheet. Every few seconds All Might would draw another weapon, growing increasingly more esoteric as All for One happened to have the perfect hyperspecific quirk to counter each and every one of them. Where did you get so many quirks that counter my weapons? All Might cries out in frustration, drawing a blowgun and loading a poison dart at super speed. His blonde hair, normally majestic, was now a lime green mohawk after All for One had scored a hit with his punkification quirk. His glittering eyeliner was making up his deficit of majesticness admirably though, so he still cut a suitably heroic figure. I got an interesting tip from a man obsessed with pretending to have a bat quirk. All for One says, powering up his poison dart frog without the stupid blue skin quirk to resist the dart. From there it was simple to track down a cabal of Tibetan monks who provided all the quirks I could need for any situation. Truly a resourceful group, those Tibetan monks. Well, while you were hunting down Tibetan monks, I spent the last 10 years studying the blade. All Might says, minorly exaggerating the 30 or so seconds he had spent swinging a sword at a Ren fair, before being distracted by one of those booths where a buxom wench cuffed you and poured beer into your mouth while praising you. Take this, you cur. You'll have to get up earlier than that to surprise me. All for One says, deflecting the massive claymore with a sword for hands quirk, then making it explode with a claymore-to-claymore transmutation quirk. He slams a fist into All Might's side again as the hero reels from the explosion. How does All Might keep pulling weapons out of thin air? Shiozaki asks, finally looking somewhere other than Izuku. I thought his quirk was super strength? It is, says Izuku. If you look closely though, you can see Gran Torino blasting back and forth from his weapons locker and handing him items. Really, it's an ingenious use of misdirection. And it wouldn't FING work if this potato head shitstain wasn't too arrogant to notice. Katsuki adds, scowling, what a prick. Then you should get a thimble. Todoroki says flatly, what? Why the F would I need a thimble? To protect yourself from pricks. Why isn't All Might just punching him though? Shiozaki intervenes quickly before Katsuki can erupt. Wouldn't that be way more effective? But so much less stylish. This is his last fight. He must put it all on display for the cameras. Izuku says, he can't let them see that his tragic lack of a stomach is catching up to him. That would be a disaster due to the institutional prejudice against those of us who lack stomachs. All for One. You will rue the day you damaged my hair. All Might says, firing off a punch with a pair of diamond knuckle dusters. Your hair? How about the day I stole your mentor's grandson and made him into my successor? All for One says, drawing on his ice-cold drip quirk and catching the punch with his now diamond teeth easily. Then he retaliates with his insidious testicular torsion quirk, landing a vicious blow. And now you'll never have a grandchild of your own. But little did you know, I became a eunuch to better focus on defeating you. All Might replies, tapping a button on his knuckle dusters. His next punch explodes as the C4 charges under the diamond caps of the knuckle dusters are detonated on impact. You fool! I have countered your explosion with a slightly more powerful explosion. All for One cries in glee, his C5 skin quirk blowing the impact back onto All Might and scorching his suit. All Might is clearly flagging, running out of weapons and stamina after the 20-minute intense duel, not to mention his raid on the bar earlier. As All for One stands untouched before him, arms spread smugly to compensate for the lack of a smug grin, All Might summons his final efforts to finish this once and for all, as opposed, of course, to once and for one. Last time he had defeated All for One with a surprise attack with only his fists, no weapons needed. Now, in his final moments as the number one hero, All Might falls back on these same foundational principles and channels the energy of his successor. Bazooka! All Might screams, pulling the aforementioned RPG out of his pockets. Just kidding. United States of Smash. What? You can't change it up like that. No fair. All for One's final complaints are cut off as All Might's fist slams into him, splattering his brain against the rubble once again. His military budget cuts Quirk doing nothing to defend him against the powerful punch, only suited for making the ammo in explosive payloads into duds due to a lack of preventative maintenance. The number one hero stands triumphantly, raising his bloody fist for the camera to capture as his body hisses and steams, leaving him in his skinny form. Slowly, he lowers his hand and points past the cameras and at Izuku, the cameras frantically swiveling and zooming in on the plant. Midoriya Izuku. You're next. Carry my torch, plus ultra. All Might says, Praise the sun. The day all might and all for one both fall, Japan. Changes forever in 3 important ways. Not everyone realizes it yet, of course. These are incremental changes, and most of the public is concerned with the giant casualty count of the Kamino incident. Who knew a detonate anyone within 100 miles who thinks the Star Wars prequels are better Quirk would be so destructive? Worse, at least in the deceased All for One's opinion, who knew that All Might was a die-hard sequel trilogy fan, and the fall of the number 1 hero. Understandably so, of course. These are, after all, very important societal events. If you care about that sort of thing anyway. The first thing to change is the upcoming election. No one realizes just how important Yaoyorozu Momo's participation in the Kamino raid was until a few days later, when her TV appearances begin. By then it is far too late for her rivals to get ahead of the game, and they can only respond. Why thank you. I'm thrilled to be on the show as well. Momo says, folding her hands elegantly on her lap. It was quite a lot of work to get you on, Miss Yaoyorozu. The life of a hero sure is busy. The host, a flamboyant man with a quirk that gave him a magnificent prehensile mustache, says. Well, I have a lot of time on my hands now that school is on summer break. Our training camp, of course, is cancelled. Momo says with a wink at the camera, I only wish my darling girlfriend could be here with me, but her injuries were terribly grievous. Oh, I had heard that Miss Uraraka escaped relatively unscathed. You heard wrong. It was terrible. Momo says, it is inexcusable that the incompetent Shinso Abe would allow something like this to befall an innocent student, and also Midoriya. Yes, the seminal plant himself, All Might's designated successor. Do you have any comments about him? Only that he has wisely chosen to endorse my campaign, and I wish him the best in recovery. Wow, what a powerful endorsement. You heard it here first, folks. The interviewer says, his mustache wriggling in excitement. So, tell me, what do you want to change first if you win the election? If I win? My friend, why should we wait till victory to begin making changes? Momo says, her hands sweeping out dramatically. Because that's how it works? The mustache forms into a pair of question marks that encircle the confused host's eyes. The first change I want is a direct confrontation. Too long has post-Quirk Japan suffered under parallel political races without a robust sense of perpendicularity. I demand that my opponents face me on stage in a debate. A debate? You want to revive the pre-Quirk tradition of direct political competition? Of course. Honestly, as the only hero in the race, they should feel relieved that I don't want to go even farther back and revive dueling. Momo says, although, maybe Hanabata Koku would prefer that, anything for a chance to touch a child after all. Right? Hanabata Koku, leader of the Hearts and Mind Party, has come under fire recently for allegedly being involved in an extensive trafficking ring targeting quirkless children. The missing Akatami Mikumo has been at the center of suspicion and police investigation for months now. Momo smiles as the gauntlet is thrown down. After that challenge, her swell of positive ratings, and the public slander, there was no way anyone would refuse her request for a debate. Really, paying off the Mikumo boy to disappear for a while was such a good investment. The rest of the interviews go much the same as the first. Every TV network is clamoring for her to appear after her role in Kamino, and one by one each host has their questions twisted to discuss her own talking points. With ruthless efficiency, Momo cuts her way through the world of Japanese media, making the optimal use of her time off from school. National domination was her divine right as a wealthy person, after all. The second major change is the saving of the birth rate of Japan. Or, more literally, the flood of people joining the cult of the sun god, recently containing have wild sec as a core tenet of the religion. As detailed in their holy book, authored by the prophet of the sun and unwillingly annotated by his best friend Bakugo Katsuki the Baptist. Izuku spends his first day out of the hospital negotiating a timeshare agreement with Shiozaki's pastor for use of his church on Saturdays. The pastor is fairly resistant. After all, Izuku is a flock-stealing heretic, but his mind changes quickly once Izuku performs several miracles. First, the miracle of revival. Second, the miracle of transubstantiation, Technically, flesh to edible food felt like a stretch, but it was close. And close counts in horseshoes, hand grenades, and miracles. Third, the even more impressive miracle of bribery. Soon Izuku was standing at the head of the church in a raised pulpit overseeing his first official gathering, screaming about the sun and the evils of the darkness and the moon for all to hear. Shizuki was front and center, staring up at her boyfriend with rapt adoration as he preached to a crowd of hundreds. The religion spread like wildfire, gaining official status before the month was out. Churches popped up all over the country like weeds, tangling vines that pulled in members of the neighborhood. And with a 30% mandatory tithe, it was child's play for Izuku to fund even more evangelizing and more churches and charity donations, as Shiozaki frequently insisted. Nearing the end of summer, Izuku was handing off the church duties to other people, choosing to remain as a prophet. After all, the sun was essentially free and all-encompassing, so clearly he should be as well. In fact, the core doctrine of "do whatever the F you want really" was so resonant that none of the congregation cared what Izuku was doing. He hadn't even met most of the pastors in charge of churches, or even bishops in charge of wards. And Izuku had better things to do anyway. Being a religious leader was not that important. For instance, he had to force Nido and Katsuki to date. The two blondes were still stubbornly insistent that they didn't even like each other, despite obviously being in love. In fact, Izuku had broken into Katsuki's room through the window 2 nights ago and caught them having phone section. At least he had. But they insisted nothing had happened, and admittedly the resulting explosion and beheading had muddled his memory a bit. But still, they were absolutely madly in love. And even more critically, he had to research the scientifically optimal plant-based DLD and work his way through a staggeringly large amount of tentacle doujinshi that Shiozaki kept throwing at him. Who knew that making Kangai-cc a core religious mandate would have such a profound effect on her? Truly, Izuku was a genius. His decentralized nervous system contained more IQ than anyone else in the world, as long as you excluded anyone with an IQ above which he did. Everyone knew IQ was a bogus test anyway. It meant nothing really when you thought about it. Chlorophyll count was the real benchmark for geniuses. Even more pressing than those two incredibly vital tasks, Izuku had a holy mission to fulfill this summer. Every time Momo went on an interview, she smuggled Izuku in as her PA, fulfilling her bribery to him in the process by doing him that favor. And once he was inside the skyscrapers that contain the various news and TV agencies of Japan, it was trivial to make it to the roof from there. If Momo's interviews occasionally featured a few frames of a plant child screaming in glee as he fell 40 stories downwards past the window, well, no one seemed to question it. The third and final change is by far the most ominous. Which is saying something, since the first two conquered the political freedoms and bodies of the people of Japan. The HPSC takes note of Midoriya Izuku for the first time in his life. Of course, they knew he existed. The HPSC knew that everyone existed. They kept their own far more extensive Quirk registry that was separate from the police databases. And they maintained it diligently through 100% illegal methods. So, technically Midoriya Izuku had been on their list of quirks for many years. And sure, occasionally some agent had flirted with the idea of recruiting and brainwashing an immortal kid to make a suicide bomber assassin. But this was different. Now his powers had been on full display when he killed Muscular. No one at the HPSC believed the public story that Muscular had simply fled, and they had swiftly located his body, and worse, he was indisputably a powerful public figure. And thus, he was out of reach for brainwashing or other forms of leverage. Really, there was only one choice to stop him in his tracks: obtain leverage over him by ensuring he failed his provisional licensing exam. Then they could offer it to him in the form of revisional courses in exchange for the plant signing a contract to work for them. Unfortunately, due to previous scandals about HPSC corruption, such as when the beloved MLF hero, Lady Nagant, had tragically slipped on ice and shot the president, then even more tragically slipped on some soap and vanished into a secure holding cell without a trial, the licensing exam was proctored by an independent body that observed all aspects of it with the highest scrutiny. Cheating on the exam was impossible, but so was influencing the results once the exam had begun. They would know, as they had repeatedly tried and repeatedly had to pay large bribes to cover their failures up. However, there was no independent body watching how they constructed the exam, as long as it didn't deviate too much from the typical formula. No one would know if they swapped out the hero who would play the villain in the second part for someone more plant-phobic. And if they encouraged a few of the more anti-UA schools to send extra-large contingents this time, and that resulted in a horrific UA crush? Well, that was just the HPSC doing their civic duty by encouraging young heroes to get licensed. The president of the HPSC, by virtue of being the sole survivor of Nagant's purge, grins evilly as they draft a letter inviting Principal Nedzu to send his first-year classes to the licensing exams as well since more spots had just opened up. Truly, with the power of the sun on their side, they would be unstoppable. Dorms? Izuku shouts in excitement, staring at All Might in shock. This was going to be the best school semester ever. You're letting the plant kids live in the same building? Kyoka says, staring at her exhausted homeroom teacher, we're all going to die. That's punk, I guess. Totally manly. I can ask Bakubro for workout tips at any time of night. Ajiro says, flexing in all directions. Dorms? Truly the sun god provides. A garden of Eden for his chosen few. Ibra says, mentally cataloging how much packing space her new toy's new religious implements would take up. Of course, UA is shifting to dorms. This will be an excellent location to run my campaign from. Momo says, sipping her tea, are they soundproof? My parents have been getting concerned about the excessive maniacal laughter from my room recently. Yeah, dorms are effing awesome. Katsuki shouts, have you fenced in the roof yet? I don't want to have to see Izuku falling from it at all hours of the DMN day. Is Katsuki moving in? His parents already said yes. Nito says, well, then I suppose I can deign to slum it with the rest of the class. Of course you can take Izuku away to dorms. Inko says sweetly, holding her husband's hand. In fact, why not move him in early? And shouldn't he be studying on the weekends, instead of the occasional home visit? Hisashi adds eagerly. You have robust facilities, yes? He's a very energetic boy. Inko says, looking at the increasingly bewildered All Might. They have Cementos on staff, honey. I'm sure they can handle the property destruction. Why the F is your room covered in plants? Katsuki says, staring at Izuku's room. There are plants everywhere, trailing down from hanging pots and climbing up from planters on the floor. What the f happened to your All Might merch? Oh, All Might is old news now that he retired. Izuku says, pointing to some suspiciously All Might merch-shaped fertilizer. Plants fit my aesthetic better, and Ibra really likes them. Of FING course. God, you two are so FNG pathetic. And you and Monoma aren't? We aren't FING dating, chlorophyll for brains. Is that because you are siblings? Todoroki asks, manifesting in the doorway. I know we confirmed you both have different parents, but stranger things have happened. We aren't F siblings. I know you aren't FING siblings, you already said you aren't dating. In fact, FING siblings sounds like something straight from an American cliché. Todoroki deadpants, I was merely inquiring if you are normal siblings. Katsuki isn't my brother. Monoma cries out, walking into the room behind Todoroki. That is what someone hiding a secret brother due to a forbidden love would say. Izuku says, bouncing off his bed. Is it time for the room tour, Monoma? Yes, it is. Everyone else is waiting for you extras. I even told you to stop stealing my ife words, Nito. Katsuki growls, the other blonde blushing slightly at his tone. A brief tussle ensues, in which Katsuki and Monoma roll around on the floor in what that will later insist is a distinctly heterosexual and platonic fashion. Not wanting to be left out of the fun, Izuku curb stomps Katsuki on his way by, then tackles Todoroki out the door and into the hallway. Midoriya, you are straight, right? Todoroki asks in between punches. Why do you ask? Izuku says, tugging on a fistful of peppermint hair. I wanted to check one final time. I am searching for a partner after discovering you were no longer an option. Todoroki explains, a spear of ice piercing Izuku and painting the new dorm walls with green blood. Understandable, but don't let Ibara find out you did that. Do you have any men in mind? Actually, women. Women. Izuku tugs the ice out of his stomach, kicking Todoroki in the ribs and watching him roll down the hallway. I re-flipped the coin, and it came up on the other side this time. That's not how that works. Izuku says, as though any of this makes any sense at all. Is it not? Todoroki, what if you're just bisexual? I don't think I am. I would rather my partners didn't say just bye and leave me after a C. That sounds too dismissive. Todoroki says, quirking a single eyebrow as Izuku turns, breaks the lock on Kirishima's dorm room door, runs past the weightlifting equipment, and dives off the balcony. Oh, perhaps Midoriya is bi-XL? Only, he didn't say goodbye. Perhaps not. I will have to diagram this. Izuku returns through the front door in time for Ilda to finish dragging the blondes down from upstairs and start the room tour. Todoroki gives him some odd looks, but those are the only ones that Todoroki has, so Izuku doesn't think anything of it. Nor is he surprised when Todoroki's room is covered wall-to-wall with corkboards and red string. Or when Katsuki refuses to let anyone into his room. Izuku has seen it himself already when they were kids, and it contained a shocking amount of ethically sourced skulls of the innocent, and Nito has a large poster of Katsuki modeling that he fails to hide in his closet. What is shocking is the St. Andrew's cross sitting in Ibara's room that the class politely pretends not to see while she gives Izuku a suggestive look. And the single malt scotch in Aoyama's room, a grave betrayal of his French roots, that Ilda confiscates until Izuku reminds him that he isn't a class official and makes him return the booze and swear not to snitch to Aizawa. Most shocking of all, though, is the Sun Bible sitting on Ilda's bedside table. Ilda, you follow the sun. Izuku cries, bounding over to the book and holding it up. Well, it seemed prudent to educate myself on my classmates' religions. Ilda says, arms chopping. And? What do you think? It makes some good points. But I did notice that the Book of Yagi just seems to be a one-to-one copy of the famous romance novel 750 Shades of Light Black. What nonsense? The Sun Bible was written first. Midoriya, there is a publishing date on the first page. Blasphemy. The Bible descending from the heavens riding a solar flare. Right. Well, I respect all religions as the unofficial deputy to the vice president. We have mass on Saturdays. I'm going to blackmail Cementos into building me a chapel. Izuku explains. Perhaps I will attend for educational purposes. Yairozu, how is this an ultimate move? Ectoplasm says, his clone staring at the heiress. All you did was sit down on the ground and produce a laptop from your chest. Oh, simple. I can already make guns easily to break villains' bodies. So, another, bigger gun does not seem that impactful. Yairozu says. Instead, I will target them somewhere that hurts far more than a mere gun. Right? I suppose I can see the logic in that. What is the game plan here then? I bought your house. What? See? Your bank was happy to foreclose and sell me the deed under the table once I offered a sizable sum. She says, spinning the laptop around. My house? Yes. How will you even pay for that for every villain? How did you find my house? Simple. The greatest power of my quirk is producing precious metals. I'm merely properly leveraging it. Yairozu says, swinging her arms out dramatically, even better, my position as a prime ministerial candidate combines with my money to make hiring a private detective trivial. You hired a detective to stalk me, and then bought my house. Ectoplasm deadpants, expressionless as always. Well, define detective. Did you hire? The League of Villains are in need of a funding source now that All for One is dead. The clone collapses into sludge as the math teacher gives up, abandoning this line of inquiry. He'll just mark her math papers down until she returns his house and pretend the rest of that interaction didn't happen. Aizawa had said something about a drinking budget. Maybe Ectoplasm could get access to some Midoriya juice of his own. Only, his would be Yairozu brew, and moonshine might not be strong enough. Perhaps Nedzu would approve a supply of mushrooms? Tripping ball can't be that different from his current reality, after all. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu finishings offloading her teacher's house to an index fund and moves her 4% profit on the equity to her 14th offshore bank account. Then she smashes the laptop with a hammer she produces and wanders off to find some lunch. Training for the provisional exam was hard work. You know, the last time I practiced ultimate moves I killed Izuku like 6 times, right? Katsuki says skeptically, staring at ectoplasm. It's alright. I'm a clone. You still feel pain though, right? It's fine, Bakugo. What's the worst you can do? Ectoplasm wheezes as a bright beam of light sears through him, boiling his insides and leaving him half dead. That? Katsuki says, staring at the clone, maybe like, incinerate you? The clone dissolves, and a moment later a new one comes jogging up. Alright. So, we are never doing that again. Ectoplasm says, grimacing. Why don't you try to create something non-lethal? Alright, Kirishima. What's your super move idea? I'm gonna get hard. You already are. Harder. You did that at the sports festival. Harder. I'm gonna get so hard. Maybe you would like to partner with Bakugo for this exercise instead. Shiozaki, I take it you're rethinking your aesthetic. Ectoplasm sighs, looking down at the vine shrubbery cocooning him. I asked Midnight for some points. Shiozaki says pleasantly, but I will not actually be changing my aesthetic. This seems like a pretty abrupt departure. Nonsense, I am just as religious as always. I'm going to have Aizawa burn every copy of your Bible. He'll never find them all. So, for my ultimate move I'm thinking of killing myself. Izuku says excitedly. Come again. Kill myself. Like blam. Just explode everywhere. How will that apprehend the villain? Ectoplasm asks, not even sure he wants to know the answer. Watch. Izuku cries out, diving towards his teacher without asking and exploding. Ectoplasm is showered in green gore, coating his body. Unlike a normal regenerating though, where Izuku reforms nearby, the gore shivers and starts to reconstitute around him. Halt! I've got you surrounded. Izuku shouts gleefully as he reforms with Ectoplasm's arm and shoulder wedged inside of his body, blood oozing out around them. What the f is wrong with you, oh my god? Ectoplasm screams, cutting his connection with the clone immediately and letting it die. Izuku shoves the inert clone out of the cavity where his stomach would be if he was normal, poking at the hole as it closes. Well, it certainly seems pretty effective. I can't wait to try it out on other students at the licensing exam. He says, it's a good thing most of them won't know the full details of my quirk, so it can be a delightful surprise. Izuku vibrates in his seat, full of energy for the test to come. He had eaten 2 smoothies that morning, packed with a recommendation from Jiro, frozen Red Bull. Who knew that the famous Quirked stunt group made energy drinks as a side business still? Better yet, they were made with a quirk that supercharged the caffeine in them. While his lack of a stomach meant he couldn't properly metabolize the smoothie, he could at least absorb the caffeine into his internal root system. Izuku, sit the F down. Katsuki says, grabbing his arm and tugging him back into his seat. But Katsuki, we're almost there. We're going to be real heroes. Only if you pass Plants for Brains. Of course I'll pass. How could they resist the power of the sun? Indeed, through the sun's grace all things are possible. Ilda adds, wanting to feel included. He had attended a few sermons so far and was still skeptical of his classmates' religion. But a good honorary assistant to the vice president always encouraged his classmates. That stupid of a cult won't help you here. Katsuki growls, popping off a few explosions. And we can't lose. Class 1B is taking the exam too. Imagine if they passed and we didn't. Minoma chimes in, eyes glowing with fervor. Meanwhile, at the back of the bus, reactions to the exam were a little more subdued. Are you worried about the exam, Yamamo? Uraraka asks, holding her girlfriend's hand. Of course not. If I fail, well, that is what bribery is for. She says primly, my super move is financial exploitation for a reason, so it isn't even cheating really. Just using the tools at my disposal. That's totally not punk at all, Yaoyorozu. But still metal in its own way. Jiro says. I hope we don't have to do a written test. I'd be doomed for sure, I didn't study at all. Kaminari says. He had stolen the seat next to Jiro to attempt to talk to her, but she completely ignores him as he jabbers on nervously. Tokoyami. Todoroki says across the aisle. Yes? What requests doth you have in this dark hour? It is mid-morning. Truly the darkest of hours. The sun is in the sky. But the sun in our souls has undergone a foul ascension as we face the penumbra. Are you Hawk's secret love child? No? Why would you bring such a chthonic theory to me on the eve of our destruction? You're both birds. Many people are birds, quoth the raven. And you interned with him. We both fly. Exactly. So, is he your secret father? Nay, Hawks is no sire of mine. I am unconvinced. Todoroki says, getting up and crossing the aisle to sit next to Tokoyami. Did you hatch from an egg? That too is untrue. But you always had the beak? Upon my shadowed soul I swear it. Then how did your mother give birth? A foul ritual, occultist pried me from my mother's embrace through an incision. Fumi, you can just tell him you were a C-section. Dark shadow squawks, emerging from his back to hover in the aisle. Dark shadow. You can't strip away my darkness like that. I'm getting in the groove for the exam. Dark shadow, were you also a C-section? Todoroki interjects. I suppose so. I've been attached to Fumi since birth. Which is good, he needs a strong female influence in his life to stop him from becoming a redditor. You have a gender? Of course I do. But no visible dimorphism? I do. I just wear clothes. Todoroki hums, staring at the shadow bird intently, trying to distinguish what was shadow and what was clothes. Stop ogling me. Dark shadow squawks, blushing and diving back into Tokoyami. What a mad banquet of darkness. Tokoyami mutters. If I really am bisexual, as Midoriya claims, Todoroki muses, standing to leave the bus as they arrive. Then perhaps a union of both genders sharing a body would be the ideal partner, and if he really is Hawk's love child, it would be a perfect legacy match to please father. I must uncover more. Eraser. My husband. Ms. Joke cries, charging towards him with her students slowly following behind. Eraserhead. I didn't know you were married. Izuku shouts, staring at his teacher, you could have asked me to officiate. I can do that now, you know. Midoriya. I would rather marry Endeavor than let you officiate my wedding. Eraserhead says, and I am not married to her. But I have a wedding certificate that says otherwise. Ms. Joke says, holding up a very official-looking wedding certificate. Where did you what? Eraserhead says, looking more shocked than his students could ever remember him being. Present Mike called me after you got super drunk at a bar one time, and thought it would be a totally funny prank for us to get married. But, how could I consent? Surely that isn't legally binding? Did you know you're an impressively lucid and deadpan drunk eraser? You're like the perfect straight man to my jokes. So lucid that the judge didn't even realize you were drunk. And it's too late to prove otherwise now. This is incredibly violating on so many levels, and I'm going to need time to process this. Class, good luck. Midoriya and Bakugo, please try to keep the casualty count below 5. Eraserhead says before turning and running away. Eraser, one day you'll accept your love for me, and we'll finally consummate our marriage. Ms. Joke says, pausing to look at the bewildered students. What? I'm not that twisted, I wouldn't sleep with him while drunk. Class 1 It is a pleasure to meet you. A booming voice interrupts Ms. Joke as she turns to leave, followed by the sound of a head slamming into the concrete. Is he dead? Mina asks, nudging the unconscious Shiketsu student with her foot. No. I would know, I happen to be an expert on dead. Izuku says, inspecting the body. This must be a plot to attempt to implicate us for murder before the exam. What a clever trick. Yaoyorozu says, Todoroki, burn the body so there is no evidence. Wait. Ilda says, dashing in front of Todoroki as he raises his hand. He is alive. And covering up a murder is unbecoming of hero students. Ilda, it is for the greater good. Yaoyorozu insists. That isn't how heroes calculate their morals, Ms. Yaoyorozu. Ilda says, hands chopping, our duty is to serve and protect, not to judiciously kill. We will have to hash this out later. A public debate may be best. Yaoyorozu says, be prepared to contest me, I will quote John Harsani a lot. I understand. A final debate for the souls of this class. I promise, Yaoyorozu, I will teach you the true meaning of heroics. Ilda says, stepping over the body of the Shiketsu kid to greet the other students mingling before the exam. After a moment of tension, the other members of the class follow him, chattering as they prepare themselves. After collecting their ball and target belts, Class 1A assembles to discuss their strategy. There will, of course, be a UA crush, Yaoyorozu informs the others. I had my sources gather intel directly from the HPSC earlier this week, and this is typical behavior. A crush. I knew I was simply too magnifique for them to resist. Aoyama cries, sparkles flying into the air. Then we should gather together and resist them in a coordinated effort. Ilda adds, arms chopping wildly, that way we can stand together as heroes. I'll pass. Katsuki and Izuku say simultaneously, then turn to glare at each other. I'm going to win without anyone's help. Katsuki shouts at Izuku. I'm going to kill myself. And that won't help anyone else. Izuku shouts back. Great. So, who should take what roles while those two create chaos? Yaoyorozu asks. Shiozaki will be in temporary command, since our president is dead, which is probably good, since apparently the HPSC is targeting him. They are. Izuku asks, turning back towards the group. Allegedly. I didn't access all their documents, but my anonymous sources acquired a minor clerical role and discovered plans to beef up the exam and make you fail without looking suspicious. Oh, thank the sun. That's fine then. Izuku shrugs, wandering away and eyeing up buildings, trying to find the best place to kill himself. The class establishes a basic strategy, with ranged quirks watching the sky and their recon members preparing to dispatch any remaining heavy hitters, and bunkers down waiting for the test to begin. Shindo considered himself a calculating individual, positively Machiavellian even. He hadn't gotten a chance to size up Class 1A while pretending to be friendly earlier, since his own teacher's marriage revelations had distracted them. But that was fine, he had observed enough from afar. They had obviously been shaken by the news of Eraserhead's marriage, and that indicated they would be vulnerable to wide-scale shock and awe tactics. It would be simple to take them down then. A massive earthquake, followed by attacks from below using his classmates' boomerang and hardening quirks, should end them immediately. If that didn't work, the other groups looking to crush UA would finish the job, and Ketsubutsu could mop up the scraps to pass. The HPSC had promised Ketsubutsu that they would pay extra attention to any school that took down UA this year, and it was a great opportunity to bolster their small, underfunded school. The bell rings, signaling the start of the test, and Shindo charges forwards. Ball are flying towards 1A, and their ranged quirks are easily blocking the ball. Of course, an attack that simple would never have worked on the prestigious UA. He slams his hands into the ground, forcing his maximum output into it. The ground shakes, then breaks, massive fault lines spreading around the bunker down 1A and turning into spears of earth that vibrate and throw people off balance. Shindo laughs in triumph, knowing that his class has surely won. The dust starts to clear, and he begins to order his classmates to follow up with the boomerang ball attack, only for Totiki to let out a strangled groan and collapse to the ground as something slams into his neck. Harder! The block of rock rising from Totiki's chest shouts, apparently immune to the shaking of the earth. I'm too dense to be thrown off balance by mere shockwaves. Thanks for the launch, Todoroki. The son of Endeavor waves nonchalantly, fireside still smoking from when he had used it to propel his classmate. Shindo swears, preparing to fight. The ambush might have been ruined by that quick takedown, but he could adapt to... Was that a rotary gun, made of mirrors? Was it floating, anchored by vines? Was it firing lasers? Shindo swears and dives to the ground as brilliant blue lights begin to shoot from the abomination floating above the Terrian. He can spot two different blondes firing what appears to be stomach lasers upwards into the device, as another student aims it from the high vantage point, chatting with group birds. Oh my god, they have bird targeting. Shindo says, collapsing unconscious as a brilliant light envelopes his field of view, slamming him against the rocks. Our strategy is working. Ilda cries as he dashes back, collecting the unconscious bodies of students for the class members without combat quirks to tag. Already they had probably eliminated enough students to pass, but they had to break the assault for good if they wanted to be able to safely collect the bodies and tag them. Stand firm, the light of the sun defends us. Shizuki shouts, using her vines to twist the firing platform to aim at an incoming contingent of students. Phew-uck. A small cry comes from inside the gun, where Yaoyorozu had convinced Hagecure to curl up in a ball and act as a refraction multiplier, using her political charisma for war crimes, as a horrified Kaminari had put it, yet again. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu feeds her girlfriend, Aoyama, and Minoma a steady supply of Tums and barf bags as the three students battle against their stomachs. How a class ended up with so many nausea-based weaknesses, she'd never know. Surely they can't be that common, can they? Harder, a scream from the left signals Kirishima's return, and Todoroki loads him into a chute of ice and prepares to dispatch the living projectile again, an idea Kirishima had gained from training with Bakugo. Ultimate move, hard fastball special. Such passion. I see why my professor decided I should specifically target you. A flying student cries out. I questioned the last-minute change of plan. But it seems I was correct to obey. Holy shit, he's alive. Jiro mutters, recognizing him as the same one who had knocked himself out earlier. Surviving a head wound like that is kind of punk. A furious whirlwind rises, as Inesa collects all the fallen ball, swirling them together and aiming them at Class 1A. Now is the moment of your defeat. Todoroki. He screams, launching a barrage. He sounds like my father. Todoroki muses as he puts up a glacier, blocking the initial wave of ball. A moment later, the wind dissipates as a massive sound wave blasts out, the vibrations disrupting airflow as they pass. Jiro stands, plugged into a guitar and a massive bass speaker Yaoyorozu had just made, acting as a conduit for the sick riff that now decimates Inesa's wind control. The laser turns to face him, blasting him out of the air without ceremony as Tokoyami and Kaminari charge out to find him, wrapping in dark shadow to help insulate them from the sound and wind. What a lovely building, Izuku says to himself as he sits on the edge of a tall roof, observing the students in red below him. It sure would be a shame if someone were to fall off. He looks towards the other area, wondering how his classmates are doing. If he squints, he can just make out blue flashes that must be Aoyama's laser, and massive swirls of wind. As he stands, a massive sound wave fills the arena, the sound wave quickly reaching Izuku's ears. He stands, noticing the students becoming distracted by the sudden noise. Does that free bird? He asks, taking a half step and leaping from the building, beginning his 9-story fall. Hell yeah! Ultimate move, suicide splatter. Izuku has watched a lot of supremely gory movies in his lifetime. Having Katsuki as a childhood best friend meant exclusively action films all the time, and their parents had given up trying to regulate their movie choices around the same time they had given up trying to keep Izuku alive for a multi-day streak. For Katsuki, the more gore the better. In fact, the more dead babies the better. Izuku really did need to get him booked into therapy at some point. Unlike Izuku, Katsuki was a little crazy. Regardless, in the modern era action movies got gore pretty down pat. Tons of blood, super realistic graphics, and quirks went a long way towards making the greatest practical effects ever seen. The one thing they get wrong though, Izuku hums as he whistles through the air, is just how sticky a human corpse is at high velocities. A moment later he slams into the ground directly beside the group of students in red. His last thought before death is, it's a good thing they wore red. Blood and gore splatter everywhere as Izuku's body, lush from all the water he drank that day and containing conspicuous air pockets where some people may have stomachs, bursts like an overripe grape. The students scream in horror, recoiling as they are coated in a layer of sticky gore, almost the consistency of sap. "Hello," Izuku says a moment later, as he reforms around the leader of the group. "Oh my god, my arm is in your stomach." The leader screams, eyes white in terror. A moment later he passes out and Izuku starts to walk forwards, dragging the fainted body that is still lodged inside of him. "Common misconception actually. I don't have a stomach," he remarks as the other students prepare to fight. One of them tries to ignite her hands, but the blood on her just burbles and suffocates the flames. Another tries to throw a ball at Izuku to hit his targets, but the heavy blood saturation in the foam ball makes it flop to the ground worthlessly. "His arm is in my kidney right now, I think." "What the f are you, oh my god," blabbers on of their opponents, and his quirk misfires as he panics. "Oh my god. You killed him." The fire quirk user beside him screams as she sees Izuku's head vanish into a fine red mist when the oversized spike launches through it. "I didn't mean to. How was I supposed to know? Oh my god." The porcupine mutated teen shrieks, running towards the body. "He's supposed to be immortal, isn't he? Why isn't he coming back?" "Surprise!" Izuku shouts as he springs to his feet, his voice high-pitched as his voice box is only half reformed. "I got you." The porcupine is blown into the side of a building from a punch that shatters Izuku's arm. He starts to run towards the remaining two, the body of their leader flapping behind him like a kite. If kites could be attached directly to the inner lining of your kidney, and said themselves in fear. "You know, they really need to come up with something interesting if they want me to ever struggle again." Izuku muses, his voice coming out as a high whine when the arm inside of him presses against his lungs. A second punch decimates the teen who failed to throw a ball, and it's just him and the fire quirk user. "You know, I'm immune to fire," he says bluntly. "And no, you aren't. You burned in the sports festival, everyone saw it." "Sure. So there. Stay back." Her hands spark weakly, a bit of fire starting to dry the blood away. "And what happened next?" "Huh. After I burned to death. What then?" "It came back. And at the end of the fight, was I injured?" "No. So really, I think if we take a long-term view of things, the fire didn't affect me at all. If I burn you to ashes, I can hit your targets before you regenerate." "Can you do that?" Her sparks fizzle, then go away entirely. "No. I only make fireballs. They don't really work dash. When someone doesn't feel pain or fear fire? Yeah. I only need a couple of targets to pass, but I was hoping to bring some fresh meat back to my class." "Right. Help me tie your friends up and you can run." "Okay." Quietly, the girl takes the rope Izuku produces and ties the three together. Soon, Izuku is merrily skipping along the street, tugging a bundle of people behind him. "Wow. This is going great. I can't wait for the second phase. I'm sure that will be easy too," he says, indulging in a brief moment of hubris. "Mera." "Hello, Madam President. How is the exam going?" "Well, so far." "Are there any casualties?" "Define casualty." "Any deaths?" "Define death." "Mera." "Yes, Madam President. Have any students died?" Okay. "Mera. Does it count if they come back?" "Does it count if they come back?" "Technically, I believe department policy is that yes, it does. Can we get that changed?" "Mera." "Yes, Madam President." "How many?" 407. "What? But they're all Midoriya Izuku." "That doesn't matter. He still counts. It's still a child dying under our watch." "A child you want to brainwash into being a super soldier?" "Yes. But the media doesn't know that, do they? And when we report casualty counts to the watchdog as we are required to do, how will it look when there are 407 deaths?" What if we change the policy?" "The Supreme Court of Japan decided that you have to count regenerating individuals as dead if they suffered deadly injuries in a 6-3 decision just last year." "Yes, The regrettable case of Organ Boy, I recall. So, pray tell, Mara, how you suggest we change things? What if we classify people who are over an arbitrary percentage plant as not counting? We don't count trees in fatality counts after all. But he's sentient. So, Mara, this is a court case waiting to happen. Madam President, what am I supposed to do? Not have a student die 407 times in one exam? Madam President, he literally killed himself. Mara? Yes, Madam President? You're fired. Wow. I can't believe we all passed. Izuku says, bouncing up and down excitedly. His classmates are all giving him a bit of space, even his girlfriend, because he's currently still drenched in his own gore. Izuku, you personally dragged enough unconscious people back to the group for us all to pass, even if we hadn't put in the work ourselves. Shizuki says, rolling her eyes fondly. Izuku, isn't there a FNG shower around that you can FNG use? You reek. Katsuki barks from a respectable social distance away. Sorry, Katsuki. They told me we can't change for the entire exam, just in case we hide something away in another uniform. I can assist. Todoroki says, flash freezing Izuku in ice before he can respond. Nice going, Candy Cane. Now he doesn't have a smell at all. Katsuki crows, tapping the ice around Izuku's shocked face. This is true. Scent nullified. Todoroki deadpants, turning to walk away. Todoroki! Shizuki chastises him, wrapping a vine around his wrist. Yes. Melt him out. Why? So, he can participate in the exam. I suppose. The melting ice will likely wash much of the blood away. I think. Todoroki says, lighting some fire. He starts to melt the ice, slowly increasing the intensity until Wushizuku is not only melted free but immediately immolated. Todoroki! Shizuki snaps angrily. He'll live. Todoroki says, this was obviously the most efficient method to clean him. You can't just kill people. Even Midoriya? Yes. Oh. I knew the scion of the Todoroki family would be a habitual murderer. Inesa shouts, stalking over to one. He towers over the pair and the pile of ash. This is a given, as piles of ashes are rarely very tall. However, it's important to note it. Short kings represent, as Izuku occasionally insists, and points menacingly down at Todoroki. Inesa, I see you passed regardless of our efforts. Todoroki deadpants. How's your head? Perfectly fine. I should have known a UA student wouldn't be hot-blooded enough to shrug off a little self-inflicted concussion, but I am made of sterner stuff than that. Inesa declares, a bit of wind swirling around him, and I had already passed when your classmates arrive, so we never even tussled. Had it been you though, perhaps I wouldn't have retreated but stayed to make you go the way of your plant friend here. Speaking of Midoriya, I really feel like he should have revived by now. Oh, I have been mixing his ashes with wind every time they attempt to reform. Inesa declares. Concerning, as we do not know if there is a limit to how long he can stay unrevived. Understandable, but this talk is private. I do not even know you. You called me my name a moment ago. You are wearing a name tag, just like the rest of us. Oh, Todoroki, did you kill him too? Izuku asks, hopping up from the ashes a moment later to see a student bleeding from their forehead, unconscious on the tile floor in front of Todoroki. I believe he is not deceased. DMN. DMN. Well, let's get ready for the next phase of the exam. Izuku says cheerfully, humming to himself as he moves off into the open area, ready for the start of Phase 2. Hello. As you remember from the first phase, I am Yakumaru Mara. It is my job to explain the second phase to you as well, before I can take a nap. The man pauses, making a face, or at least, it was my job. Now, it is a task my severance package is contingent on the completion of. Would you HPSC really lay an employee off in the middle of the exam? Yaoyorozu muses to herself, I can use this for sure. What an excellent propaganda piece. The second phase will be simple. We have hired a variety of actors to simulate a disaster scenario. They will rate you on how well you do rescue them. I don't really care. Soon I will take the greatest nap of all. Mara turns and walks off the stage, and the big bay doors slowly open, revealing a cityscape in ruin. Class 1A. Rescue Formation. Ilda shouts, promptly being ignored. Of course, there is no such rescue formation. Nor does he have the power to command the class. Nor would anyone care even if he did. Ilda's life, ultimately, is a series of moments grasping for power and respect that he has done nothing to earn, punctuated by increasingly serious attempts to wield pre-existing regulatory structures as a form of power to compensate for his own inadequacies. Unfortunately, the only person who cares about the rules left in Class 1A is Yaoyorozu Momo, who only cares about them insofar as they provide a checklist of what to find loopholes for. Instead, the class jumps out in a ragtag bunch, charging off the rescue people. Knowing her limits, Yaoyorozu begins to set up a first aid tent with a few members of the other classes. Once she has provided an initial stockpile of medical supplies, she sits down with a laptop and begins to search for Mara's house and main bank. For completely ethical, understandable reasons, of course. Izuku dashes off, abusing his regenerative abilities to squeeze into areas other heroes can't reach. Tearing off an arm to be thinner is surprisingly useful, and carrying injured civilians back to the first aid center. Alongside him, Katsuki barks swear-filled orders, but mostly hangs back and only assists when his explosive power can be explicitly useful. His recent experiments with his own lethality and Izuku's constant beratement have led him to have a lot more self-restraint about his power. He makes a single explosion during the first 30 minutes of the second phase, to crush some rubble that was blocking a key street. The rest of the class pitches in as well, those with sensory quirks that passed thanks to Izuku's body DLVY service being thrilled to have a chance to be extra useful. Even Kaminari is occasionally useful, albeit mostly by raising spirits with corny jokes. 30 minutes in, there's a giant explosion from near the first aid center. A moment after that, a firestorm erupts into the air, as Endeavor strides onto the field. The look on his face is a unique one, rarely seen. It can only be described as the look of a man who knows someone in his vicinity is immune to fiery death, feels pain, and who he legally allowed to burn to death as many times as he would like. Even better, it is the look of a many who has been told that that person was killed 407 times already, and who is pathologically incapable of leaving a record unbroken. Dibs on beating the villains. Izuku screams, sprinting towards the fire. Katsuki sighs, his forehead striking his palm with enough speed to detonate the sweat on it, scorching his eyebrows off. A moment later he too is sprinting towards the fire, but with the intention of making Izuku pay in blood for the crime of removing his eyebrows.